And for the next few hours, we'll be talking about your experience. We'll be talking about the access to electricity, the cost of electricity, but also the reliability of the supply.
Naam, bila shaka, lakini kwanza katika saa hili la kwanza Sam, tunataka kuzungumza na wananchi ili tuweze kuwasikiza kuhusiana na jinsi hali hii ya umeme ilivyo. Na tunaanza katika kaunti ya Kisii ambapo wakazi wa Kitutu Chache Kusini wamekuwa wakilalamikia na kuhangaika kuhusiana na kukosa nguvu za umeme. Hata hivyo, tuelekee Lamu kwanza ili tuweze kuwasikiza wananchi katika kaunti hiyo.
Kwa hakika mambo ya stima ni mambo yamekuwa ni disaster kubwa sana. Ni jambo la tuvunja moyo, la tuharibia kila kitu. Leo ulimwengu wetu huwezi kuishi bila hii stima. Kama sisi mfano watu wa hoteli tumeshatia hasara kubwa sana. Tumeshapoteza lobsters, tumeshapoteza samaki, tumeshapoteza prawns, tumeshapoteza customers. Hata watu akitaka kuja hapa hajitala Lamu kwa stima. Na ugonjwa huu haukuanza jana na juzi, sasa hii karibu miezi miwili hii tuna kwa hiyo shida kubwa sana. Na hatujui lini serikali itasolve shida hii kwa sababu tunaona kila siku yazidi. Kama jana hakuja kuwa na taa kabisa kutwa mzima. Juzi hivyo hivyo, juzi hivyo hivyo, leo hivyo hivyo.
Kwa hivyo kusema ukweli mambo ya umeme Lamu imetuathiri vibaya sana, hasa upande wa watalii. Wacha local, upande wa watalii wamekosekana kabisa Lamu, hakuna.
Last week tumetupa ice cream worth karibu 100,000. Freezer zangu zimeharibika zote. Each freezer natengeneza over 20,000. Freezer 4 zimeharibika. Biashara iko yenyewe iko chini. Barabara hakuna, stima hakuna, na ile hasara kwa juu. Na you don't see any changes.
60 years after independence wa Kenya bado wako giza. Na kuna parastatal organization ambazo ni governmental organization na zilipewa majukumu hayo na wameshindwa kutekeleza. Excuses ni nyingi, lakini excuses ni symptom ya failure. Any failure is rich with excuses. Kwa hivyo Kenya Power ikileta excuses, Getraco ikileta excuses, to me we don't need excuses. We want power. This is what we need and what we deserve.
Those are Kenyans in Lamu County that are talking about the challenges they are facing, saying there has been several excuses. They are looking for answers, and that's what we'll be looking for during the next few hours. But now let's cross over to some voices from Kisii County, Kisumu County, and Garissa County, all of them talking about their experiences accessing this essential commodity.
Kwanza, nataka kuwapongeza, nowadays wameimprove sana. Hapa Kisii tulikuwa na blackouts kwa siku 3 kwa wiki, lakini nowadays they have really improved. In fact tunaweza kuwa na blackout ya 3 minutes or 30 minutes.
Stima kwa hivi karibuni stima sio nzuri sana kwa sababu saa zingine inakuja inapotea, lakini awali ilikuwa sawa. Alafu stima iko ghali sana, stima iko very expensive.
Changamoto ni ile ya kwamba hizi cheka ikipotea kienda ikirudi, lakini kwa wadi mzuri hapa kwa jua kali haipotei sana, ikipotea dakika chache unapata wanarudisha.
Kwa siku stima haiko, siku 2 stima haiko juu uvamaji wa kituo cha stima hapa Kisii. Lakini kwa sasa mambo iko sawa. Kwa siku saa hizi unaweza charge simu za kama unataka kushaga kishagi iko poa, kila kitu iko poa.
Hii ni wiki ya 3 tangu stima ipotee, na hii stima imetuadhiri sana. Sababu kama ni upande wa sonda, hakuna kitu tunauza, masiwa inaharibika. Yaani mambo mengi hapa imekwama sababu ya stima.
Saizi ile kitu watu wanategemea ni generators na solar. Hizo powers haisaidii hata kuungurusha fridge. Stima nayo saa zingine ukicharge ama ukiwakisha usiku, saa zingine hata simu inazimika, haina moto, ni baridi na ni overcharge. Unacharge over 50 shillings.
Unapata sasa ile stima ilikuwa inatusaidia sana sisi wenye biashara. Tunapata zile chakula zetu tunaweka kwa fridge, zinaharibika, zinaozea pale kwa fridge.
Siwezi sema tumefurahia na jambo hilo, sababu sisi kama watu wa kinyozi we depend so much kwa stima because hiyo ndio kitu kama imetuandika. stima ndio imetuandika. Wakati ambapo inapotea kila wakati, hasa inamaanisha kazi yetu iwezi fanyika vizuri.
They just tell us in advance that we are going to have a power failure for such a time, so that people could organize themselves. Because when it comes to the times of the work, we find it's very hard. We have to also deep down. We have to get the backups, and it's also a bit expensive for us, because when you have the backup, you'll find it can consume a lot of fuel. That is another expense, and we are in business to try and meet our expenses.
Na Sam, bila shaka ni hoja ambazo zinajirudia. Kuna wale ambao wanasema kuna bidhaa zinaharibika, ziwe ni bidhaa za chakula, haswa bidhaa zinazohitaji barafu. Naam, lakini hebu tusikize kutoka wananchi kutoka kaunti ya Nyeri, ambapo wakazi wameelezea kughadhabishwa na kupotea mara kwa mara kwa nguvu za umeme, wakisema kuwa hali hii imeendelea kuathiri biashara zao. Mwanahabari wetu Kamau Mwangi amezungumza na wafanyabiashara wa maduka ya mitandao ya interneti na fundi wa vyumba na kutuandalia taarifa ifuatayo.
Naam, kutoka kaunti ya Nyeri, wachuuzi na wale ambao zaidi wanatumia stima wameweza kuuzamia mjadala huu kwa maoni kinzani, na tulianza na kuzungumza naye James Owino ambaye ni fundi wa milango na madirisha maarufu kama welder, na alikuwa na haya ya kusema.
Connections, sometimes ndio tupate hata connection ya stima inakuwa shida sana. Tunaambiwa tugoje tokens, inakaa sana. Haswa wakati tunanunua token, unapata umenunua token, wakati kazi inaendelea, token hairudi, inakaa kwa muda sana kabla haijarejea. Sasa inabidi mpaka upige simu kwa customer care wa token ili waweze ku be a bit fast so that you can get your token, you continue the work. But currently stima inatumiza kama sisi wafanyabiashara ambao tunatumia stima kwa wingi. Nilipo apply nilipata kwa kiwango ambacho nilikuwa nataka, lakini ile sasa power supply inakatwa saa ingine, you are not noticed, there are emergencies all over. Kwanza haswa wakati huu wa mvua kumekuwa kukinyesha, unapata all of a sudden stima zimepotea the whole day.
Na kwa ujio wa teknolojia, kuna wale ambao wamenunua vifaa vya kisasa ambavyo havitumii mafuta ila stima kama pikipiki za kisasa, lakini kupotea kwa stima mara kwa mara kimetajwa kama kizingiti kikubwa na kimechangia biashara zao kukosa umaarufu, hisia ambazo zimeweza kukubaliwa nazo na wale ambao wanauza sinema almaarufu movie shops na wale ambao ni wahudumu wa maduka ya interneti almaarufu cyber.
For me, I think I'm okay with it. Only that at times could be frustrated when maybe when it runs out of power, then and it happens that we also have a blackout, then it also means that the operations of the office at times will go down.
Lakini sasa tukikuja kazini, just the way vile customer expect sisi tukue ready na kazi na nini, yani akikuja anataka tu ahudumiwe hapo hapo. Pia sisi tungeomba KPLC wachangamke historia ya stima waweze kujiprepare in advance. Si kugoja wakati kuna changamoto ndio sasa wanawapatia notice, one day notice ati kesho kutakuwa na stima.
2016 stima tulikuwa tunanunua ya 1000 ilikuwa inakuja unit 60 something, but now kinunua unakuta ni 30, that unit. Lakini pia out of that pia stima imekuwa ikipotea sana, and that's why tumeopt kununua hizi za kusharge, na sometime hata customer unamuosha na maji baridi.
Naam, hizo ni kati ya hisia za wafanyabiashara hapa katika kaunti ya Nyeri, wengi wakizitaka kampuni za kusambaza stima nchini kuhakikisha kwamba usambazaji wa stima upo kila wakati ili kuhakikishia mapato ambayo hayadidimii.
All right, that's Kamau Mwangi from Nyeri County, and you can see the pertinent issues that Kenyans they are raising, including the costing of tokens that people have been buying, talking about the differences from maybe 2 years ago versus what is happening now.
Naam, bila shaka nimefurahi yule ambaye amesema kwamba kwa sababu ya stima kupotea mara kwa mara, imebidi watafute mbinu mbadala, watafute mashine ambazo wanaweza kuweka battery ama ile ya kucharge ili wakati stima itakapopotea biashara haisimami.
contingency planning maybe. Let's now listen to the residents of Kibra constituency here in Nairobi, because also they have been speaking about the challenges they are facing, especially knowing the socio-economic situations for residents of Kibera. Watch.
Mtazamaji, hapa ni katika kitongoji cha Kibera eneo bunge la Kibra hapa Nairobi, ambapo tunakutana na baadhi ya wakazi kutathmini hali ya uunganishaji umeme katika eneo hili. Kumekuwa na lawama kwamba kuna uunganishaji wa umeme ambao si halali. Je, maoni ya wananchi wa eneo hili ni yapi, na nini haswa kinachosababisha uunganishaji huu wa umeme ambao si halali, na pia wangepata kushauri kampuni ya Kenya Power vipi ili angalau kila mtu apate umeme kwa njia rahisi na katika ile hali ambayo wanaweza kulipia.
Kulingana na mambo ya stima hapa, inafaa serikali wakae chini watuletee stima kwa bei ya chini, kwa sababu unaona sisi ambao tunakaa hapa ni watu wa chini, na stima tunatumia ndio tupate hata pesa. Yani ukiona hapa watu wa welders wako hapa, watu wa jua kali wengi, tena wenye wanasema ati wanaweka stima, inafaa wakae chini, kwa sababu hapo ndio pia wanapata pesa. Sasa wakae chini na watu wa KPLC na serikali warudishe bei chini yenye sisi tunaweza afford.
Tukiangalia hapa awali walikuja na mambo ya token. Hiyo token ilikuwa project mzuri sana, ingawa ilikuwa expensive kulingana na ile maisha ambayo tunaishi hapa. So tunafikiria jinsi ambayo KPLC inaweza kuja na njia washikane na serikali, so that hata kama wanaweza tufikishie stima, watufikishie kwa bei rahisi. Kwa sababu wale ambao wako saa hii hapa kuna stima, tuko nayo tunaitumia, lakini ni stima ambayo unapata kwa wiki unatumia mara 3. Na ikifika mwisho wa mwezi mtu anakuja 300. Hii 300 inaonyesha kwa siku natumia shilingi 10. Na stima siwezi pata throughout the month.
Tulikuwa tunaomba watu wa power, mambo ya kukatia sisi stima, wakuje tu, hata kama wanatembea wanakuja tu kwa kila mtu aangalie kama huyu ako na mita na mita yake ina read na mina gani.
Sasa hivi tuko na shida ya stima. Kitu ya kwanza tuko na shida, tunaambiwa tuko na token. Token yenyewe inapokuja inakuja kwa kiwango ya juu kabisa. Unapata saa zingine stima imekuja, umetumia stima, ukifikiria ile kiasi ya pesa uliweka itakusaidia, unapata pengine unapewa warning kwa siku chache kabisa, na una expect utumie kama shilingi 2,000 ndio isawazishe month. Unapata after 1 week token inakupatia warning. Sio kwenye stima, sio kwenye power and lighting, kwa mtu binafsi.
Mimi ningependelea kwanza Kenya Power kwanza ilishafuliwe ya hii place. Juu ukita mtu wa Kenya Power akuje kufanya kazi huku, akuweke stima, akuinstall stima, aizi kuinstolia ama ataka. So unapata kuna vijana huku wanajua maneno ya stima nini, atakufanyia cheap. But Kenya Power ataka na atakufanyia expensive.
Mtazamaji, ni baadhi ya maoni ya wakazi wa eneo bunge la Kibra hapa katika eneo la Olympic, wakisema tu kwamba bado kuna dosari fulani, na wangeomba kampuni ya uunganishaji umeme nchini Kenya Power kutia manani na kuhakikisha kwamba wananchi pia wamejumuishwa katika shughuli zote za uunganishaji stima, kuhakikisha kwamba hakuna wale ambao wanaenda kinyume cha sheria na kuunganisha stima kwa njia isiyofaa. George Bati, runinga ya Citizen, kutoka eneo bunge la Kibra, Nairobi.
It's very interesting that they actually admit they're looking for alternatives because of the high cost of connection, but also the high cost of the commodity itself. I don't know what Kenya Power will have to say about this.
Na bila shaka watakuwa hapo watujibu, manake pia kuna hatari ya kuweka hiyo stima ukiwa na mtu ambaye haelewi kile ambacho anafanya na anakuwekea huu mtandao kwa njia isiyoeleweka. Lakini kwa sasa tuelekee katika kaunti ya Kisii, ambapo wakazi wa Kitutu Chache Kusini, kaunti hiyo ya Kisii, wanaendelea kuhangaika kwa kukosa nguvu za umeme kufuatia kukithiri kwa visa vya kuharibiwa kwa mitambo ya transformer kama nyakati za usiku. Maeneo ya Marani, Nyaribari Chache na Bonchari pia yameathirika pakubwa. Hivi sasa tunaungana naye mubashara Crispin Otieno kutoka kaunti ya Kisii kwa maelezo zaidi. Crispin, uwanjani wako.
Na Mashirima, ulivyosema, nipo katika kijiji cha Nyosia, maeneo ya Kitutu Chache kusini, hapa ikiwa ni kaunti ya Kisii, ambapo unavyotazama niko na wenyeji hapa ambao wamefika kuchangia swala ambalo tunazungumzia siku ya leo kuhusiana na usambazaji wa stima. Kijiji hiki kimekuwa bila stima kwa takriban zaidi ya wiki mbili sasa. Unavyotazama hapa, hiyo ikiwa ni mojawapo ya transformer ambayo kuna wale ambao wakora walifika katika kijiji hiki wakavunja transformer hiyo na kusababisha giza totoro katika kijiji hiki. Nataka tusemezane na wakazi katika kijiji hiki cha Nyosia. Hebu tuambie, unaitwa nani? Umeathirika kivipi kutokana na ukosefu wa stima katika kijiji hiki?
Kwa majina naitwa Bridget Kerubo kutoka Nyosia. Kwa kusema ukweli, hii kijiji tumekuwa kwa giza tororo for the last 2 weeks. Wakora waliweza kufika hapa na wakaweza kuchukua transformer yenye ilikuwa inasaidia kila mtu kwa hii kijiji. Lakini nadhani tunamulilia the Minister for Energy, Mr. Chirichiri, aweze akaingilia katikati ili aweze kusaidia wanakijiji, kwa vile wengi wetu tumepatwa na shida mbalimbali kulingana na hii kutolewa kwa transformer yetu. For the last 2 weeks the area imekuwa in full darkness, kumaanisha mambo ya usafiri, kutembea huku na kule kumekuwa kumetofishwa sana.
Asante sana.
Yes.
Tunafahamishwa kwamba chini ya wiki moja tu Mashirima, kijiji hiki kimepoteza takriban ama eneo hili limepoteza takriban transformer kama. Hebu tujenge taswira, shida huwa iko wapi, na je, mnapowasilisha maombi yenu mnaambiwa nini?
Asante sana Citizen. Mimi nafanya ofisi ya Mheshimiwa Kibagendi area MP, na ripoti zimekuja kutoka maeneo haya kwa mara ya 3 sasa. Within a radius of 2 kilometers transformer zimeharibiwa, kati ya transformer moja hadi transformer 4. Kwa hivyo pia imekuwa ni changamoto hata kuongea na Kenya Power kurekebisha mambo ya transformer, kurejesha hapa, na hawa haswa ni wakulima, wafanya biashara. Unapata mtu anajihikimu kutengeneza nywele, kufanya biashara tofauti tofauti. Imekuwa changamoto kubwa sana. Sasa kitu yenye ningesema hapa ni kwamba kumekuwa na vandalism na changamoto haswa dawa yenye tungehitaji kutoka Kenya Power. Tulisikia hivi karibuni kwamba wanataka kupeleka mswada kusimamisha ile export ya copper wires na materials related with the electric materials. Kwa hivyo hiyo ni njia moja tungesema iweze kutusaidia. Alafu pia kutoka kwa ofisi ya Mheshimiwa is also pushing kwa tupate more security. More security ni kwamba tunataka kuwe na kituo hapa karibu kuweza kusaidia wananchi kama polisi, alafu pia kuweze kuongezewa magari ya patrol, so that mambo ya patrol ikiwa enhanced iweze kusaidia kupunguza uhalifu maeneo haya.
Asante. Nataka tuzungumze pia na mzee mmoja hapa. Hebu tuambie, kuna wale ambao huwa wanatafuta huduma muhimu, hususan zile huduma za hospitali. Je, wakati huu ambapo hakuna stima, hali ikoje wanapotafuta huduma kama hizo?
Asante sana. Kwa jina naitwa Epanis Oyaro. Kwa hiki kijiji kwa kweli kuna health center hapa karibu inaitwa Matongo. Tangu tupate hii msiba wa kuchukuliwa kwa transformer, tumekosa huduma kamili hapo kwa hiyo dispensary. Pia kuna secondary school. Watoto wetu sasa waendi shule mapema kwa sababu hakuna ile mwangaza wa kuonyesha. Uchumi kwa kweli sehemu hii umerudi chini kwa sababu tulikuwa tunaangua mayai kutumia stima, na wengine walikuwa na dairy milk kusupply. Hiyo yote imekuwa ni imerutisha nyuma. Kwa hiyo tunaomba serikali iingilie kati, ione hao waragai kabisa, iwafuate. Tunajua iko na uwezo, kwa sababu kijiji kimerudi nyuma, kimeturutisha nyuma. Tukiangalia penye tumetoka, tulikuwa tumesahau mambo kabisa ya hii taa ndogo ndogo kwa kutumia, tulikuwa tunatumia mwangaza, hata news hatupati siku hizi. Asante sana.
Kila ambacho ninaweza nikaongezea
Mimi ni mkaaji pia wa katika kijiji hiki, ni mchungaji Steven Mweresa. Kwa hakika tangia hii transformer ikaweze kuibiwa kutoka kijiji hiki, wizi umeweza kuongezeka sana, kwa sababu sasa uwezi ukawacha vitu nje ama uwezi ukatembea wakati giza imeanza kuingia. Kwa hivyo kuna wakora wanakuja, wanatumia hiyo giza kupora watu ama kuwaibia watu. Kwa hivyo tunaomba serikali na wizara hii ikaweze kusikia kilio chetu, ikaweze kutusaidia na kureplace hii transformer, ili hata tukaweze kuwa na mwangaza wa kusaidia katika kijiji chetu. Kila ambacho ningeweza kuomba mheshimiwa wetu ya kwamba wakaweze kushirikiana. Kwa hakika hata hii transformer yenyewe ni kidogo ukilinganisha na ukubwa wa kijiji hiki. Kwa hivyo hata kuna wengine hawapati stima. Asante. Kwa hivyo nashukuru sana. Asante.
Asante sana. Na Mashirima wako wengi hapa, ni kijiji kizima ambacho fika katika eneo hili kama njia mojawapo tu ili kuweza kujenga taswira kuhusiana na kile ambacho kinaendelea, na sio tu katika kijiji hiki. Vile vile tumekuwa na visa kama hivi vya watu mbalimbali, vijiji mbalimbali, na kuanza kuiba transformer. Sio tu katika eneo hili la Kitutu Chache Kusini, tumekuwa tukishuhudia visa kama hivyo maeneo ya Bonchari, maeneo ya Nyaribari Chache na vile vile maeneo ya Kitutu Chache. Kwa hivyo ni hali ambayo inazidi kutia wenyeji wasiwasi, na wanatarajia tu kupata jawabu kutoka kwa maafisa kutoka Kenya Power na vile vile kusikia kutoka kwa Waziri Chirchir kuhusiana na swala hili ambalo linazidi kuibua hisia mseto, sio tu katika kaunti hii ya Kisii bali kote nchini. Mashirima.
Naam, shukran Crispin kutoka kaunti ya Kisii. Kwa kweli kuna mengi yanayostahili majibu, lakini tuna furaha kwamba maafisa wa Kenya Power watakuwa hapa. Maafisa wakuu kutoka Wizara ya Kawi pia watakuwa hapa nasi.
And you hear them say that transformers are stolen. One wonders, so who is stealing these transformers and what are they doing with them? There's been a very long-running conversation about what happens to transformer oil. There's been conversations about people who want to convert those transformers into scrap metal. Why do they do this? At what cost? But also for Kenyans that have to face a situation like what that village is facing, what is the cost of a transformer? Why does it take so long? Of course, we'll be getting the answers.
Naam, bila shaka. Hebu sasa tuangazie pia, mbali na hizi changamoto zilizopo, hii kawi ya umeme ina umuhimu wake. Kenya Power pia ina umuhimu wake. Hebu tuwasikize wananchi kutoka kaunti za Bungoma, Migori na Kakamega.
Maisha yangu imeboreka sababu unapokuwa ukitumia stima, labda unatumia stima kwa kupiga blow dry, weaving, vitu kama hizo, kama saluni, kinyozi, ukitaka kunyoa, vitu kama hizo zinaboresha maisha. Sasa inafanya maisha yanakuwa mazuri. Ukilinganisha nyakati ya saizi ambazo miji mengi yako na stima, na ukilinganisha na hapo awali ambapo watu walikuwa wanatumia tu hii taa ya kawaida ya mafuta taa, hapo maisha ilikuwa magumu, lakini sasa hii naona maisha imeboreka sababu ya tunatumia stima.
Wakati nilipokuwa katika hali ya giza, sikuwa katika nikiwa na stima, ulikuwa unaona natumia koroboi, and then saa hizi mimi niko sawa, light niko nazo, natumia hata kupasi nguo. Wakati huo hapo nyuma sikuwa nawezeshwa kufanya vitu kama hizo.
It has changed into a great and on a positive way, whereby electricity has enabled me to carry out my household duties, whereby my children are able to do their homeworks. I'm able to use the lights. I'm able to use to charge phones and all that are entitled to power usage.
Kwa upande wangu naweza kuwa naridhika kwa sababu kitu ya kwanza ukiangalia nimeweza kuunda chuma pale, na ni kwa ajili ya kutumia hiyo the same electricity yenye watu wengine pia wanatumia. So kwa upande wangu kama kwa workshop yangu hapa, ningependa tu kwanza tuongezewe maybe security lights hapa hivi, na maybe kama ingewezekana pia hizo upande ya CCTV ingeweza kusaidia, because unaweza pata tumekuwa na challenges hapa hivi juu ya wizi, but because ukiangalia security light kama ile pale inasaidia watu kama sisi, na pia vile vile itanisaidia pia mimi biashara yangu hapa, sababu napanga in future niweze kuwa na vitu zenye zinawekwa hapa, maybe ka gates na nini na nini. So unaona kitu ka security light na nini zitaweza kutusaidia sisi hapa vitu zangu kwa upande ya kutokuibwa na wakora.
Naam, stima kuwepo haswa nyakati za usiku ina faida zake kwa sababu ya biashara na pia kupunguza visa vya uhalifu. Ndio baadhi ya kauli tumezisikiza hapo kutoka kwa wananchi kutoka Kakamega, Bungoma na Migori.
And of course they're talking about a very critical element about the supply of electricity in the country, and that is the street lighting. And if you look at different counties, especially the county headquarters, there's been very elaborate plans to ensure that those streets are well lit, and it's a very critical element, especially when it comes to securing businesses, like you say, to an extent that even those that attempt to steal, they're actually caught on a CCTV camera. So there's a very positive side that you also have to look at. But for now, we want to listen to more concerns now from Samburu County. It's one of the areas that they have been struggling with the supply of electricity. They're saying it's also expensive, but let's hear them.
Na kwenye mdahalo komavu kuhusu utendakazi wa kampuni ya usambazaji umeme nchini katika gatuzi la Samburu, tunakuletea picha hizi kenye ili kuchorea uhalisia jinsi hali ilivyo. Ni siku 3 mtawalia hakuja kuwepo na nguvu za umeme katika mji wa Maralal na vitongoji vyake. Hii inaweka wapi wafanyabiashara wanaotegemea nguvu za umeme?
Kazi kama hii yetu inategemea stima sana, sababu kama saizi tunatumia generator, na unajua generator pia mafuta yako juu. Pia vile customer hapa tunamlipisha bei ya ziada kwa sababu ndo tuweze kukidhi bei ya mafuta pale.
Kwa kawaida kama kuna stima, unatumia pesa ngapi kulipia stima, na saizi unapotumia generator unatumia pesa ngapi kuweka mafuta kwa generator, na je unapata faida ama bado inasalia ni hasara?
Sasa probably the monthly bill of the electricity inaweza kuwa from 5,000 to 6,000, it varies. Na kama saizi tunatumia generator hapa, lazima tununue mafuta ya from 1,000 to 1,200, yenye inaweza fika hadi saa 10 ndo tuende nyingine sasa ya kutukidhi hadi masaa mengine.
Mimi mwenyewe tu natumia mambo ya stima, hata sasa sijaenda kazi sababu ya stima.
Unafanya kazi gani?
Kazi yangu ninafanya ni interior designer, na lazima niwe na stima ndio niendelee kazi.
Sasa hizi siku 3 hakuja kuwepo na stima, umeathirika vipi?
Kwa hakika nimeathirika sana, sababu sasa angalia nimekaa tu kwa nyumba na ni kazi mwenyewe nimejiajiri.
Na hapa tupo katika kinu cha posho ama tingatinga, wengine watakwambia kwamba ni kisiagi. Nao pia watueleze kuhusiana na utendakazi ama watoe maoni yao kuhusiana na utendakazi wa kampuni hino ya kusambaza umeme nchini.
Stima imekuwa bei kali na tena haipatikani kwa kila wakati, especially kama saa hizi hakuna stima hata kidogo, the whole night, the whole day. Tunaendelea kuteseka na tunahitaji kulipa bili zote, tunahitaji kulipa hiyo stima, na bado inakuja ikiwa bei ya juu sana. Na vile tumeona mvua imenyesha, hata tunafikiria kampuni ya stima inaweza kutuangushia bei ya stima, kwa sababu stima inatoka kwa maji, na maji bado saa hii damu zote zimejaa. Kwa hivyo sioni sababu ya watu wa stima kutupandishia stima.
Wakati tulikuwa tunanunua kitambo stima, ungenunua kama 100, ulikuwa unapata 4.8. Saizi ukinunua unapata kama 2 point something, which is very bad.
Sasa wakati vijana kama hawa hawana kazi, hawa ndo wananisaidiaga kwa biashara yangu. Kwa hivyo narudi na mayai kwa nyumba. Unaona? Kwa hivyo wakati stima hapa inapotea kila siku, lazima stima ipotee kila siku.
Ukweli mchungu ni kwamba baadhi ya wafanyabiashara ambao tumesema nao katika kufanikisha mdahalo huu komavu, baadhi yao wanatuonesha gharama ambazo wanalipia, gharama za kusikitisha zaidi. Baadhi wakilipia shilingi 90,000 kwa mwezi, 60,000, 80,000, 70,000. Hii yote ikiashiria kwamba gharama ya umeme ipo juu zaidi, ama wanagharamika zaidi kila kukicha ili kufanikisha biashara zao. Na licha kwamba wanagharamika zaidi, wanalalamikia utepetevu wa kampuni hino, kwani umeme unapotea kila kuchao na kuweka kwenye njia panda wakishindwa wafanye nini, lakini mwisho wa siku ni lazima walipie gharama.
Very many issues coming from that link by Baraza, because you see very many of the business persons and residents complaining about the supply of electricity, the frequent blackouts that they experience. but also the question about the costs.
Na ni swala ambalo kwa kweli kwa zile picha ambazo tumeziona kutoka kaunti ya Samburu 70,000, 60,000 na kitu, ilhali wanasema katika muda wa kwa wiki moja, siku 3 hakuna stima. Kwa hivyo hawaelewi hii gharama inakujaje. Lakini ndio maswali ambayo yatahitaji kujibiwa hapa, ili waweze kutueleza ni nini ambacho kinasababisha changamoto hizi na ni mikakati gani ambayo wameweka ili kuimarisha kutolewa kwa huduma hii ya umeme kwa Wakenya kote nchini.
Right. We've heard from Samburu, and be sure to get some responses from the panelists here, but also across the different studios that we'll be introducing to you. But first, let's cross over to Machakos County, where Enoch Musui spoke to a few residents on what their experiences have been on those 3 issues: access, reliability, and the cost of electricity.
Siku haishi bila stima kupotea. Nimeleta hasara nyingi kwa wafanyabiashara na vile vile mitambo ya nyumbani kama vile kompyuta, majiko yanayotumia stima na nini, imekuwa ni shida sana. Kwa hiyo tuuliza wale wanaohusika na umeme, tafadhali, stima hapa Machakos zimekuwa ni balaa. Tunyosheni kitu hicho, ndicho watu waweze kupata hasara.
Mambo ya stima huku kwetu, stima inakuanga na shida sana. Inakuja mara 2, inaenda siku 3, inakuja tena siku 1, inaenda tena siku 4. Hata saa zingine unakaa unaona ni kama stima inawaka kama disco. Wakati ya Christmas hakuna stima, inakuja tu mara 2. Mahospitali na shule zingine unapata hakuna stima, mpaka tunashangaa sisi tunalipa ushuru ama sisi hatuko Kenya ile iko kwa Kenya wale wengine. Stima ni shida kubwa hapa. Kwa ufupi, Machakos hakunanga stima.
Tuliambiwa na rais kwamba stima itakuwa, lakini ikuwe expensive. Sisi tumelipia stima, tunalipa bei kali ya stima, tuna expect stima ikue at whatever cost, lakini hatuioni. So tunashangaa ni nini ina happen na Kenya Power.
Kutoka hii mvua ianze kunyesha, kusema kweli tumekuwa tunasumbuka sana. Tukipigia relevant authorities, Kenya Power wanasema wanakuja. Kutoka juzi kwangu kumekuwa blackout na nalipa token. Ni makosa sana. Kwa hii century ya saizi tuko na watoto wadogo, wanafaa kuwa wanasoma kutumia taa, lakini sasa Kenya Power inatuangusha sana.
Kila mara anasema natuma watu wangu. Pale juu wanasema tunatumana, lakini pale kwa ground inakuwa mambo ni tofauti, kwamba wale watu ambao wanastahili kuja kutengeneza hawakuji, watatoa vijisababu hapa na pale, lakini hatimaye watatengeneza baada ya kusukumwa kwa kipindi fulani.
Kenya Power wawe wanapeana notisi kama kuna jambo fulani na imetendeka kwa tika stima, halafu wakaaji tuwe tunajitayarisha kwanza, kwa sababu unapata siku 1, 2, 3 hauna stima, ukiwapigia simu atasema anashughulikia. Pia kuna siku nimepigia simu yenyewe akaniambia tunashughulikia, lakini stima yenyewe ilikuja siku 4 baadaye.
Again, the questions of notice of disruption. They're also saying the effect of the power outage, especially for learners that have to study, do their homework. But also it's also good to talk about, is it always the case? Because there are a lot of complaints, but there's also a possibility that there's power in most homes.
Na hapo pia swala la uhusiano kati ya yule ambaye anatoa huduma ambaye ni Kenya Power na yule ambaye anapokea huduma, mteja. Lakini tuelekee katika kaunti ya Kisumu, ambapo swala zima la gharama na bei ya stima ni changamoto kubwa kwa Wakenya wengi, baadhi yao wakitaka gharama kushuka ili waweze kupata huduma hiyo muhimu. Laura Otieno anaungana na baadhi ya wakazi wa Kisumu kuzungumzia swala hili.
Na Mashirima, ni swala ambalo linawapa wengi tumbo joto, manake wanasema kuwa walikuwa wanatarajia kuwa wakati ambapo mvua itanyesha basi gharama ya stima itapungua, na pia kuna wale ambao wanasema kuwa hawaelewi, manake ukinunua zile units za stima kupitia shirika la Kenya Power, wanasema kuwa hawaelewi zile gharama ambazo zinatozwa ya vitu mbalimbali kama vile mafuta na vitu kama vile. Kwa hivyo baadhi wanasema kuwa huenda kwamba shirika hilo linapaswa kuwajulisha Wakenya ni vipi ambavyo wanafikia gharama ya stima kama ilivyo. Lakini hapa tuzungumze moja kwa moja na wao. Anza kwa jina na kwa mtazamo wako, ukiangalia gharama ya stima kwa sasa inapaswa kuwa hivyo ama unatashwishi kidogo na gharama ya stima?
Mimi kwa majina naitwa Collins Otiende. Upande wa gharama ya stima wa Kenya tunaumia. Juu tunaona ni kama dams zimejaa hadi zinamwaga maji, zinaumiza watu. Badala wa produce stima mingi, tupate stima ili bei ishuke. Hatuelewi ni nini inaendelea. Alafu kitu ya pili, hii ushuru mingi yenye wanatuwekea kwa vitu ni nini ndio zinafanya stima inapanda. Wakiongeza ushuru kwa kitu kama tuseme maji ama nini, unapata inapandisha bei ya stima. Asante.
Basi nizungumze pia na mwingine ambaye ni mama. Karibu katika shirika la Raw Media Services. Anza kwa jina na uniambie kwa mwezi pengine gharama yako ya stima unatumia shilingi ngapi, na ukilinganisha na awali ulikuwa unatumia shilingi ngapi, na gharama hiyo inakinzana vipi?
Sasa hii kuhusu stima na gharama imepanda. Ukilipa stima 500 wanakupatia token ya 300. Sasa stima naye gharama imepanda. Maisha imepanda. Sasa wangepunguza tu kidogo, watu wasikie raha. Na stima pia kupotea. Sisi mwanabiashara tuna shida. Stima kama mvua imenyesha, stima imepotea. Mwanabiashara hawezi uza kwa giza. Ni hivyo tu.
Na sasa wewe kama biashara ni unapata pengine faida yako imeathirika vipi kulingana na hii gharama ya stima, na utueleze unafanya biashara gani?
Mimi nauza grocery, mboga. Sasa gharama ya stima imepanda. Hata kama umenunua token ya 500 inaisha haraka, is like ni ya 300. Yeah.
Shukran sana. Pia nizungumze na mwingine. Kwa kawaida ukinunua stima, ukitumia zile tokens, huwa kuna ile ujumbe ambao inakueleza kuwa fedha hizi zimetumika hapa, hizi zimetumika hapa. Ukiangalia unaona kama kuna uwazi katika ujumbe hizo, ama unaelewa hasa jinsi ambavyo gharama ya stima inakuwa tabulated?
Okay, my name is Frank. I would say that when the message comes back, actually most of Kenya don't know the meaning of those charges on that messages. At times even the messages does not even come back, they disappear. When you call the Kenya Power Customer Care, they'll tell you to hold on. You can wait even for more than 1 week. And another thing that I can say also, I think the government should work on the power outage currently in the country, because it's a basic need. We really depend on it. Like the small scale businesses. Like we have the fridges, maybe you store your food there. When it reaches tomorrow, there will be a power outage at night. When it reaches morning, you find all of your food has spoiled. So that is also a loss. So I don't know if the boss of Kenya Power is sleeping. I don't know. Then somebody should wake him up if probably he's sleeping. Yeah, that is all I can say.
Shukran sana. Pengine nizungumze tu na mkazi mmoja wa mwisho kuhusiana na gharama ya stima. Umeridhika na gharama yenyewe, ama kwa mtazamo wako unaona kuwa bei ya stima iko vipi humu nchini?
Okay. Kwa jina naitwa Dickson Ocheng. Mimi ni mkaaji wa hapa Kisumu. Kuanzia sasa hivi tunaongea. Unajua sisi tunatumia token most of the time. Unaweza lipa token ya 100, ukifika kesho kutwa kitu kama around midday token imeisha. Maybe ulikuwa unatumia stima, watoto wakawatch maybe hizi cartoons, maybe tumeona some programs tunanipata na kuwaka peke yake. So gharama ya stima nashangaa, hii stima kwani inalipwa aje this time na inatumika namna gani? Because hapo nyuma wali kama umelipa kitu kama tuseme like 100 bob, unamaliza the whole week. By the way, tuseme ufungua fridge kidogo, si kila time but ufungua tu fridge kidogo, unapata kama sasa at least imerudi chini. Unajua ukienda kuangalia, unaangalia vizuri, hii unit ilikuwa hivi, dakika chache unit imeisha. Sasa unashangaa kwani hii stima kuna karabati ndani ama namna gani? Kwa sasa hivi stima ni kila kitu. Ukienda kwa tuseme vitu mingi, yani tuseme tu equipment mingi zinatumia stima. So when the stima ikipanda sasa biashara zingine inaathirika for surely.
Shukran sana. Kama ulivyosikia Mashirima, ndo maoni ya wakazi kaunti ya Kisumu. Kila mmoja anasema kuwa hajaridhika na gharama ya stima, na sio tu Wakenya wa kawaida ambao wanaathirika na gharama ya juu ya maisha, bali pia kuna makampuni ama viwanda ambavyo pia vinategemea stima kwa hali ya juu, na huenda basi gharama ya vitu vikapanda juu zaidi na kukawa na ile gharama ya juu ya kufanya biashara sababu ya bei ya juu ya stima. Hivyo basi wakazi hapa kaunti ya Kisumu wanasubiri kusikia mbivu na mbichi kutoka kwa usimamizi wa Kenya Power ili waelewe haswa kina cha gharama ya stima kuwa juu kama vile wanavyosema Mashirima.
Naam, shukran Laura. Bila shaka ni maswali ambayo yatakuwa yanajibiwa hivi punde kuanzia mwendo wa saa 1 ambapo tutakuwa na wageni kutoka Kenya Power kuanzia afisa mkuu mtendaji na wale mameneja wakuu katika idara mbalimbali za Kenya Power.
And Mashirima, it's very interesting that the Kenyans in Kisumu are talking about that the dams are full, the price of power should be coming down. But also it's important, and you'll be getting the answers here, that there is something Kenya Power calls power mix. That is, they procure power from not just the hydroelectric power, but also there are other sources, whether it's geothermal, whether it's thermal, and whatever it is. So also the EPRA, like you said, will be very instrumental in responding to the questions about the pricing that Kenyans are saying it's a bit on the higher side for them.
Hebu sasa tuelekee katika kaunti ya Mombasa ambapo wakazi wa kaunti hiyo wameonyesha kutoridhishwa na huduma za umeme wanazopokea kutoka kwa kampuni ya kusambaza umeme nchini ya Kenya Power na kudai imechangia kwa matukio ya utovu wa usalama mbali na kuathiri uchumi haswa biashara za usiku. Kama anavyotueleza Francis Mtalaki, wakazi hao sasa wanapendekeza kampuni nyingine kupewa nafasi kutoa huduma hiyo pamoja na kuzingatia teknolojia ili kurahisisha utoaji huduma.
Kutoka kaunti ya Mombasa, wakazi wengi wameonyesha kutoridhishwa na huduma wanazopokea kutoka kampuni ya kusambaza umeme nchini Kenya Power, wakisema wakati mwingi stima hupotea, hivyo basi kuwa changamoto miongoni mwa wengi.
Kenya Power wamezembea, na Kenya Power walianza kuzembea kutoka kitambo. Swali ambalo atakana tujiulize kama Wakenya, hii mvua ilianza kutunyeshea lini? Ilianza kutunyeshea wakati Kenya Power ilianza kusubcontract watu, ambao sasa unapata kazi zingine zinafanyika, kazi zingine si standard. Ndio unaona miti ya Kenya Power inaanguka, stima zinakatika ovyo ovyo kwa sababu ya ufisadi ambao umekuja ndani. Na ufisadi unapoingia pahali, hii ndio matunda yake tunaona.
Hili wamelifanya kama tukio la kila siku. Mpaka sasa tunasema huku kwetu ni kama national anthem. Tunaimba kila siku. Kenya Power, Kenya Power, Kenya Power, Kenya Power.
Hakuna mtu anaweza kutembea na giza. Sasa biashara inakuwa iko chini kabisa, inakuwa yani biashara hakuna.
They are taking their customers for granted, and actually, as I can tell you, it's because due to the monopoly they are enjoying.
Mitaa kuna wahuni, hasa akipata hakuna stima ndo wana take advantage, waweza ukuliwa wa mtu sababu ya stima.
Ukiapply ile moto inachukua muda mrefu sana kupata ule moto, na wakisha connect ile moto kwako, ile mita kupatikana basi inakuwa tabu.
Mtu kuna biashara za butchery, kuna mambo, kuna manini, mafriji, wanaumia.
Kando na changamoto hii, wanasema kwamba usalama wa baadhi ya wafanyakazi pamoja na wao pia husiana na swala la umeme nchini ni mojawapo ya changamoto ambazo zinawakumba.
We had to opt for getting generators, but think of the other people who don't have the ability to acquire a generator. Yeah, it's like somebody is there standing somewhere, switching on, switching off.
Ukienda hii mitaa duni huko ndani, utapata kwamba kuna zile lines za Kenya Power nyingi zinaegemea chini. Na hiyo ni hatari kwa watoto wetu. Na pia kuna pole zao nyingi kule mitaani ambazo zinaegemea, karibu zinaanguka. Lakini inachukua muda mrefu sana kwa KPLC kuja kurekebisha ili zisimame wima.
Swala la ukiritimba pia limeweza kujichipuza, wakazi wengi wakitaka kampuni zingine kuweza kupewa kandarasi ya kufanya kazi humu nchini ili kutoa ushindani pamoja na ajira.
The backlog they have in their offices, the reason is still being the monopoly again. They are enjoying.
Kampuni zinatakana ziwe nyingi kwa sababu vijana kama sisi ambao tumaliza sasa hivi, mimi pia nasomea electrical na natarajia siku za mbeleni nije nifanye hiyo kazi ya Kenya Power.
Mimi ningeomba Kenya Power, kama nimeweka paybill number yangu pale, nimeweka ile mita namba yangu na nimenunua hii token, inafaa iingie kwa mita yangu direct. Sifai tena kurudi niweke manually token kwa mita yangu. Yafaa upgrade system zao.
Fluctuating tariffs, which they are not even making us easier for our proper budgeting, because they don't have proper communication from the office to the public.
Lucky Ringa, a citizen.
All right. What a suggestion that when you buy tokens, it should come directly to you
Na kusiwe na ile haja pia, kama uko mbali na nyumbani lazima umtumie mtu ambaye anaelewa namna ya kuiweka hiyo token kwenye ule mtambo ambao uko nyumbani.
The prepaid meter. And we'll find out whether there are innovations, advancement in technology of a system that would allow that to happen, but also talking about so many other issues concerning the supply itself. And of course, you can join this conversation by writing to us on our different social media platforms, whichever you choose. Use the hashtag State of Electricity KE, that is State of Electricity KE. Hashtag Citizen, the big conversation.
Na bila shaka pia unaweza kuwasiliana nasi kupitia alama ya reli Ramogi TV, the big conversation, au alama ya reli Inoro TV, the big conversation.
Right, so we move on to a different county?
Naam, tuelekee katika kaunti ya Turkana ambapo wakazi katika kaunti hiyo ya Turkana wanataka juhudi zaidi kutoka kwa kampuni ya Kenya Power ili kuimarisha jinsi wateja wanavyopata umeme bila hitilafu yoyote. Kama anavyotuarifu Cheboiti Emmanuel, licha ya kaunti ya Turkana kuwa mojawapo ya maeneo yanayozalisha stima kupitia bwawa la Takwel Gorge, kinaya ni kuwa bado wanakumbwa na ukosefu wa nguvu za umeme.
Huu ni mji wa Lodwar ambao ni makao makuu ya kaunti ya Turkana, eneo ambalo lina wakazi wapatao 50,000. Asilimia 95 ya watu hapa wanategemea nguvu za umeme kutoka kwa kampuni ya Kenya Power kwa makazi na biashara zao, waliosalia wakitumia mitambo ya sola.
Stima imetudhuru, hatujui shida iko wapi. Kila siku kama si leo saa 1 jioni out.
Kwa kuwa huduma ya kampuni hii ndio hutegemewa pakubwa, wakazi wanakerwa nalo wakidai haiwajibiki ipasavyo, wakitaka kujua ni kwa nini stima hupotea mara kwa mara bila ilani.
Kila mara Kenya Power inakata hapa stima asubuhi, mara inakata jioni, mara inakata saa. Tumehangaishwa na Kenya Power. Hii Kenya Power ni ya wapi? Ni ya Kenya ama ni Kenya Darkness? Hii ni Kenya Power kweli? Kwa sababu saa zingine wakati moto inapotea, kitambo irudi mafriji ya watu imekufa.
Kwa miezi 4 sasa wakazi wamekuwa wakipokea umeme kwa awamu. Kwa mfano, eneo la Kanamkemer umeme unapowashwa asubuhi itamaanisha wakazi wa Lodwar wajipange kwa gizani nyakati za usiku. Wafanyabiashara wa kinyozi na jua kali wakilalamikia hali hii.
Hapa sisi natukatianga jioni. Na jioni ndio tunakuwa na makastoma. Tutafika tu jioni makastoma wamepanga line. Kidogo stima inapotea. Unakaa na makastoma, wanapiga kelele, wanakombanisha. Sasa baba unashindwa hata utaambiaje customer, umemnyoa nusu.
Kampuni hii hutumia mafuta ya dizeli pamoja na mitambo ya sola ili kuzalisha umeme katika mitambo yake iliyoko Lokiriama, Lokichogio, Kakuma, Kalimorok na Lokichar. Wakati mwingine ikisemekana baadhi ya generator hizi huharibika ama kuishiwa mafuta.
Hii mafuta hata inakuliwa na viongozi. Hii mafuta si ati yote ina charge hiyo stima. Mafuta inakatwa katikati, ingine inaenda kwa magari ya wakubwa. Tunaishi hapa tukipimua stima.
Mapema mwaka huu, wakili Shadrack Muyesu alielekea mahakamani kushitaki kampuni hiyo ilipe wateja wake wote waliopata hasara ya mamilioni ya pesa wakati biashara zao ziliathirika stima ilipokosekana.
Kama juzi tulikuwa tunawatch game ya Arsenal na Everton. Na Man City ilikuwa anacheza na West Ham. Sasa wakati Arsenal wameongeza bao ya pili, watu Arsenal wanaanza kucelebrate. Na hao Man City kumbe ndio wamewini huko. Kidogo hivi tulikuwa tunafurahia kidogo, stima ikapotea, ikaingia nyazi. Mpaka sisi hapo kwetu tulikuwa na hapa, tulishangaa sana.
Alipokuwa katika ziara Turkana, Rais William Ruto aliwaahidi wakazi kuwa ametenga pesa za kuvuta umeme kutoka Takwel Gorge hadi Lodwar kuelekea Kalokol ili kutatua kabisa matatizo ya stima hapa Turkana.
Na mimi nimekubali hivi ya kwamba nitatafuta shilingi milioni 800 ya kufanya hiyo kazi. Na mtanipatia tu nafasi kwa sababu kujenga hiyo maneno kutoka huko Lokija itachukua muda kidogo. Nahitaji 15 months na stima itakuwa inawaka hapa Lodwar town. Alafu nitaisukuma mpaka ifike Kalokol ndio tuweze kutumia katika biashara yetu ya uvuvi na kupanga uchumi wa sehemu hii.
Kupotea kila kukicha kwa nguvu za umeme mjini Lodwar kumepelekea wakazi kulaumu kampuni hii ya Kenya Power kwa kuwafanyia mzaha. Cheboit Emmanuel, runinga ya Citizen, nikiwa Lodwar, kaunti ya Turkana.
Wow, they were hoping to watch the final match of EPL. They heard of it.
Ndio mnafaa kuwa tu kama mimi, msijishughulishe na mambo ya mpira, ukiweka kwa roho utaumia. Na mtazamaji, tunataka kupumzika kidogo, maanake kuna mengi tuliokuandalia. Katika saa 3 zijazo tutakuwa katika studio tofauti za Royal Media Services, ambapo tutakuwa tunapata majibu ya maswali yote yaliyoulizwa, pamoja na kujua mikakati zaidi iliyowekwa ili kuhakikisha kwamba Wakenya hawatalalamika tena jinsi wanavyolalamika leo.
Right, and so many concerns that have been raised by Kenyans, and so many others that you're going to raise on our social media platforms. You'll be finding the answers across our different studios, and we'll be sure to tell you where that will be. State of the Electricity KE, that is the hashtag to use to join the conversation. You can also join via hashtag Citizen the Big Conversation.
Naam, pia unaweza kuwasiliana nasi kupitia alama ya reli Ramogi TV, The Big Conversation, pamoja na Inoro TV, The Big Conversation. Lakini kwa sasa tupumzike kidogo tu, tutarejea hivi punde na taarifa zaidi.
Okay, I think it's a great pleasure being here again. I think the last time I was with, was it the same studio?
Same studio.
Okay.
Different table.
Okay. Oh.
Ni furaha yangu sana kuwa hapa. Natumai kwamba tutakuwa na mjadala mzuri sana.
Yes, nice to be here. We look forward to a great debate and be able to satisfy the customers. Yeah, thank you. Yeah.
Walks. Chabi.
Jioni njema kutoka shirika la utangazaji la Royal Media, ambapo hii leo tumeandaa mjadala mkuu, kwa kimombo the big conversation, tukiangazia suala zima la kawi na nguvu za umeme. Vituo vyetu vyote vya runinga, yani Citizen, Ramogi na Inoro vimejumuika na Radio Citizen pamoja na Hot 96, na pia tuko katika mtandao wa Citizen Digital kuwaletea matangazo haya mubashara. Jina langu ni Mashirima Kapombe.
And I am Sam Gituku on this special edition of the Royal Media Services Big Conversation, focusing on the state of the country's economic lifeline, electricity. This here is our Kenya Power studio. I will tell you what that means. The entire top management of the Kenya Power is here to offer information, shed light, and answer all questions relating to the state of electricity in Kenya.
Naam, viongozi wakuu wa kampuni ya Kenya Power wako studioni, wakiwemo mhandisi Joseph Siror ambaye ni mkurugenzi mkuu wa Kenya Power, mhandisi Charles Mwaura, pia tunaye mhandisi Rose Odwor na hatimaye mhandisi Kennedy Owino. Wote wako hapa kutufafanulia mengi kuhusu shughuli zao.
It is possibly can't get higher than that at Kenya Power. The entire top leadership is here in the Kenya Power studio, ready to answer all your questions about power.
Go higher, and maybe, just maybe, you're hinting at this studio. Because this is the government studio. The totality of the energy sector and policy converges here, where government representatives are gathered to perform their bit of the assignment in this very important big conversation. So high or low, sideways and bottom-up policy questions of consequence should find their answers right here. My name is Trevor Ombija.
Na mimi ni Christina Jambo hapa kwenye studio ya serikali, ambapo tunajumuika naye waziri wa kawi Davis Chirchir, gavana wa Kiambu ambaye pia ni mwenyekiti wa kamati ya kawi kwenye baraza la magavana Kimani wa Matangi, mwenyekiti wa kamati ya seneti ya kawi Wahome wa Matinga, na Daniel Kipto ambaye ni mkurugenzi mkuu wa mamlaka ya IPRA. Maswali yote kuhusu sera ya kawi yataelekezwa hapa. Mimi na Trevor tunaweka kila juhudi kuhakikisha maswali yako yanapata majibu.
Kutoka studio ya wataalam, huenda maswali tete yakaibuka, kwani sekta kawi ni nguzo muhimu ya maendeleo ya uchumi wa taifa, na ni sekta ambayo licha changamoto za hapa na pale imepiga hatua kubwa katika kuimarisha vipengee vya ukuaji wa uchumi. Hapa tumejumuika na wachanganuzi wa sekta ya kawi na tutazungumzia masuala yote yanayohusu umeme. Nafahamika kama Lincoln Njogu.
And I am Yvonne Okwara. From this studio, our panel of experts will help us join the dots and put pieces together as we figure out the puzzle around the accessibility, reliability, and affordability of electricity in Kenya. We have engineer David Mwangi, who is an independent energy consultant, Professor Isael de Silva, the Deputy Vice-Chancellor at the Strathmore University, Bernardo Sawa, who is a partner and project director at Frontier Energy, and engineer Julius Riungu, who is an electrical engineering consultant. The panel here will sieve the information as it flows from the other studios, and indeed from you, the public, taking part in this critical big conversation.
And talking of the big conversation, Yvonne, this year is the Consumer Studio, where we have a cross-section of Kenyans who rely on Kenya Power for their electricity needs. And they're here to get answers to the questions on the state of electricity in Kenya. We have, among other guests, the CEO of Kenya Association of Manufacturers, Anthony Mwangi, Samuel Awiti, a welder here in Nairobi, amongst others.
Na bila shaka labda kama kuna mpambe wa ile falsafa ya kwamba mgeni njoo mwenyeji apone, bila shaka alikuwa kwa anatabiri siku kama hii ya leo. Kama kuna mpambe wa falsafa ile nyingine ambayo kwa anapendwa na wengi zaidi mtazamaji katika nchi yetu ya Kenya katika siku ya leo, pia itapata maana, kwa sababu usiku wa leo ni usiku wa mwanga. Ni usiku wa mwanga kwa sababu kama kuna shida ambazo umekuwa kukumbana nazo, kuanzia kwa kukatwa kwa umeme, kuanzia kwa token yako kuisha kwa haraka, kuzungumzia kutembea kwa muda mrefu ukitafuta usaidizi bila kupata usaidizi, na pia kuzungumzia zile hoja za kuhangaika ofisi moja au nyingine bila kupata usaidizi. Bila shaka katika siku ya leo tuko na wakuu wa kampuni ya Kenya Power upande wa pili, ambao lengo lao ambao wamekuja hapa ni kuhakikisha kwamba watakusikiliza na watakutendea haki kwa yale ulionayo. Sina budi kutoa nafasi, nimpe nafasi Mashirima Kapombe na Sam Gituku ili wafungue uwanja huu ambao kwa kweli umekuwa ukisubiriwa kwa wengi. Ikiwa kuna nuru gizani, tuondoe giza, tubakishe nuru kuanzia leo hii.
Kuhusu nuru na giza. And of course, we have so much to talk about. in the next few hours when all the studios will be active. But first,
Naam, kwanza tuanze na taarifa kuu ambazo tunazipa kipaumbele hii leo, ambapo Rais William Ruto amekutana na Rais Joe Biden wa Marekani hii leo, huku Biden akisema kuwa Marekani itaendelea kuwa mshirika wa karibu wa Kenya ili kusaidia katika miradi ya uchumi, uimarishaji usalama, elimu na teknolojia. Rais Biden amesifia hatua ya Kenya ya kutaka kutuma maafisa wa usalama nchini Haiti. Rais Ruto naye amesema kuwa kwa kupewa fursa ya kufanya ziara ya kitaifa Marekani, Kenya itapata fursa kujadiliana na Marekani kuhusu mbinu za kukabiliana na hali ya anga, utovu wa usalama, madeni na ukuaji wa uchumi. Rais Ruto amesema uhusiano wa Kenya na Marekani pia utazidi kuimarika kutokana na ziara hii kabla ya kutoa hotuba zao. Rais Ruto alialikwa ikulu ya White House na kupewa heshima na gwaride la ulinzi wa Marekani.
I saw it when I returned years later as Vice President and spoke to students committed to upholding the principles of transparency, justice, and accountability that lie at the heart of our democracies. And I see it every day as President, as our two proud democracies continue to draw from the power of the people and the strength of our diversity to write the next chapter in our partnership. Together, the United States and Kenya are working to deliver on the challenges that matter most to our people's lives: health security, economic security, cyber security, and climate security.
I am confident, Mr. President, that a partnership between the United States of America and Kenya will give us the solutions that the world so seriously needs. And we will be discussing a range of issues from peace and security in our region, recognizing the heavy lifting Kenya is doing in supporting peace and security efforts in the Horn of Africa, in the Great Lakes region. And I want to say, Mr. President, we value the support, the friendship, and the collaboration the United States has given Kenya and our region to make sure that we undertake our responsibilities in securing our region.
Tukirejea hapa nchini, tume ya maadili na kupambana na ufisadi EACC imeanza shughuli ya kutoa zaidi ya shilingi milioni 100 na mali kutoka kwa afisa wa zamani wa kaunti ya Nairobi Jimmy Kiamba. Majaji wa mahakama ya rufaa wameipa EACC idhini ya kuzuilia shilingi milioni 113.8 kutoka benki 9 zinazomilikiwa na afisa huyu mkuu wa zamani wa kaunti ya Nairobi. Mahakama ya upeo ilitupilia mbali rufaa iliyowasilishwa na Kiamba kwa misingi kuwa haikuwa na uwezo wa kusikiliza kisheria. Mahakama ya upeo iliafiki uamuzi wa mapema mwaka huu wa majaji Imana Laibuta, Abida Ali Aroni na John Mativo uliomwagiza Kiamba na familia yake kusalimisha pesa hizo na majumba 7 au alipe gharama yake. EACC inanuia kupiga mnada majumba hayo 7 yenye thamani ya shilingi milioni 500, huku majumba hayo yakiripotiwa kuwa Runda, Kilimani na South C jijini Nairobi. Walinzi wote wa usalama na viongozi ambao walihusika kwenye fujo ya umiliki wa soko katika wadi ya Kamene, eneo bunge la Thika, kaunti ya Kiambu, wameanza kusalimisha bunduki zao katika makao makuu ya idara ya upelelezi ya DCI. Kulingana na ripoti za uchunguzi huo ambao unaendelezwa na makachero wa DCI, zaidi ya watu 16 wameamrishwa kusalimisha bunduki zao, wakiwemo wabunge na wawakilishi wadi, ili kuendeleza shughuli ya ukaguzi kubainisha ni bunduki ipi haswa ilitumika kufyatua risasi iliyomuua mtu mmoja kwenye makabiliano hayo. Aidha, kufikia sasa hakuna mtu yeyote aliyekamatwa kutokana na vurugu hiyo, huku ujenzi wa soko hilo ukitarajiwa kuanza rasmi hapo kesho. Wizara ya Elimu na idara ya utafiti ya KNBS zimeanza kutathmini idadi ya shule zote nchini pamoja na kutambua majengo na vifaa vinavyotumika katika sekta ya elimu. Utafiti huu utapelekea watathmini kuzuru shule 80,000 katika kaunti zote 47. Mengi zaidi kwenye taarifa ifuatayo.
Hivi ndivyo hali itakavyokuwa katika shule za kitaifa katika muda wa siku 50 zijazo. Wanaotathmini shule kutoka idara ya utafiti wa KNBS watafika katika shule hizi kubaini ukweli kuhusu shule, madarasa, idadi ya wanafunzi na kutathmini hali ya majengo na vifaa shuleni.
When you are dealing with an ecosystem like the education system, it's a huge system. And when you deal with statistics, it is not only about the number of kids who are in school. It's not only about the number of teachers who are available to teach. There are so many other things that you need to know. How many books do we have in our schools?
Hii itakuwa mara ya pili kwa sensa kama hii kutekelezwa, ya mwisho ikifanyika mwaka 2007.
Really that is too long for a sector that is key. I'm not very sure what would be more key other than the education. Maybe what could match it is agriculture.
Wizara ya Elimu inasema kuwa tathmini hii itasaidia kutambua idadi ya wanafunzi na pia kutoa nafasi ya kutunga sera na maamuzi ya kuimarisha elimu nchini.
It is to confirm the figures that are there in terms of checking our school registers, checking the number of teachers that we have. They'll be checking the infrastructure. They'll be checking the instructional materials. So it is quite a comprehensive exercise. And it is an exercise that we are delivering as one in government through Ministry of Education and Ministry of and the National Treasury. And
the budget is approximated to be about 300 million for a period of about 50 days, like he said, until the term comes to an end.
Sensa hiyo italenga shule za chekechea, msingi, sekondari msingi na sekondari, pamoja na shule zinazotoa mafunzo kwa watoto wenye mahitaji maalum. Shule za kitaifa na za kibinafsi pia zitafanyiwa sensa, sawia na zile zinazotoa mafunzo kwa kutumia mitaala ya kimataifa. Na huku sensa hii ikianza, wizara imeahidi taifa kuwa mipango ya kuendeleza mtaala hadi gredi ya 9 inaendelea, na kwamba madarasa 16,000 yatajengwa kumudu mahitaji ya wanafunzi wa gredi ya 8 mwaka ujao. Nimrod Tabu, Runinga Citizen.
All right, and that's the news update. But for now, we want to dive into the big conversation, talking about the state of electricity in the country. And we're talking about 3 key issues: access to electricity, reliability of the supply, as well as the cost of electricity. And let me introduce the panelists here in studio. We have the Managing Director, Dr. Engineer Joseph Sirol. We have Engineer Rosemary Oduor, who is the General Manager for Commercial Services and Sales at the Kenya Power. We have Engineer Kennedy Owino, the General Manager, Infrastructure Development. And we have Engineer Charles Mora, who is the General Manager in charge of Network Management. They're here to help us walk through the journey and especially to respond to the many questions that Kenyans have. And of course, we had some of them, especially when it comes to the key issues. Many Kenyans talking about the power blackouts, many talking about the access as well as the cost itself. But we'll be getting to the details. First, I want us to take a look at how the electricity sector is organized into the different organizations that got to play in there. And we have the following. We have the Geothermal Development Corporation, which is responsible for exploring the fields for steam. We'll be looking at that. We have the KenGen Power that is responsible for generation. We have IPPs, or independent power producers. There is KETRACO, the Kenya Electricity Transmission Company. We have REREC, the Rural Electrification and Renewable Energy Company. We also have the Kenya Power itself, the Kenya Power Lighting and Corporation. Power and Lighting Company. Then you have EPRA, which is the Energy and Petroleum Regulatory Authority that is responsible for regulating the industry. Now, if you want to know how that works, of course, like I said, the GDC is responsible for identifying steam fields and also developing them. Once they do that, they'll hand them over to KenGen, or to IPPs. This is basically about geothermal power. And therefore, once they produce, that is the KenGen and IPPs, they sell that power to the Kenya Power, but they also need KETRACO, the Kenya Electricity Transmission Company, that is responsible especially for transmission of the high voltage power from the generating plants to somewhere that the Kenya Power Lighting Company can be able to pick it, usually to be in a position to distribute it to the rest of customers. Then there's another institution, that is REREC, the Rural Electrification and Renewable Energy Company, that is responsible for distribution of electricity to the rural areas, understandably for areas that the Kenya Power and Lighting Company does not think there's economic sense. This comes in to be in a position to distribute power. And of course, that's what the Kenya Power and Lighting Company does. Now, the guests are here, the officials from the Kenya Power Lighting Company. And let's begin with you, Managing Director, because many questions that are being asked by Kenyans, especially on the question of access. Maybe you can help us understand, with that outlay of the organizations that are involved in this sector, then where does the Kenya Power fit in, and what is the actual responsibility that Kenya Power has to the customers, knowing the entire outlay of institutions involved?
Thank you so much, Sam. I think let me really appreciate this opportunity where we can have this big conversation with the Kenyan public and also with the studio and the 4 studios that are set out today. It has really been our desire that we engage as much as possible, because in its role, which I'm going to state shortly, there is so much that the Kenyan public can work with us, can partner with us in overcoming a number of the challenges. I did listen to the various comments that come from the different parts of the country, and definitely there are issues in some areas. But I do know that as we engage, and this is really the path that Kenya Power is taking, to engage as much as possible, so that the Kenyan public has a lot of clarity in their minds. I do remember making a comment yesterday when I was engaging about COFEC and the scrap metal dealers. And one of the things that I did say, or I did state there, Sam, which I want to repeat it here, is that people can have very honest opinions about issues. And they can be very honest. But at times, their honest opinions may not be very accurate. Being honest at times does not insulate you from being wrong. But it is through such conversations that different players can actually realize that while I was honest, but I think I was honestly wrong in certain areas. Now, coming to the role of Kenya Power, you've delineated it quite well. There are those who generate power. Of course, you did mention about GDC prospecting. Once they have done it, the power will either be developed by KenGen or IPPs, where that power is generated. Once it is generated, it has to be transmitted. And the reason why we have transmission, Sam, and indeed the Kenyan public, is the simple reason that whenever you are moving power over long distances, the voltage that you use can really determine how much you lose. So it's always a requirement that after you have generated, you must take it to the highest voltage possible, so that you can minimize the losses that you are going to suffer as you move power from where it's generated to where it is consumed. Now, the role of transmission in Kenya is primarily KETRACO, but I would like to state that Kenya Power and Lighting does still have some transmission lines, so that when you look at the entire transmission line portfolio, 3,466 kilometers belong to Kenya Power, and 4,100 belong to KETRACO. So we both play in that particular space. Once we have taken power now to the load centers where they're required, the voltage level then will be brought down, will be stepped down. And that is when the distribution comes in, when the power is now taken to the different consumers, medium voltage, and then you go finally to that end user. So that is really where the role of Kenya Power comes in moving the power from where it has been stepped down to its own medium voltage substations, and finally to the consumer. But apart from that, Kenya Power also does what is called the dispatch function. The dispatch function is the one that is responsible for always estimating, or rather dispatching power to the grid. We do have different sources of power. We have geothermal, which is now the highest with 949 megawatts. It is followed by hydro, which is 838, followed by wind, which is 435, followed by solar, which is 210. We have also thermal, which is 512, and we have biomass, which is 2 megawatts. Now, in all of that mix, on a daily basis, the dispatch function would estimate, based on historical records, how much power is going to be consumed the next day. Once they have established and estimated, then they are going to do what is called planning. Planning in the sense of knowing what power must we dispatch, say, at 10 o'clock. Okay. If we estimate that the demand for tomorrow at 10 o'clock is going to be 1,400 megawatts, which are these sources which we would require to put into the grid, based on, first of all, the master dispatch. Once you've put in all the master dispatch, you now use what is called the merit order, which is the cheapest comes in first until you meet that particular demand. So we do also do that dispatch function. And then finally, of course, we do the retail where we bill the customers for the usage. And after receiving all those monies, we distribute to all the players, right from GDC, KenGen, IPPs, Ketraco, and all the others.
Asante sana. Na bila shaka kwa sababu umeelezea mahali ambapo stima inaanzia hadi mahali ambapo inamfikia mteja. Ningependa labda Engineer Rosemary, kwa sababu wewe unasimamia masuala ya mauzo, unaweza kutueleza kwanza kabisa, nikiwa nahitaji stima kwangu, ninahitaji nini, itachukua muda gani kuweza kunifikia, na kuna fedha fulani ambazo ninastahili kulipa?
Thank you very much for this opportunity. Yes, electricity connection has a process, and we have various processes available to the end user for the connection. There is electricity that is supplied through government funding, and there is electricity that is supplied through individual funding. The government has initiatives that extend supply to neighborhoods and last mile initiatives that connects households and small businesses. However, where the government initiative has not reached and the consumer would wish to get electricity supply, then we have a process. You make an application. We have application forms available to the end user at no cost to the end user. I will repeat that for emphasis sake. The application is done at no cost. You would get an application form from our nearest office, fill it up. We have attachments that you would give us. One is a confirmation of either ownership or confirmed tenancy of the property. Secondly, you'd give us your identification, which would help us identify you uniquely as a Kenyan. That would be your ID and your PIN, so that we are able to identify you as a Kenyan. And thirdly, you'd direct us to the location where you'd wish to have the supply. But we currently have also enhanced that process. You're able to go to our website, go to the electricity application section, and make the application online. Before you make that application, we guide that have soft copies of those documentation that are required, a soft copy of your ID card, a soft copy of your PIN, a soft copy of your confirmation of ownership or tenancy or lease of the property, and then the details of the location of the property. At that point, if you do it online, then you give us a PIN location of the property. Once that is received by us, we would have it processed into our systems, and you're given a unique reference number. That reference number comes to you, to your phone on SMS, and you're able to also access it via our website and through our other forms of communication with customers. We have a USSD communication platform. It is *977#. We also have an app. It is called My Power App. My Power App, you can download it from the App Store. You can download it from iOS, and you can then access your reference number from there using a copy, the details of your ID, and you're able to access your reference number. Once you're given that unique reference number, it is the number we will use to process that application from the time you apply up to the time that you will be connected. The reference number can be used to access the process or the progress of your application and helps you to be able to track your application. Upon receipt of the application, then we work out the cost of supplying you and give you a quotation for that supply. Subsequently, you make a payment based on that quotation. Our payments are done at our offices or through the official channels that we have provided. We have M-Pesa channel, we have partners whom we have partnered with from where you can pay. No payment is given to an individual for connection of electricity. So please, when you make your payment for electricity, you pay through those official channels. Once the payment is received, then we obtain permission to run the line as designed, and subsequently make the connection to the customer. Thank you.
All right, and we'll get to the question of the cost itself so that you can see the specifics and the different categories that we have. But engineer, maybe you can help us, because there has been, sorry, Engineer Kennedy, we know all of you engineers. There has been concerns from Kenyans talking about that, for instance, one says that we were connected to power, but then the Kenya Power officials came and said that actually the infrastructure you've used, the cables that you've used are substandard and therefore they need to be taken off. And they said that this was done by subcontractors. I don't know, what is happening in that area, and how does a customer determine that these are genuine material that are being installed, knowing too well that not everyone is an expert to really know what is right and what is wrong?
No, thank you so much, Sam. I want to draw from what Rosemary has just explained, the process of applying to get connected to power supply. That process is designed so that everything that shall be used in connecting the customer is up to the required standard and specification. The product that we are dealing in, electricity, is a very good product, but can also be very dangerous. And that is why we are very keen on ensuring that standards are followed during the construction process, following an application, which has been done as being outlined. And so there are situations where people can go out there purporting to be representing KPLC. And customers at times have found themselves in such situations where they have been, I would say, conned by people purporting to be KPLC staff. And in such situation, you'd find that those connections were not done through the procedure outlined for applying for electricity.
Mm-hmm.
And so when we establish that a connection was done and it is a substandard connection, the fact that it's a substandard connection means that it is not safe for the public. Where you have used substandard poles, substandard cables and conductors to connect to electricity,
right,
those are potential hazards insofar as safety of the public is concerned. And that is why there are situations where KPLC has to come for the sake of the safety of the public to recover such substandard connections, which have been done illegally, not following the procedure that has just been outlined on how to apply and get connected to power supply. And that is why we are emphasizing that any power application should follow the due process of application, so that the customers are able to get power supply that is safe and is adequate to ensure that they meet their demand requirements insofar as power is concerned.
Engineer Mwaura, kwa zile fedha ambazo zinalipwa mara tu kama alivyosema Engineer Rosemary, mara tu imefanywa hesabu kuonyesha kwamba hii ndio itakuwa gharama ya kukuletea stima. Ni nini haswa ambacho mteja analipia? Kwa nini nilipie vitu hivi vyote ilhali kwa Mkenya anatarajia kwamba analipia tu kupata hiyo stima? Kwa nini anapaswa kulipia hii miundo misingi?
Thank you, Mashilima. Our charging system is such that what you do is you make capital contribution, considering that this infrastructure, as it was explained earlier, comes all the way from generation, transmission lines, comes to the distribution, to the transformer, up to the last mile where you are getting connected. So that investment where you are putting in, you are only paying for that part of your connection. But that means that after that, this power is using all the infrastructure behind. And in case of anything after you are connected, you are not asked to pay for the repair and maintenance of that network. So this is part, just like part of the contribution towards your last mile connectivity, but then you are using other infrastructure to bring power to that, to your house or to infrastructure. So it's just like a token payment for that purpose.
And the deeper part to that question, Engineer, before you cross over to the government studio, so you want to get connected. Maybe it's a new estate that is being established. So the first person to build a house will actually pay for the line itself from, I don't know whether it's the nearest transformer or whatever the source is. Once they pay, the other customers are still going to pay. Why shouldn't it be the Kenya Power and Lighting Company meeting that cost of that element of infrastructure so that the clients are only paying for the supply of that electricity to their houses?
That's true, but to an extent, if you are coming up with an estate, we only quote you for what you are using for that purpose. Like, for example, we may put a smaller transformer, let's say 100 kVA in an estate. When you come and then the first customer had utilized that capacity, then when you come in, you are only asked to operate that transformer so that you can get your capacity. But you are not asked to pay for the other infrastructure. And that the question was. But as you said earlier, that in terms of our tariff and all that, in terms of our model of operation, is that we don't charge for infrastructure building, but we charge for the service of operations and maintenance. So that element of coming up with new infrastructure has to be made by the customer. Alternatively, there's a government scheme, the Last Mile project. So if you are not able, if you can be able to wait for the government scheme, then that's okay. But most likely or not, you will not be able to wait, and you find there's merit in having connected earlier than waiting for the entire estate to be connected.
Naam, bila shaka. Tunataka kuelekea katika studio ambapo maafisa wakuu kutoka Wizara ya Kawi wapo pamoja na EPRA. Hebu tuelekee katika studio hiyo ambayo inaongozwa na Trevor Mbija na Christine Jambo.
Sana Mashirima Kapombe na Sam Gituko. Let's get straight into it. Waziri, the engineers on the government side or in the KPLC side, we're talking about the process of connection. But from a policy perspective, let's get a bit practical here. How long should it take for the time a client applies for power and the time they get connected?
Thank you, Trevor, for that, and thank you for hosting us today to basically get the Kenyans to understand the power sector and the energy sector, which is, like you said, a major driver of our economy. We're trying to work on manufacturing to GDP from 7 to possibly 15%, to basically really change the economic drivers for this country, as it were. From a connection perspective, depending on where you are, if the infrastructure has been built, the connection after you've done the due process of application and payment should almost be immediate. If there's a transformer and the distance to customer premise is within the same apartment. But if we have to build the infrastructure, it will require a survey. It will then require planning for materials, design, and then deployment of. So it will range from those who are in very cosmopolitan areas where the infrastructure is fully developed to those who, like we saw in the earlier clips, we are moving the transmission network from Lokicha to Lodwar. Of course, we have got off-grid in Lodwar. It will take much, much longer. But as it were, I think Kenya Kwanza manifesto does acknowledge the fact that we need to really commercialize Kenya Power and leave Kenya Power to operate commercially. Because you do know also that Kenya Power is a listed company. You and me could be having shares that are employed to work for us through this good asset. And if we then use it as a social infrastructure, it defeats the purpose of listing companies in Kenya for purposes of trading in the stock market. Yeah. So to a very good extent, like Mwaura did say, we've got the government infrastructure development through the last mile, and we've got the commercial support, the commercial service which supports industry. And therefore, we're very keen to be able to work with Kenya Power and ensure that industry very quickly does receive service in the shortest possible time from that commercial perspective of Kenya Power ensuring that they employ your investment as an investor through the stock market.
So there's really no time frame, Waziri? Isn't that where the problem is?
You know, we are in a development phase. Today, we have an infrastructure access of about 70%, moving from at 20% in 2013 to an access of about 75% today. So in a developing country perspective, like I said, there'll be a range depending on where you've applied for service. If you are in a Cosmo, you can get almost same-day service. If you are in a very remote area, we need to build the infrastructure. And therefore, that will take time. But certainly, it can range from 1 day to really depending on unavailability of infrastructure. But the last mile, for example, is a very great infrastructure development by government that seeks to, under SDG 7, give everybody or connect everybody to clean energy. And therefore, as we build infrastructure to reach the remote areas of the country, it then becomes easier when you are a secondary applicant, when infrastructure has reached your village, that you can actually get service on the same day after fulfillment of the application.
Naam, Waziri Chirchir ameeleza kwamba mpaka sasa kuna asilimia kama 70 ya Wakenya ama familia ambazo zimeunganishwa na umeme hapa nchini. Tusikize kutoka kwa mkurugenzi mkuu wa mamlaka ya IPRA. Kuna hao Wakenya ambao ni kama asilimia 30 ambao mpaka sasa hawajaunganishwa na umeme. Hawa hatima yao inakuwa ni ipi? Je, sijui kama kuna mipango ya kurejesha ule mpango wa last mile ambao uliwasaidia wengi kupata umeme hapa nchini. Na vile vile akizungumza kwenye studio za Kenya Power ya mhandisi Rosemary, ameweka vizuri sana kwamba inakuwa ni rahisi mtu akiomba kuunganishwa na umeme, unakwenda tu kwenye ofisi za Kenya Power, unawasilisha maombi yako na inakuwa ni rahisi. Lakini hawa asilimia 30 ambao hawajapata mpaka sasa, je, ina maana kwamba hawajawahi kuomba ama hawajui kwamba kuna huu utaratibu wa kuomba?
Asante sana kwa hilo swali. Kwanza sisi kama mamlaka ya kudhibiti kawi tuko na mwongozo ya kufanya vitu kadhaa. First ni kufanya economic regulation. Ya pili ni kufanya technical regulation. Najua Wakenya wengi wanatujua tu kwa tarehe 14 kwa mambo ya mafuta, lakini mandate yetu iko much wider than kudhibiti mambo ya bei ya mafuta.
Okay.
Kwa swali leo umeuliza, kuna a very good story that Kenya has had between the year 2024 and 2012. I think about 2012, Kenya Power only had about 2.3 million customers. Today, they are on the brink of 10 million customers. And that's a good story that we must celebrate as a country. It is a story that is being modeled and spoken about across the globe, particularly around sub-Saharan Africa, in terms of the initiative of the government of Kenya to increase access from about 22-23% to now over 70%. Ile swali umeuliza, what happens to the rest of Kenyans? What you need to understand is, first, you can either be connected on-grid or off-grid. Kuna wale wenzetu wenye wako ile jimbo la Northeastern, penye walikuwa naita Northern Frontier, penye umeme haijafika kwa sababu transmission line haijafika. Lakini through us as EPRA and the government investing the money, we have what we call mini grids and off grids. So you have off-grid stations that are able to connect those who are not connected to the grid as an interim solution. Today, technology is improving. You have technologies like solar and wind that have come to serve those who are not connected to the grid. So for those 30%, there are two options which are available in a regulation that we've been able to put up. One is to wait for the grid to get to those areas, but as the time that the grid gets there is to see how they can be connected through the off-grid stations and also the mini-grids in those particular areas, what we call distributed energy. So there is an opportunity to ensure that those Kenyans that are that 25th percentile that is left to be connected are actually connected through an initiative of the government, where it is a social program, but where it is commercially viable for the utilities such as Kenya Power, they'll connect on commercial basis.
Ule mpango wa last mile?
I think your swali ni more of a policy question, lakini kitu najua ni serikali imeweka mikakati that the last mile program is on. It is back in a big way, and I'm sure that last 25th percentile will be able to be connected.
All right. Senator Matinga, you speak for the Senate Energy Committee. What policy gaps do you see that exist that is hindering access to power in the counties?
Thank you very much, Trevor. We know that the issue of energy in Kenya has not fully been developed, and therefore there is a lot that needs to be done by the national government. We did, as a Senate committee, institute an inquiry where we try to address some of those gaps. Indeed, there are some gaps that we need to look at. We need to look at the bill that's there. We need to look at the regulation which operationalizes the bill. But most importantly, what we need to do is to sit down between the national and the county government, and more specifically because we know the Kenya Kwanza government is gearing towards starting up industrial processing parks in all the counties, and there'll be much more increase in demand for power. And before we get there, we need to answer the question, will that power be available? Will it be affordable? Or even, will we be able to bring the cost of that power down? Those are some of the questions that we need to look at. We in the Senate, we are looking at that, and therefore we are starting the conversation, how do we move forward? We know one of the biggest challenges that most, if not all the IPPs in Kenya are foreign currency dominated, because the Kenyan pension scheme has not been, until the entry of the Kenya Kwanza government, has not been substantive. Now with the coming of the Kenya Kwanza government, where we are making substantial contribution, we'll be hoping that our pension will also be invested in the energy sector, because what we are doing right now, if we look at most of the investors in this country, we are borrowing money from foreign countries, we are growing foreign pensions, and therefore the foreigners are making profit out of that. However, with the measures that have been put in place by the Kenya Kwanza government, we'll be expecting Kenyans to put their pension in this energy sector, and therefore they'll be growing their own pension and reducing the fraction of the amount that we are paying with foreign-dominated currencies into Kenyan currency, which will address the issue of one of the main causes of fluctuation being the foreign exchange fluctuation.
Naam, waziri, kuna yale maeneo ambayo tumetaja kwamba mpaka sasa hayajapata umeme, tuseme tangu Kenya ipate uhuru. Na kuna mashirika ambayo yanachukua hiyo fursa ya kuona kwamba Kenya Power haijafika pale. Haya mashirika yanazalisha kawi, wengine kwa mfano wanatumia kawi ya jua, na hiyo kawi wanauzia wanakijiji pale, na hata wanalipa kupitia tokens ambazo wameweka kupitia hayo mashirika yao. Sijui mashirika kama hayo mna ushirikiano upi na wao kama serikali katika haya masuala ya kawi, na pia tukiangazia masuala ya leseni?
Asante sana Christine. Vile umesema kwamba kuna veneo mengi stima haijafikia, na hali kwamba kuna makampuni yenye inaweza ikachukua jua ikasambaza kama umeme kwa hiyo kijiji, tunashirikiana namna gani? We run, like Daniel Kiptoo of EPRA did say, we license those, tunawapea lesheni ili kwamba wasije waka overcharge or wakaliba gali sana, kwa sababu the off-grid systems that we run as licensed would normally want them to pay the same tariff. Malipo itakuwa na sawa na ile ya on-grid, because what we do, we hybridize the tariff from the off-grid onto the on-grid and build them on the same platform, kwa sababu hatutaki ku differentiate and give a challenge to those disadvantaged areas. So what we do is we take the payment on off-grid when they are properly licensed through EPRA.
Yeah.
We then hybridize and we give an average tariff. And so those who are on-grid as licensed by EPRA, watalipa malipo sawa na wale wako on-grid.
Okay.
But I think to kusisitiza kwamba sana, the last mile program is a very good social program which the government is running. Yeah. We will be signing contracts with contractors to power some 260,000 homes with a funding from EU, EIB, and French Development Bank, AFD, on Monday or Tuesday next week, and covering 34 counties. And we have these programs which, from more of a social investment, you don't pay to get connectivity, but itakuwa kwamba pengine kutakuwa na swali kwamba nikinunua tokens kwa nini sangine mimi napata mingi mwingine anapata chache kidogo, because you basically don't pay on connection, but we recover through the monthly tokens you buy for the capital investment.
We'll come to the issue of cost in just a bit, but let's cross over now to the consumer studio where Rashid Abdallah and Jai Lead are standing by to hear from the consumers one-on-one. Rashid.
Thank you, Trevor. And as you've said, we have the consumers right here in the studio. And you've been hearing what the Kenya Power Studio and the government is talking about. Anthony, as the head of manufacturers, I see you're very well prepared. Is it the true state of situation, speaking from the manufacturer's point of view?
Thank you very much, and thank you, Citizen, for putting this such an important conversation with all the participants, all the stakeholders on board. And first is that electricity is such an important enabler, not only for manufacturing, but for economic growth. Without electricity, we cannot move. So this is the oil that powers, the manufacturing. And just to highlight why manufacturing and how the interrelationship between ourselves and Kenya Power. First, as the CS mentioned, is that the contribution of manufacturing to the GDP is 7.8%. What does that mean? Employment of about 352,000 jobs, 360 billion to the taxpayers, that is about 18%. Without electricity, we could not be able to do that. Now, what you've agreed with the government, and is a joint vision, is that we need to drive that to 20% contribution to GDP by 2030. Again, what does that mean? 1 million jobs, 1 trillion into taxes. Now, if you look at the industries, we consume close to 2,706 gigawatt hours, which is about 52% of all the power that is produced in Kenya, right? And the theme of today actually now resonates with what we've been, working on with the ministry. And we have a very good relationship, working relationship with the ministry through the CS. We have a very good relationship with the EPRA, with Kenya Power. We do joint forums. We've just finished a very big, engagement at Safari Park, where it was a global event, and we're talking about the Energy Management Awards and energy efficiency. So we are tied at the hip with the ministry, with the stakeholders in power, and we have that good working relationship. However, there's still, as always say, there's always room for, there are always opportunities for improvement about reliability, about the cost, about the stability.
Which are these areas now?
Yes, and especially the affordability. So because we work in the context of the region, for instance, we as manufacturers, we yearn for being competitive in relative to our neighbors, relative to the globe. And if you look at our neighbors, some of our neighbors, the power is a bit cheaper than ourselves. Look at Ethiopia, look at Egypt, because you're within COMESA, look at Uganda as well. So there is still room for us to work together to ensure that power is affordable. And I think there's those conversations that we're having.
Bila shaka natazungumza kama alivyosema kwamba kuna masuala ya kupatikana kwa umeme kwa muda unaofaa, na pia kuna gharama tutakuja baadaye kuzungumza. Lakini mimi nataka nije kwako Wycliffe, tuizungumze kwa lugha ya chini kabisa paka aliye nyumbani aelewe, upande ule wa KPLC ufahamu na upande wa serikali ufahamu. Ikija katika masuala ya Mkenya anataka kuunganisha umeme katika eneo ambalo bado halina umeme, wamejenga nyumba katika shamba lake, anaanzisha mji sasa, gharama inakuwaje? Maana kuna taarifa mbili tofauti. Kuna gharama za kulipia tu kuunganishwa kwa nyaya za umeme gingi moja, na kuna watu ambao unahesabiwa umbali, kama ni kutoka barabarani mpaka eneo lako, na utalipia ile gharama za poles zilizopo mpaka kule kwa umeme. Wewe ambaye unawakilisha hawa wananchi ambao wanakaa katika hizi nyumba, hali ikoje? Ni kile kilichozungumzwa na wadau walipo studioni, ama hali ni tofauti kule chini?
Asante sana. Nafikiria ama tunajua ya kwamba kuna gharama kuunganishwa ama kuunganisha umeme. Kweli ni the cost. There's a gentleman from KPLC ametoka kusema ya kwamba hakuna gharama, that connection wanafanya free. Hiyo si kweli. Tuko na members kama Kara, over 1 million members. Out of these 1 million members, 200,000 members are yet to be connected because of connections fee. Issues to do with affordability. Unaambiwa ya kwamba unahesabiwa poll na kila poll unachajiwa. Members wetu wana complain, na hii ndio maana tunataka hii partnership na KPLC. Na furahia kwamba wameanza hii gumzo huku juu at the national level.
Labda pengine kufafanua tu, maanake tuko hapa kupata suluhisho. Kumbuka watu wa Kenya Power kwa hapa na waziri pia yuko hapa, kwamba kuanzia sasa kuwe kuna urahisi katika kupatikana kwa nguvu za umeme nchini Kenya. Ile gharama ya kulipia poll, gharama unaweza izungumzia, mfano wa ni gharama kiasi gani, ndio baadaye tukienda kwao waelewe ni nini ambacho kinahitajika, maanake lengo ni mwanzo mpya, lengo ni umeme kwa kila Mkenya.
Hii swali langu, kwa jibu langu kwa hilo swali ni tatu. Kwa sababu ukiwa hapa Nairobi utaambiwa kuwekewa poll ni over 100,000. Ukiwa mashinani utaambiwa kuwekewa poll ni 15,000 per poll. Ukiwa Western Kenya, so kila region ya KPLC wana bei tofauti tofauti na inalingana na area yenye uko. So siwezi sema ya kwamba ati kuna standard rates ya hii connection. Kwa kila region kuna rate. Ukuja hapa Nairobi utaambiwa bei tofauti. Uende nyumbani ama mashinani uambiwe bei ingine. Tunataka KPLC wakuwe na standard rate. Ama kama venye mwenzangu wa KPLC amesema ati hakuna charges, then waambie watu hakuna charges na ikuwe ni ukweli hakuna charges. Lakini kama kuna charges, pia waambie watu kuna charges na ni hivi na hivi na hivi na nani anasimamia, ili mwananchi wa kawaida, nimekuambia tu members wetu around over 200,000 are yet to be connected because of accessibility, issues of affordability. You are being told and it keeps on changing. Leo utaambiwa hii month utapewa bill ya 100,000 kukuwa connected. Ukingoja tu kidogo uende next month ama 2 months, bill geni tena unaletewa. So kila siku kuna changes
ambazo zinafanyika. Na mkadi mwache Jera ingile kati, kuna swali nitakuuliza, maana kuna ili ufafanue zaidi. Kama unataka kuweza kuapply ili uletewe moto, nataka uniambie ni bure, ni pesa. Na kama unaunganishiwa umeme, ni bure, ni pesa. Fafanua katika hoja hizo mbili.
Hizi vitu zote ni pesa. Ukianza application process, upeleke pepa zako. Leo hii nikiingia kwa ofisi ya KPLC, niseme nataka stima nyumbani kwangu, nitapewa papers ni fill, alafu niambiwe sasa assessment itakuja kufanywa. Mwenye anakuja kufanya assessment atakwambia kama tunaenda kufanya assessment Kitengela, bei ni hii, lipa kwanza ndio tukuje kufanya assessment. Hiyo tu wameanza gumzo ya kukuunganishia stima, hawajaenda kukuunganishia, hiyo tu kuenda kufanya assessment. So kila step kuna pesa, na kama hakuna pesa, then tunasema maybe kuna watu hapa katikati yenye wanadanganya wananchi, kwa sababu nimesikia mwenzangu kutoka KPLC akisema hakuna charges related to accessibility, most of connections. So last mile imesaidia cause ilirudisha gharama chini tu kidogo ya kuunganisha stima, lakini haikutoa yote.
Asante sana. And just talking about on accessibility, Mose, your area, the Electric Mobility Association of Kenya, these are pretty new ones coming into the market recently. And being new and the use of electricity in the country, how accessible is it to the electrical motorcyclists and the motor vehicles?
So first and foremost, I'd like to thank our citizens for putting this together and key stakeholders to have this big conversation. From an e-mobility standpoint, it's relatively new in the country. In the country, we have 5,000 EVs in the country today. And first and foremost, we'd like to thank EPRA, thank KPLC for bringing us on the table to discuss about EVs. Last year, EPRA was able to come up with guidelines on infrastructure. Last year, EPRA was able to come up with an e-mobility tariff. So we have a special tariff that was implemented in April. So I think the government is actually really, really keen to support the EVs and growth of EVs in the country, and I would like to thank them for that. The only recommendation, or I don't want to complain, is the implementation of the e-mobility tariff was done in April last year, but the implementation of the meters themselves to the e-mobility organizations that are doing infrastructure for EVs did not happen till this year. So it took more than 8 months to initiate the process of implementation. So the implementation process is a very lengthy process to do implementation. Coming to the cost, EVs are very high energy consumption companies. So you'll find they put a cap of 15,000 onto that e-mobility tariff. That, for a bus, they easily consume that within less than a week. So there's limitations to what they implemented. So I'd like to open discussions in terms of how can we open that threshold so that we can continue celebrating that e-mobility tariff. The other recommendation or discussion that we can have with them is on the cost. I think when they say there's no cost, the cost for implementation when you hit or exceed a specific threshold is significantly high. So you'll go and try and install an infrastructure in a specific area. When you go to that area, they'll do the analysis, as my friend mentioned back there. And when they do the analysis, if you are exceeding a specific threshold, they will require you to pay for the transformer for them to install in that area. That transformer is not yours specifically to use, it's for the community. So I think those are the areas that we need to discuss for to collaborate and continue having this conversation to help us grow and accelerate the growth of EVs in the country.
There's this area that people really want to understand on the electric vehicles and the charging systems. For most of them who are here in Nairobi, I understand there are around 10 charging points. But if someone, let's say in Kisumu, gets to own this electric vehicle, do they have charging places?
I think that's a limitation in terms of the growth of EVs in the country. It's the infrastructure. So we actually refer that to range anxiety. So you find within Nairobi and the environs of Nairobi, we do have infrastructure. It's exceedingly way more than 10. We have more than 30, 40 charging points within Nairobi and the environs. But I think those are the limitations. So I think the challenge we have in the EV sector is actually the cost. The cost of actually installing an infrastructure for EVs is extremely high. So that's why we're having discussions with the government to look at how can we provide incentives for us to actually install more infrastructure. Looking at the government, actually KPLC, they just finished a conference about a month ago, and they're looking actually to build infrastructure so that actually we can access the charging points across the whole country.
Na labda pengine nataka tuweze kuyazungumza, maana kwa maswala naona kwamba kila mtu anasema kwamba kwa njia moja ama nyingine kuna malipo yanakuja katikati. Hii kama ulivyomsikia waziri kule Davis Chichiri kwamba mpango unaoendelea ni kuweza kuwezesha pia the plan ilivyokuwa kuhakikisha kwamba Wakenya wanawezeshwa na kila kitu. Wewe mtu ambaye biashara yako unatumia uchomaji wa vyuma na alikadhalika, ikija katika masuala ya kupata hizi nguvu za umeme ama kupata umeme kufanya shughuli zenu, inakuwa ni jambo la urahisi ama kuna changamoto? Samuel.
Asante sana Bwana Rashid. Kwanza ningependa kushukuru Royal Media kwa kuleta huu mdahalo. Lakini si kweli kwamba kupata umeme ni rahisi. Ni ngumu. Manake sasa hivi hata tunavyozungumza kule mtaani namoishi Kibera. Kuna wale watu, kuna ule ukataji wa stima kwa sasa. Na kuna pia wale watu waliwekewa stima, wakawekewa token. Alafu government walikuja wakatoa hizo nyaya na wajarudi kurudisha. So kila mara ukienda katika ofisi za Kenya Power, muda ni ngojea, mambo ni kungoja. So si rahisi kupata umeme kabisa, hasa kwa watu wa jua kali kama sisi.
Na yes. Bila shaka kama unavyomsikia Habibu anazungumza, anasema kwamba umeme ni muhimu, lakini sio rahisi kuupata na sio rahisi kuunganishiwa umeme. Nazungumzaje Habibu?
Shukrani sana Bwana Rashid. Ni kweli, na kama mmoja wa wale ambao wanahusika na electric vehicles. Sisi tuko na charging stations, na kama kampuni tunayoshughulikia tunaunda bidhaa zetu hapa Kenya. Kampuni ya Rome ambayo ni kampuni ya bidhaa. We build products as a product company, and our product we build with the intention of saving cost to the consumer. And with our product, the consumer has the ability to charge at home. So when they come and get the bike, they get to the charger and go and charge at home. And this is with the anticipation that they have access to electricity, because we believe that it will be cheaper for them charging at home. But the challenges are same across, whereby the timeline for connectivity is not well defined. As one of the KPLC members mentioned, that when you apply, it's a straightforward process. You submit a form, send it in, then they do a quotation for you to pay. But the timeline for that to happen is not well defined. You don't know if it will take 6 months or 1 year. So you keep waiting. And for people who are actually looking at saving costs because of the high cost of living and the cost of fuel, they get electric vehicles to lower down those costs. But if they cannot have access to electricity, it becomes a challenge. So we cannot be able to contribute to their well-being and to the economy for them to be able to benefit from the electric vehicles.
Bila shaka nafikiri anazungumzo ya kimsingi. Najua ndugu yangu Isaac tutakuja kumuuliza baadaye aje achangie kuhusiana nayo, lakini nafikiri changamoto iliyopo Jaila hapa ni moja, kwamba zipo changamoto hapa 2, 3, na kuna mambo ambayo kidogo nataka ufafanuzi zaidi, kwamba kama wadau wanasema kwamba hakuna gharama inayohitajika ya kuunganishwa, na ile hali waliopo wanasema kuna gharama ambao wanaipata.
Yeah, the issues, of course, the issues that come across, the various challenges across the various sectors are some of the answers or the reactions that are coming out of the consumer studio. So we'll give it back to Yvonne and Lincoln, who are at the expert studio.
Na asante sana Lieta na pia Rashid kwa haya masuala yanayoibuka pale kutoka kwa wale ambao wanatumia kawi hapa nchini. Na tukija kwako engineer David Mwangi, ukiwa ni mshauri huru wa masuala ya kawi, umeweza kusikia kile ambacho Kenya Power imezungumzia, umeweza kuwasikiliza walio katika upande wa serikali na pia wataalam na pia wale ambao ni consumers tofauti. Serikali inapozungumzia kwamba 70% ya Wakenya wanaweza kupata hii kawi, Kenya Power pia inaposema kwamba tuna customers ama wale wateja milioni 9.2. Unaridhishwa na hizi takwimu? Na swali la pili, itachukua nini kuweza kufikia hii 100% sasa 100 ndipo kila Mkenya pata hii kawi ambayo angeitegemea pale nyumbani ama viwandani pia?
Hiyo ni kweli, imechukua muda mrefu kufika pale tumefika kiwango hicho cha watu ambao wako na stima. Lakini wale ambao wako nazungumza kwa Kiswahili na kinani shida. Those who are farther from the transformers, or they may usually 600 meters from an existing transformer, but they may even be more than 10 kilometers from the line that is there, and they will need. They usually may have to pay if they are the ones who require that power, and they are not acting as a group. But then what happens later is that once that customer who has paid is connected, then the neighbors later come. They didn't partner with him. They waited until the power came to his premises, and then they now apply. And they usually be charged the additional distance from where it is to their houses. And my question to Kenya Power is, this may seem to be unfair to that first applicant who got connected. Are there any thoughts of how the subsequent customers can make some refund? KPLC can work out a refund to the initial customer? Yeah, that is the question.
Na unapozungumzia kuhusu wale ambao labda ni watumizi wa hii stima manyumbani ndio. Lakini utazungumzaje sasa matumizi ya kawi katika viwanda sasa? Unajua Kenya imekuwa ikijaribu sana kujikuza kiviwanda. Kuna wale ambao sasa wanasema nina stima nyumbani mwangu. Lakini ukijaribu kufungua kiwanda fulani, unapata labda pale kwamba ule uzito wa ile stima haiwezi kategemewa katika viwanda. Tathmini yako kama mshauri wa masuala ya kawi pale ni gani?
Vile wanahitajika kufanya siku hizi ni kama laini itafanyiwa marekebisho ili iwe na nguvu za kutosha kwa hicho kiwanda, hiyo gharama ndio wanalipa. Pengine ingekuwa vizuri Kenya Power ipate njia ambayo hatalipa bilu hiyo yote kabisa peke yake, lakini wataweza kumsaidia ili baadaye watu wengine wakija kuunganishwa na stima wawe wanalipa hizo pesa, ili huyo wa kwanza asiwe ndiye analipa gharama hiyo yote.
And that's an important question, and we'll probably get that to the Kenya Power Studio about the first person, the first consumer that incurs that cost, and sort of brings it there, and then and what happens to the others. And this is now about getting access. But once the access, people have access to the power. One of the biggest issues is reliability. Bernard Osawa, your project director and partner at Frontier Energy. Can you speak to us about, the issue of reliability, of the power supply? Because accessibility is one thing, cost is another, which we'll speak about. But, just to be sure that you have a reliable supply of such a critical, product for the Kenyan economy. What are your thoughts around reliability? Where are we at? How do we compare? And what can we do to improve that?
Okay. Thank you, Yvonne. And it's interesting, the first question he asked. In terms of satisfaction, the percentage accessibility and the numbers are impressive. And if you put it into perspective, across Africa and other developing countries, our numbers are high. But we shouldn't sit pretty and say our numbers are high and sacrifice quality. So quality is a big issue. And I think Kenya Power and all the planners squarely lie on our crossfire hairline. It is important, and the regulator has put very clear guidelines on the level of quality service that is required. The DG is in the house, and he can probably tell us how well is Kenya Power complying. But what are the sanctions if they are not complying? That's a totally different field that needs to be addressed. Are they complying with the requirements? What are the penalties? That is a problem.
What, in your view, would be, the requirement? What should be the standard in terms of reliability of that supply? 52% of the consumers of energy, like we've heard, are manufacturers, and they need, energy in bulk supply, and they need it,
Yes, I mean, definitely there are challenges in the sector, and the issues of quality of supply need to be addressed, and the issues of quality of service need to be addressed. And sometimes as a customer, you just need someone to talk to you. We were talking about that earlier. If you're not going to have power, or if it's going to be 2 weeks, please tell me it's going to be 2 weeks. Don't tell me I'm sending someone tomorrow. So that's to do with service, and there we believe KPLC as the interface needs to do something, whether it's to do with their staff or the system or their protocols. I think that's a point of discussion that we need to clarify. But the kind of engagement, communication and all that is important. Everybody has challenges. You have challenges. But if you communicate well, I'll accept it better. There, I think Kenya Power needs to do something. But in terms of quality of supply, yes, there are various challenges. They were talking about subcontractors doing not quality work, which leads to quality of supply issues. But who is responsible for the subcontractors? Do we have a quality control procedure? Do you have a regime? Now, I don't work for Kenya Power, but I understand, according to the regulator, there are some performance or service requirements that are expected. And I think the best thing that KPLC can do is to comply with those. And the best thing that EPRA can do is to have the muscle to sanction them when they don't do what they need to do.
Absolutely.
No.
Yeah.
Engineer Julius Riongo, tumezungumzia kuhusiana na reliability, yani kama stima ambayo unayo pale unaweza kuitegemea. Ningependa kidogo tuangazie hasa wafanya biashara wale wakubwa na wale pia wadogo wadogo. Tazama mfanya biashara mdogo kama anaendesha biashara ya kinyozi. Amenunua zile mashine zake pale, anategemea wateja, lakini akianzisha biashara yake lazima atafute generator ambayo ni ghali kununua, iwekwe pale, ndipo stima zikipotea, kwa sababu ana uhakika stima zitapotea kwa wakati fulani, awashe ile generator yake, na generator kuwashwa pia itaongezwa mafuta ndipo afanye kazi yake. Utasemaje kuhusiana na sio tu usambazaji wa kawi, lakini pia utegemeaji wake ndipo iweze kurahisisha namna ya kuendesha biashara? Engineer.
Thank you, Rincon. I think that's a very important question. And in fact, let me say that I'm happy that Citizen Media, Royal Media has decided to have this topic discussed, because the three main items in good quality of supply are that to satisfy your customers, you must be having access to electricity, reliability, and it must be affordable. Reliability comes on top of this particular list, because if you have got power which is cheap and it's unreliable, then it makes it more expensive, because you are going to put a generator, like you have said. So it is important that the supplier, the KPLC, makes sure that one of the things they need to improve is the reliability of their supply to their customers, because they depend entirely on them. A businessman like that one, if he misses power for a single day, first of all, the cost of diesel that he's going to use is very expensive. In fact, it might make his business not even worth it. But if he can rely on Kenya Power Supply and know that it's going to be available there when the clients come, then you can be sure that guy will be very happy to pay the bill that he's going to get at the end of the month. The lack of reliability interferes with the business people do, interferes with the way you live in a home, for example. And even once more is that the more generators we put as a standby, the more pollution we put to the environment. So it's not a very positive thing. So my advice to KPLC, and I am sure they can do this, is to ensure that the reliability of supply to their customers is the first priority that they take into account. And this is not a very difficult thing to do, because they make sure that whatever leads the supply to the premises is properly maintained. Whatever equipment they are put is properly maintained and can supply good quality power at the time. And that will make their customers feel very comfortable. And let me tell you that if that happens, then even the payment of the bills will be very easy, because somebody knows that you can rely on it without going to extra expenses. That's my view about that.
Okay. Lakini itategemea nini? Ukiangalia mataifa yaliyoendelea, utapata kwamba ni vigumu sana stima kupotea. Na stima zikipotea labda kwa sekunde kadhaa ama dakika kadhaa, na kabla stima pale kupotea, mteja ameshajulishwa mapema. Hapa nchini stima kupotea hata kwa miezi 4, miezi 5 ni sawa, tuendelea tu kama biashara ziko kama kawaida. Itahitaji nini ndipo tuwe na stima ambayo inaweza kutegemewa kwa utaalamu wako?
Kama nimesema hapo awali, si vigumu sana kufanya stima iwe available all the time. Ile kitu inatakikana kufanyiwa ni kwamba ya kwanza, stima imetosha kwa national grid. Okay? Na hiyo najua kwa sasa kwa nchi yetu tuna stima ya kutosha. Ya pili ni kuhakikisha kwamba ile equipment inaleta stima kwa wateja imekuwa maintained properly. Na hiyo ikifanyika, itapotea, it might go off briefly, but it might not take long. But if people are going to wait for days, I know what you say, that if the customers have been told, given advance warning, then they can make alternative arrangements. And they know that the electricity will be out between this time and this time. They can make alternative arrangements. But if it just goes off and for 3 days there's no power, then that disrupts their businesses and whatever they're doing. Kwa hivyo, ni rahisi kufanya hiyo, kwa sababu stima ikiingia kwa national grid, inapelekwa na mawaya na transformers huko kwa mteja. hiyo vitu ikiwa inafanya kazi sawa sawa, sioni vile stima inaweza kupotea. Pengine kuwe na accident au kuwe na storm ya rainstorm or something, lakini kwa kawaida hiyo inaweza kufanya hiyo stima iwe very reliable na wateja watafurahi.
Professor Silva, are we getting value for money, with the electricity that we pay for?
I am afraid we are not. Yeah, the cost, I just asked before coming into this room, how much was the cost of one unit, and then I was told by another engineer that is between 28 and 30 shillings because per unit, yeah. So it so happens that this thing uncovers a very difficult problem. That is, for instance, World Bank gave us money and we increased the connections for 5 million. Now what happens? This is to celebrate. Kipto was mentioning to us, 2012 we were 2 million connections. Yeah. Now we are close to 10 million connections. Now, kumbe, the issue is how much does it cost to the utility to do O&M and maintain the quality of those 5 million connections? Because those people, they are not very rich, therefore, comes end of the month, perhaps they can't buy more units. Yeah. Then they go back to the Koroboy, etc. So I feel that we have to call the right things. And then in this case, I feel that there is a revolution going on right now here, which is the so-called the 3 Ds revolution. First is decarbonization. Yeah. Nobody wants a global warming. Nobody wants that that island will disappear, etc. No, or that people have problems related with pollution. We don't want the carbon. So decarbonization. The first thing is decentralization, because you can get the power to be produced exactly in the same place where it's being consumed. Just an example, some mabati production here or cement production there. They put it there. Almost like magic. Yeah. You got rid of the transmission lines as it were investment and the losses that go with it, and the distribution, and then you have the power there. So those are things that are coming. We have plenty of ESCOs around. ESCOs is electricity service companies, because they go and say, look, how much are you paying your electricity? X. Right. Okay, I give you 30% discount. Allow me to put panels on your roof. I do maintenance. I do everything, insurance, and you just pay me from this meter here. 30% less than what you are paying Kenya Power. Guess what? We are going to have a bit of problem. That's why Kenya Power says, should we also go and become ESCOs or have ESCOs? The problem is people have problems with Kenya Power. I have a friend whose mother lives in Siaya. Today, we talked, is the 73rd day she is without power.
And that is interesting. One would imagine, because Kenya is used as a beacon, in the international market in terms of our energy mix. That we've got, over 70% of our energy comes from renewable sources, and those in the government can correct me. I think it's probably closer to 80. So we've got all of these sources of energy and electricity in the country, and yet it is still at a higher cost, because now we don't just depend on hydro. We've got wind power, we've got all of these sources, but yet it is still costly. Where does this cost, the big cost, come from? Is it from Kenya Power, who are the last mile, the interface with the consumer? Is it from the distribution? Is it from the generation? And once we've identified that, how do we mitigate that cost so that it becomes more affordable for us as consumers?
Yeah. The ideal would be to get an investment. We were trying to do like in the Electricity Act, Energy Act, to attract investment. Says, please come and buy, produce, say, 10 mega here, and we shall give you a letter of comfort, stuff like that. But it is not actually working very well, because there is even a perceived risk. I don't want to invest in Kenya. Let me invest in, say, Hungary or something.
What is that investors fear?
Well,
what is that environment that makes them hesitant?
The same thing, Yvonne, that they say that that Nairobi is more dangerous than London. It is not. More people die of violent death in London than in Nairobi. So I think we need, and this is what we try to do in the university, to clarify matters to people. One story. The African continent, 30 million square kilometers. 1.3 coming to 1.4 billion people, 54 countries together, lots of raw material and stuff. The whole GDP of these 54 countries put together is smaller than the GDP of France. Why? Because we don't have electricity. There is no way you can put value addition, You can't pump water, you can't irrigate, you can't have proper education, can't even cook.
Yeah.
So that is it. I say we have accept where we are so that we see where we want to go.
Indeed.
So, sekunde 10 tafadhali.
Yeah.
Just 10 seconds.
Yes, just 10 seconds, yeah.
Okay, so what you've said, Yvonne, is important. I have the advantage of having been a regulator.
Yes.
And when I was a regulator 10 years ago, the plan was very clear that the more renewable we put in the system, the lower the cost of power should be. And the DG can attest to that. The problem is the bringing online of this renewable energy power is taking too long, and if it's a business, it's going to be costly. But some of the higher cost is because, yes, you generate, but the losses we are talking about, someone has to pay for them. Most of the contracts you generate, you pay.
Yeah.
Whether you waste it or not, someone has to pay.
Right.
And whatever little is consumed and paid for must be divided by everyone. So, again, losses, inefficiencies in the system are there. And in hindsight, you're old enough to see that in the 2000s, the system worked very well. What is wrong?
Yes.
That's the question we should be asking.
That's right. Yes, some very important questions, I think, that would be then handled by the government studio and perhaps Kenya Power as well. Losses, inefficiencies, what's happening across the chain with that. And indeed, like Professor Silva says, the competition is coming. So I wonder what Kenya Power is doing to get ready for this competition that is coming their way. Is this something that they have perhaps thought about? Over to you, Sam and Mashirima.
Right. Thank you so much, Yvonne and Lincoln, for that. And we want to begin by taking a look at some feedback that has been coming to us from Kenyans. Several questions, especially about connectivity and the cost of it, so that we can deeply get into looking into that. Albert Nexus is saying that if a power surge or outage from Kenya Power damages my electronics, how will I be compensated, and what is the process for filing and resolving a claim?
Naam, jumbe nyingine ambayo pia imeingia, hili swali linaenda kwake Daktari Engineer Siror. There is this big man in your office based at Kirugoya Town, Kirinyaga, who ignores all protestations from consumers at Kiamwenja Center on why their power was arbitrarily transferred from a previous line to another. That's objectively. Nadhani, mwingine.
Esther, you're saying that why does it take 7 to 14 days to replace a faulty transformer? And probably, Engineer MD, we may begin with you because there's a specific question to you, so that we can also get into the deeper analysis of what exactly people pay for. And I'm sure that Engineer Wino would want to take that. But first, for you, MD.
Okay, I know one of the... And we hear you. We've had a number of comments, especially made about the fact that one applies for power connection and he has to pay for the transformer, while when the others come, they do not contribute to the same. The issue is, and I really want to, following on the tip from my boss, the CS, he did indicate that Kenya Power operates as a commercial entity. But there are those other programs which the government does by virtue of the recognition of the importance of power. And they normally come under the last mile scheme. So it's either a social program, in which case the government funds it under the last mile scheme, or it's a commercial venture. Now, when you look at the tariff that we do charge for the power that is consumed, there is no provision really for the cost that one would incur in putting, putting that transformer. It would have had to come directly from Kenya Power Resources. But look at this sum, that for every 100 shillings, for example, that you pay in the bill, 65% goes to generation. What only comes to Kenya Power, possibly for the 100 shillings, is only 20 shillings. And when you look at the composition of that 20 shillings, it might be 10% of that, which is really the profit that Kenya Power makes. It could even be lower. So that would say then that for every 100 shillings that you are dealing with, your profit is only 2 shillings. And if you were to make a capital investment in millions, it would really take quite long for you to recover it, and you might never even recover it. And that is actually why the tariff was made quite simple. And the idea is to maximize the number of connections, so that this commercial person who wants this power for a commercial purpose should be able to cater for that installation. But yes, it is true that once it is installed, the rest who come on board, and they'll always say this, I wish you were on my seat, Sam, the person will just say, I'm 100 meters away from this transformer. Why should I pay more than this particular amount? And they are right. So what normally, traditionally follows is now the one who comes after would actually just be paying for the installation, for just the cost of making that connection, and they don't have to pay for that transformer. But definitely, this is a very good conversation. The conversation is open, and we can see looking forward if there are other ways within which that can be dealt with. Okay. So, yeah.
Engineer, hili swala la miundo msingi, kuna swali ambalo limetoka kwa Consumer Studio. Kuna yule mmoja alikuwa anauliza hii bei ya baadhi ya miundo msingi kama vile vikingi vya stima. Kwa nini sehemu moja mtu ambiwe kwamba pole moja ni laki moja na kwingine ambiwe ni 15,000 kulingana na vile nilivyosikia? Je, kuna bei sawa ya hii miundo msingi, na ni nini ambacho kinafanya kwengine gharama iko juu kupata hii connection na kwengine iko chini?
Asante sana Mashirima kwa hilo swali. Ningependa kufanua kwamba katika kuunganisha umeme, serikali imefanya juhudi ya kuhakikisha kwamba Wakenya wanaweza kupata nguvu za umeme kwa njia ya last mile. Last mile connection huwa inagharamia kujenga miundo misingi yote ya umeme. Na ukiangalia pale ambapo tulipokuwa mwaka wa 2012 na pale ambapo tuko sasa hivi, hatua ambao tumepiga imekuwa ni kwa sababu serikali ilichukua jukumu ya kuweza kugharamia miundo misingi kusambaza umeme, hasa katika maeneo ambayo bado hayakuwa na umeme. Maeneo za mashambani kule katika kaunti zote Kenya mzima. Kupitia kuunganisha umeme kwa mradi wa last mile ambayo inafanywa katika phases, serikali imeweka mikakati kwamba unapounganishwa kwa umeme, hiyo miundo msingi inagharamiwa na serikali. Alafu yule ambaye hatimaye anaenda kupata manufaa ya kuunganishwa anagharamia ile hatua ya mwisho, ndiposa inaitwa last mile. Hatua ya mwisho kuunganishwa kwa nyumba yake. Na hapo ndipo utagharamia kulipa shilingi 15,000. Na hiyo pesa pia kupitia kuwezesha Wakenya kwamba isiwe ni kizingiti ya kutopata stima, serikali imeweka kwamba sasa unaweza lipa polepole. Unapotumia hiyo stima au ukinunua token, sehemu 50% inaenda kwa kulipa hiyo gharama ya kuunganisha, alafu ile nyingine inalipa gharama ya kukupatia token ya kuweza kutumia stima. Njia nyingine ni kwamba kwa kuwa last mile haiwezi kufikia Wakenya wote kwa mara moja, inafanywa katika mikakati pale ambapo bado last mile haijafika. Na aswa hii ni kwamba ukiangalia katika our towns, our cities, access ya stima imefika karibu kila mahali. Na ili kuwezesha Wakenya kupata stima bila kungojea last mile, unaweza kufanya application, tukupatie quotation. Na kupitia hiyo application, ile quotation ambayo utapata itategemea unahitaji miundo misingi kiasi gani ili uweze kuunganishwa stima. Katika hiyo gharama tunayokupatia, iko na gharama ya vile vifaa, nyaya ya umeme, kuna milingoti ya kuweza kuinua hizo nyaya, kuna gharama ile ya utendakazi, kuna gharama ya kusafirisha vifaa hivyo. So ukiangalia hiyo quote ambao tunapatia wateja, wale ambao wanataka kugharamia stima, tunawapatia quotation ambayo imeunganisha hivi vitu vyote, na katika hiyo quotation tunawapatia bila kuweka markup yoyote. Hakuna.
So what is that range?
The range, for instance, if you require one pole, you can pay an average of 76,000. It can be a plus and a minus, but an average. 2 poles will be about 110 plus or minus, depending on how far you are, and the cost it will take to ensure that we're able to transport the various equipment and the installation requirements to be able to connect you.
And you're saying there's no markup, meaning that you just pay for the cost of installation?
Exactly.
All right, I want us to take a look at a bill or 2 bills by customers. And this is a client who is in an urban areas, to be specific in Nairobi, spent 4,000 shillings in the month of March 2024, and they got 140 units that they filled in their prepaid tokens or token meters. The token amount out of the 4,000, the money that went to buying the token itself was 2,326, just over 50%. The rate per token was 16 shillings 60 cents per token. Now, alongside that, there were taxes and other levies. The VAT, value-added tax, was 465 shillings. The fuel energy charge was 581 that they paid for. EPRA charge was 11 shillings. Water Resources Authority charge was 1 shilling 86 cents. The Rural Electrification Program charge was 116. So lives in Nairobi, pays a bill of 4,000. 116 shillings went to the Rural Electrification Program. Inflation adjustment was 46 shillings. That's a client in Nairobi, March 2024. A client upcountry, May 2024, spent 100 shillings to buy tokens. They got 4.93 units of power. The token amount was 60 shillings, meaning the rate per token or per unit was 12 shillings, 17 units. And then the VAT for that client was 12 shillings, 42 cents. The fuel energy charge was 17 shillings, 34 cents. And EPRA charge was 39 cents. Water Resources Authority charge was 9 cents. Actually less than 9 cents, 0.09 shillings. The Rural Electrification Program charge was 3 shillings. Inflation adjustment was 1 shilling 62 cents. Now, engineers, there has been questions about how this billing happens. And of course, we know that the pricing is determined by EPRA, but of course, after a recommendation from yourselves, maybe you can help Kenyans understand how it gets to paying for that, because you're talking about even fuel charge, there's EPRA charge, and there is also the Rural Electrification Program charge. I don't know who wants to take that question to really understand how exactly that works, so that Kenyans also understand, is there a difference if you use a token or the prepaid meters versus the postpaid meters? Engineer Rosemary.
Yes, thank you very much, Sam, for that, and Kenyans. And this is a question that is very important to us as Kenyans to understand the tariff regime. And I'm grateful that you've broken it to the token amount and the rate per token. Now, the tariff structure that was approved last year and that is in force has, for example, domestic customers in 3 bands. The lifeline or the lower band is people who consume less than 30 units. So if you consume less than 30, and on average, less than 30 units per month, then your rate is domestic customer 1. The current cost of per unit in DC1 is 16.58 shillings per unit. That is before you add the VATs and the fuel energy and all that.
Right.
If you consume between 30 and 100 units per month, then your rate is 20.58 per unit. Sorry, 16.58 per unit. So someone who consumes between 30 and 100 units then pays 16.58 shillings.
I think you mixed the figures right there. 0 to 30
is
12, yes.
0.24,
right,
to be precise.
Mm-hmm.
Then 30 to 100 units is 16.58 shillings per unit. The upper band, which is above 100 units, the rate is 20.58 shillings per unit. That is the current tariff.
So once you cross the 100 units, so everything you spend will be charged on that rate of 20? Or is it the first 30, the second 70, then beyond 100?
Thank you very much. The tariff is based on your average consumption. So we work out your average consumption over the last 3 months, and that determines which band you belong in. Okay. So if you belong in DC3, the 100 and above units, even your first unit is charged at the DC3 rate. So it doesn't even add value for you to buy 30 units initially and then another 70, and then because your charge is based on your average monthly consumption, which then determines the band in which you operate. There's an additional charge that comes to the people connected under last mile who are still paying for their connection charge, which is charged at half the amount. If you paid, for example, 100 shillings, half the amount would go to paying for your connection, okay, which you have been given upfront, and half the remaining amount then will be used to give you
okay,
your tokens.
Okay, all right. Engineer, let's first take a story here that was prepared by Jasmine Womboy, that small businesses appear to be bearing the brunt of the high cost of power worsened by frequent blackouts. Despite efforts from the Kenya Power residents, or rather Kenya Power, residents and business operators do not seem pleased by the services they receive from the Kenya Power. Jasmine Womboy spoke to prepaid individual consumers and business owners around Nairobi and now brings us this report.
Kenyans have time and again lamented over not just the cost of power, but also the unreliability of power. And it appears the more things change, the more they remain the same. Job Mwangi has been elected the chairperson of the Council of Residents at Imara Daima. He says blackouts are one of the most recurrent issues he has had to address.
The blackouts sort of a lot of times are synchronized with the rains. Almost every time it rains, there's a blackout. We can't quite tell the connection between the two, but almost always when it rains, there's a blackout.
For businesses in Imara Daima, the all too frequent power outages have left them counting losses. Joyce, a baker and caterer, tells us that were it not for the size of her small shop and the upfront cost of a generator, she would get one for her business.
Like now, the latest that happened really affected us. We lost everything that we had done for that day. Some of these things we have refrigerated them. Some of them are frozen, and when food is frozen or rather refrigerated, it goes bad, all of it.
In Mukuru Kwanjenga, business is at a standstill. He says insecurity has become rife as a result. Asked for how long they have been in the dark, SMEs in the area are counting losses. Susan Wambua, a saluni, says that for the last 2 days, she has had to turn clients away thanks to a blackout.
Stima imekuwa iko na shida mingi juu sometimes inaenda saa zile unaendelea na kufanya kazi. Tuseme kama majioni hivi unapata uko na customer but stima imeenda.
And today Susan will have to turn away yet another client.
Jana nilikuja kufanya broad run nikapata hakuna stima. Nikarudi. Leo nimekuja asubuhi saa 2 hadi saa hii nimekaa kungoja stima.
In another informal settlement in the outskirts of the city, residents say they have not had power for days on end. Ali Mohammed runs a gaming and cinema shop. When we visited today, his shop was closed.
Sisi ukaa wakaaji wa ghetto tunalia kwa sababu wenyewe huwezi fanya biashara kama hii bila nare. Unaona,
Watu wanafaa kuangalia sahi champe. Watu wanafaa kuangalia Premier League. Watu wengine wamechill wanataka kuangalia movie yao, unaona? Lakini ikifika sasa unafunga biashara yako, kuna mtu wa salon hapa nyuma yetu pia amefunga, unaona? So ikikuwa sasa biashara zote zinafungwa kwa sababu yenyewe ni nare hakuna. So tunataka tu gava pia watu angalie.
And where power is available, the cost of it has meant thinner margins for businesses. Collins Achen uses about 30,000 shillings every month at his welding shop. This bill, he says, has become a burden.
Token imekuwa bei juu. So unapata most of time ukinunua hata token ya so inakuja unit 2. Juu hii ni kama commercial. Na client wenye tunafanyia inakuwa shida kumwambia bei juu anaona bei yako iko juu.
Business owners are now calling on the government to come up with a solution.
I think we pay very expensively to have power. And so it's also their duty to see that we are supplied with this.
Kenyans appear rather dissatisfied with the services they're receiving from KPLC, from what they're calling impersonal responses to their complaints to delays in restoring power in cases of a blackout. Citizens and businesses alike all seem to have a bone to pick with KPLC. The long and short of this is the people want more. Jasmine Wamboi, Citizen TV.
Namshukran sana Jasmine Wamboi hapo akiwa anatueleza jinsi hali ilivyo katika baadhi ya biashara hapa jijini Nairobi. Na Engineer Mwaura, unaweza kujibu swali hili. Ni nini ambalo husababisha stima kupotea mara kwa mara na haswa panaponyesha? Na huchukua muda gani ama inastahili kuchukua muda gani hadi pale Kenya Power inaweza kumuunganisha tena yule mteja?
Asante, thank you for that question. As we said earlier, or rather has been said earlier, there is need for maintenance of the network. And Kenya Power handles quite a big, expansive network. We talked about 300,000 kilometers. And why does power why does power have blackouts? Because there's a fault on the line. And at times, these faults switches off the line for purpose of ensuring safety. So if there's a short circuit somewhere, then power cannot be on until that problem is removed. So it's part of the protection of the system for lines to go out. But then, what do we need to do? We need to remove those causes of faults on the line. Now, one of the major causes of those faults is that a line is okay as long as the insulation, illegal insulation is okay. So if there is nothing, like there's no rain and all that, then insulation is better. As we know, water is a good conductor of electricity. So at times when it rains, the environment changes, especially where there are trees. So if you have a tree branch on the line and it is wet, it will definitely break the insulation. And then the line, you sense that there is a fault between the line and the ground, then it switches off. So until we come and remove that aspect, that fault on the line. I would say we as Kenya Power, we are dedicated in ensuring that we minimize these interruptions. We are in business and we want our power to be reliable.
So it's automatic that whenever there's a challenge, the power switches itself off?
Yeah, as a protection means.
So the argument by people that someone sitting somewhere to switch on and off, not true?
No, not true. No, it's not true.
Okay, engineers, we want to hear from a question by one of our consumers or one of the panelists in the consumer studio, and that is Wycliffe, who has a question for the panelist here.
Yes, sasa swali langu ni kwa my good friend CS Chirchir na engineer MD wa Kenya Power. Wanafanya nini kuinvolve organized groups kama resident association kufight vandalism? Because vandalism ndio imeleta mambo ya unreliability. Power ikikuwa disconnected ama transformer ikiibwa, wire ya stima iibwe, ina take long ku replace. Wanafanya nini? Nimesikia kwa clip saizi kama mmoja wa one of the resident association leadership job akiongea juu ya kukuwa involved. So Kenya Power wanafanya nini ku involved or ku-involve organized groups ku-fight vandalism. Ya pili, quickly, Kenya Power wanafanya nini? Mambo ya billing. Kuna a lot of inaccurate billing. Unapewa tu estimates. Leo hii nimeconsume power ya 2000 lakini naambiwa because last month niliconsume power ya 20,000. So bill yangu itakuwa tu hapa side hiyo ya 20,000 kila month. Kenya Power anafanya nini kwa hiyo? Asante.
Okay, all right. So there are two specific questions. I guess Engineer Rosemary can take those two.
Okay, I think that is a very, very, very good question in terms of what we are doing to engage the public or even the Residents Association in tackling vandalism. And possibly to add even what Charles had said before about the causes of some of the blackouts. Some of them, of course, are also caused by vandalism. And indeed, it does cause a lot of losses. And you would imagine this transformer, which is actually serving an hospital, and a vandal just comes and, you know, by that action alone, not only do we lose the transformer as Kenya Power, but if that hospital does not have generators, what it does mean is that some lives are going to be lost. If it's an institution, of course, it is very disruptive. Indeed, I think it is very good that you have asked, because yesterday I did, and these are the engagements that we really do have, to ensure that we all fight and we marshal as much help as possible. And it is even for that reason that we are here today, so that we can collaborate to deal with it. I think this year I did have, and I did meet the CARA, the Resident Association, and we engaged on these issues of vandalism and the need for us to work together. Yesterday, I had a meeting with the COFEC and the scrap metal dealers, and the message was the same. And indeed, maybe the highlight of this message was that during this time when dealing with scrap metal was banned in Kenya, for the 5 months, that is in 2022, there was zero vandalism. So we really did establish that there is a very strong nexus between vandalism and dealing with scrap metal.
Okay.
The other one thereafter is when it was lifted, of course, there was a spike. So we are engaging the Residents Association, we are engaging the scrap metal dealers, and we are also engaging the public using this platform to tell them that vandalism is not only a loss to Kenya Power. It does result in a lot of losses. It would be, and I think even there was a lot of enumeration, some, even this evening, about the various impacts of some of these outages. So we are engaging in as far as that is concerned.
Okay. Engineer Rosemary, do you have a specific answer? Because he cites billing inaccuracies and the struggle that different consumers have to go through to even estimate how much they should be paying.
Yes, thank you very much, Sam, and thank you for that question. Bill estimation is usually a last resort that we resort to when we are unable to get a reading from the client. And some of the reasons that make us not get readings is denial of access to the premise, sometimes intentionally, many times not intentionally. A lot of our people lock up their premises and go to work, and we are unable to access the meters. Some of them for long periods, and therefore when we finally are able to get that access, there's an accumulated consumption. The reason why the billing estimate would be erratic would be if we are not able to frequently get access to an actual reading in the premise. What have we done about it? One, we have introduced self-reading. You are able to carry out your self-reading of your meter. You register as a self-reader. When your reading is due, we give you an SMS prompt.
Okay.
You take a reading of your meter and send it to us, and we are able to do the billing based on that self-reading. Secondly, we continually encourage our customers to give access to our meter readers so that they are able to access the meter and get the reading. Thirdly, and long-term, we are now introducing smart meters. Smart meters communicate with us and we communicate with them, and they are able to give us the reading digitally, and therefore that will help us better be able to bill our customers with actual readings and without frequent estimation.
No.
All right.
Naam, asante sana Engineer Rosemary. Tunapumzika kidogo tu, tutarejea hivi punde na mengi zaidi pamoja na zile taarifa ambazo tunazipa kipaumbele katika taarifa zetu za saa 3.
And remember that we're here in the Kenya Power studio. We also have the government studio, we have the expert studio, but also the consumer studio to talk about all matters that involve electricity, the state of electricity in the country. We'll be back shortly. Good evening. Thank you for staying tuned to your favorite channel, and this is the big conversation on the state of electricity in the country.
Na bila shaka tukiwa tunaendelea na mjadala mkuu kuhusiana na hali ya kawi, haswa masuala ya nguvu za umeme, na ni mjadala ambao unaendelea katika studio hii ambayo tunayoiita studio ya Kenya Power. Kisha kuna studio nyingine ya serikali ambapo utapata wale wakuu katika idara mbalimbali, wizara ya kawi pamoja na EPRA na bunge la taifa. Pia kuna studio yetu ya wataalam ambayo inaongozwa na Yvonne Okwara pamoja na Lincoln Njogo, na katika studio yetu ya mwisho ya consumer ama wale wateja wanaotumia stima.
And that is the consumers studio. We'll be getting back to all the studios, but first we want to take a look at the news this evening. And the U.S. has pledged to deepen ties with Kenya and enhance cooperation in health, economic and climate security. U.S. President Joe Biden spoke when he officially received President William Ruto and First Lady Rachel Ruto at the White House in Washington, D.C. President William Ruto was accorded full military honors, complete with a 21-gun salute during the state arrival ceremony. Biden is expected to announce new U.S.-backed investments in green energy, health, manufacturing, and a plan to reduce Kenya's debt burden.
Challenges of insecurity, challenges around debt distress. And today we have an occasion to build synergies, to build partnerships that will not only solve our current problems, but also to build a future that is much more promising, much more prosperous, a fairer, a freer, a healthier, and a much more prosperous future. I am confident Mr. President, that the partnership between the United States of America and Kenya will give us the solutions that the world so seriously needs. And we will be discussing a range of issues from peace and security in our region, recognizing the heavy lifting Kenya is doing in supporting peace and security efforts in the Horn of Africa.
90% of Kenya's electricity comes from clean energy. 90%. That's worth an applause. Over 1 million homes are powered by wind energy alone. That's worth applause too. An historic Africa Green Industrialization Initiative, which you launched last year, is poised to create similar results in so many other nations, particularly in the continent. Across the region, Kenya and America are driving a race to the top with investments that we have and high standards for workers, technology, and environment. And we're working to ensure debt doesn't leave these critical investments and crucial investments out of reach for low and middle income countries.
The Ministry of Education and the Kenya National Bureau of Statistics are embarking on a nationwide school census to validate the number of learners and facilities in the basic education sector in Kenya. The census will see enumerators traverse close to 80,000 schools in all the 47 counties to conduct the physical count. Brenda Wanga reports.
These are the scenes expected in classrooms across the country in the next 50 days. Enumerators from the Kenya National Bureau of Statistics, KNBS, will be stepping into learning institutions with their tools in search of the true and real number of pupils and students in all schools in the basic education sector in the country.
When you are dealing with an ecosystem like the education system, it's a huge system. And when you deal with statistics, it is not only about the number of kids who are in school. It's not only about the number of teachers who are available to teach. There are so many other things that you need to know. How many books do we have in our schools?
This is the second census of the basic education sector, and it comes 17 years after the first one done in 2007.
Really, that is too long for a sector that is key. I'm not very sure what would be more key other than the education. Maybe what could match it is agriculture.
The Ministry of Education says the exercise will be key in not just getting the true picture of the learners in schools, currently estimated to be about 15 million, but it also guides the policies and decisions that it will make in relation to this sector.
You've seen what we are doing here. It is to confirm the figures that are there in terms of checking our school registers, checking the number of teachers that we have. They'll be checking the infrastructure. They'll be checking the instructional materials. So it is quite a comprehensive exercise. And it is an exercise that we are delivering as one in government through Ministry of Education and Ministry of and the National Treasury and Planning, so that we can be able, going forward, have data that we can be able to properly use as we do our planning.
The census will target pre-primary, primary, junior, secondary schools and special needs education units for both public and private institutions, as well as all international schools.
The budget is approximated to be about 300 million for a period of about 50 days, like he said, until the term comes to an end.
And as the census kicks off, the Ministry of Education is assuring the country that the plans to transition to grade 9 of the CBC system of education are underway as it seeks to construct 16,000 new classrooms to accommodate the current grade 8 learners next year. Brenda Wanga, Citizen TV.
In another story, the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission has started the process of recovering over 113 million shillings in property from a former Nairobi City County official, Jimmy Mutuku Kiamba. Kiamba, whose wealth was found suspicious, had his appeal at the Supreme Court rejected. The SEC has been allowed to seize 113.8 million worth of money from 9 bank accounts, being unexplained wealth belonging to the former finance chief officer in the Nairobi County government, Jimmy Kiamba. The Supreme Court threw out Kiamba's appeal, ruling that it raised no constitutional questions and saying it had no jurisdiction to hear it. The Supreme Court's decision in effect upholds a Court of Appeal decision delivered on the 9th of February this year by Justices Kibaya Imana Leibuta, Abida Ali Aroni, and John Mativo that ordered Kiamba, his family members and associates to surrender their 113 million shillings and 7 listed properties or pay market value for them to EACC. The properties include a maisonette and 4 apartments, as well as 2 parcels of land. Right, and welcome back to the big conversation.
Bila shaka na tunakupeleka moja kwa moja hadi katika studio ambapo serikali ipo. Trevor Mbija, Christine Ojambo, uwanjani wenu.
Asante sana Mashirima Kapombe na Sam Gituku. Waziri, let's get straight into it. We are talking about reliability earlier on. Are you concerned by the frequent power outages? And what is the overall state of reliability now that we depend on hydro-generated power?
Trevor, reliability is something we are seriously working on. Let me bring to context what we are doing to strengthen Kenya Power and ensure that they are operating as a commercial company and competing in that space to supply industry, not just like one of my colleagues there said, affordable but competitive cost of energy. Competition in industry is a global issue today, and unless we are competitive, we don't attract that competitive advantage of global firms looking at us as manufacturing centers and things like that. So we are working on reliability, and to be able to do that, some of the things that we've done, and we did go to cabinet to really appreciate the fact that Kenya Power, as a listed company, needs to also have return to the shareholders, those who have bought shares through the Nairobi Securities Exchange. So what we've done, and though we didn't talk much about, is to look at the shareholding structure of Kenya Power. Kenya Power today is 50.1% government and 49.9% private through the Nairobi Securities Exchange. And yet all the directors are nominated by government. So what we've done in the last AGM, and before the AGM, was to have a special AGM, reward on the memorandum and articles of associations to allow the private sector to bring in representation proportionate to their shareholding. So today, Kenya Power governance at the board level has got 4 directors representing the interest of government, 5 directors, representing the interest of government, and 4 directors representing the interest of the private sector. So when we went to the last AGM, we did allow the minority at 49.9% to elect their representation so that we infuse knowledge and capacity from the private sector to take care of their shares. The second thing that we've done, which will improve reliability, is in terms of depoliticizing how we have employed Kenya Power to run government social infrastructure, like we have used them to do the last mile. And today, we owe Kenya Power as government 26 billion. And what we're seeking to do with that, under that approved cabinet memo, is to allow Kenya Power debt equity improve, have that debt to be restructured against the on-lent loans to Kenya Power. That way, we are able to write down what government owes them by, okay, there's another asset transfer from Ketraco. There are some assets which are owned by Kenya Power, which are transmission assets. And yet, Kenya Power should be doing the last mile, the distribution, the buyer market. What this means, Trevor, is that we are able to allow the transmission company to run under what you would call an unbundle. We do full unbundling of the energy sector where there are generators, there is a transmission company, and there is a buyer. We're then able to implement the spirit of the 2019 Energy Act, which requires that we open the market. Yeah. Today we have what we call a single market buyer, which is KPLC buying all the power from the generators, because there is not a very delineated or separation on transmission. Once the transmission is done and the regulations are already on my desk for wheeling, you should be able to generate power as an independent party, wheel it to market using Ketraco, which under that unbundled structure, they have a tariff for wheeling to market, and sell your power wherever you want to sell the power. Because the responsibility of transmission will have been delineated from Kenya Power, which is not the case today. Okay. The other thing that we are working on seriously to improve the performance of Kenya Power is to reduce the power losses. Kipto did talk to us during the break that in 2022, we had power losses up to 22%, 22.4%. Yeah. We have given Kenya Power a target to bring down the power losses to about 16% within the next 3-4 years. And we have given a structure on how that can be worked on so that the technical losses can come down by about 8%, transmission losses 4%, commercial losses, and so on and so forth. Yeah. And you'll ask, how do we do this? We will strengthen the network by investing in the network to improve the transmission network. We are now working on PPP, allowing private-public partnership. There are a number of transmission circuits which are being built by the private sector. Yeah. Because there is a wheeling tariff. They are able to earn either on wheeling or capacity, which is basically availability. Yeah. And then therefore, the transmission can be reinforced by bringing more private capital, the way we do power generation. Mm-hmm. We are also looking at monetizing some of the transmission. Why do we have to own a line 100% fully amortized, sitting on $600 million investment, like the Ethiopia-Kenya line? So we'll be looking at monetization of some of the lines. What are we doing? We're trying to basically improve the balance sheet of Kenya Power, give them a more positive working capital, unlike today when they are almost at negative, and be able to address what industry needs to be able to support what I did mention earlier in 7% GDP to manufacturing going towards 15%.
So are you relating this unreliability to under-resourcing or incompetence?
Let me give a case in point which we did discuss during the break. In Western Kenya today, more importantly, Bomet, Kericho, Awendo, Homa Bay, we almost every other evening there is power blackout, which is occasioned by a constraint in a line which cannot carry enough power. Because if a line is dimensioned, say, to carry 80 megawatts, it is trying to carry 120. Like Engineer Siror did mention, or was it Mwaura, the line will shut itself down to protect itself because it is carrying more than it can easily melt. So what the system does sometimes, not sometimes, all the time, is to protect itself by switching off. And sometimes that switching off is what caused a national blackout. It switched the whole country instead of switching off a region. So what we do from time to time, when there's an overload, because the industry has grown and we have not built a line commensurate to carry more power to support the industry in Awendo, the industry in Homa Bay, the industry in Bomet, to the industries, is we actually pull down some feeders. So it is not unreliability. We are shutting the system before it shuts itself off. So there is need for investment in infrastructure, and we are doing that through PPP. We want to look at monetization to be able to get the transmission network to work around like Power Grid of India, which is possibly the fourth best performing company in India today because of what they have done to be able to support that. So yes, reliability is a challenge. Yeah. So the power that goes to Western Kenya, just to finish that example, comes through Moroni, Chemosit, Kigati, going all the way to Awendo. And that line is so overloaded. We've got a facility from South Korea to build a line from Narok to Bomet because we have already built Olkaria, Narok. So we need to complete Narok, Bomet, and Bomet all the way down Kigati to Awendo has been built. Yeah. So if we complete that link, we are then able to have an alternative and load Chemosit, Moroni, and be able to deliver.
How much is that facility?
The facility is, Narok Bomet alone is costing us about 2.5 billion. Okay. But the facility also will have a component to do Kilifi, Malindi, Kilifi, Weru. Malindi, Weru, Kilifi, which is another challenge area where we have the Globe Lake power generation on solar, which is causing problems of intermittence in that region. Yeah. As soon as we finish Mariakani substation, we are also able to deliver more power to Mombasa. We have a similar problem in Mombasa.
Do you have an estimate of how much it will take to bring down the power losses to the 16% that you're saying?
We do.
How much will KPLC?
We do. I may not have the straight number right now because, yes, it might cost us up to $4 billion. Yes, $4 billion. And we have dimensioned that. A lot of it will come from private sector. Okay. We've got Africa 50 doing a line from Lesotho to Lesotho under PPP. We've got some line from Gilgil, Thika, Malaya being done on PPP. And these are real investments which are bound to happen on the ground as we speak today because we're working with PPP with almost really rich financial close on those projects. And that way, the transmission Ketraco, which doesn't have its own balance sheet because it operates on government balance sheet, will be able to build its own balance sheet. It will stop picking money every budget in, budget out from the national treasury and behave like Kengen, which has got a strong balance sheet and it is able to generate, or Kenya Power for that matter, where if we restructure its balance sheet and give them a better outlook on the debt equity ratio, they should be able to go to the market. So we have a plan. We are working on it 3 years. Kenya Power has a target. It is reinforced by a facility we are calling the Green Resilient Fund, which we've gotten from World Bank, a $600 million facility, which has got delivery-linked indicators. We call them DLIs. For every performance achieved, they release the money. Okay. So because we need this money to come in very quickly, we are working very quickly to make sure that like this shareholding structure and representation by the representation of the private sector with 4 members was a deliverable, and therefore they release so much. All right. And therefore I can assure you Kenya Power, as in a very short while, will be performing very well even in the stock market.
Asante. Waziri ameelezea kuhusu mipango ambayo serikali kuu inafanya kwa ajili ya kuimarisha mifumo ya kusambaza umeme ili kuepukana na haya mambo ya blackout. Kwa hiyo Senator wa Matinga, wewe uko kwenye Senate na wewe unaongoza ile kamati ambayo inasimamia masuala ya kawi. Tungependa kufahamu kutoka kwako pamoja na wabunge wenzako na maseneta kwamba kuna mipango ipi ya sheria pengine ambayo mnashughulikia kuona kwamba hili swala la ukiritimba monopoly linaondolewa kuhusiana na masuala ya Kenya Power. Manake wafanyabiashara wengi ambao wanazungumza ukiwasikiza wanasema kwamba Kenya Power ni kama inashindana na mishumaa. Na katika hiyo hali ya Kenya Power kushindana na mishumaa, wakati ambapo stima zinapotea, sasa wanabaki kukadiria hasara. Kwa hiyo nyinyi ndio wakilishi wetu pale bungeni. Je, mnazungumzaje kuhusu mipango mlionayo kuhakikisha kwamba huu kiritimba unaondolewa ili kuwepo na wachezaji wengi katika hii sekta ya kusambaza kawi? Ndo wakati ambapo mfanyi biashara naona huu upande mwingine sipati msaada ama Kenya Power ina changamoto, naweza kukimbilia huu upande mwingine ili biashara yangu iendelee kwa wiki moja ama wiki mbili nikisubiri Kenya Power.
Thank you very much, Christine, for that question. Indeed, we as the senators and protectors of the original representatives of the people, just yesterday we had a discussion with the representatives of Kenya Power, and it came to our attention that one of the people who actually pulling Kenya Power down is the county governments. It came to our notice that county governments owe Kenya Power 4.6 billion, led by Nairobi with about 2.5. We know that in line with the SDGs, street lighting is a program that has been put in place. And this street lighting, some governors have now opting to go to solar power. We know solar power is not available at night, so you'll find that it is not available. Having said that, I would want to thank EPLA because they've come with a set of regulations, and we are looking at now operationalizing them. We are going through them. One of them being the bulk and supply and open access regulation for 2024. This is an effort to liberate market in a way that you can be able to generate your power and more so renewable power and sell it with, of course, undertaking with the Kenya Power. Having said that, we know that there is also a very, very big potential. And I want to thank the Minister because the extension and the development of new infrastructures will allow even the Kenyan region, the Kenyan market to access regional auctions. And the futuristic approach would be to access auctions in other regions so that whenever you have more power, because we know that power is supplied as is generated, and whether you take it or you don't, you have to pay for it. Therefore, having infrastructure that can be able to get this power to other regional areas, you can be able to access auction markets, and that would also be able to mitigate the cost of power. Okay. Again, look, developing the lines, transmission lines, you can also introduce, and we've seen that it's happening, the fiber optic cables. Instead of doing them, the trenching, you do them along the power lines, and this would be also an additional generation of resources, which also will allow them to be able to man their command centers or their control centers. Okay. This is also an added advantage to us because, or to Kenya Power, because they'll also be able to use that infrastructure generated additional revenue that will ensure cost of power goes down. Yes. Having said that, we need also to look at now the gaps, because this is a quite dynamic area that we're moving into, and we have to keep on looking at what we can do to ensure that we put regulations in place so that we do not work in a lacuna. Okay.
Naam, kimpango umelaumu serikali za kaunti kwamba zinalegea katika kusupport ile Kenya Power. Nafikiri ni muhimu tutaje kwamba governor wa Kiambu ambaye ni wa Matangi tulikuwa tumemwalika hii leo katika haya majadiliano, na akathibitisha kwamba atakuja, manake ndio mwenyekiti wa ile kamati ya magavana inayosimamia masuala ya kawi, lakini bahati mbaya hakuweza kufika.
And the governor of Kiambu owes Kenya Power, if I'm not wrong, 1.6 billion. He's among the biggest, led by Nairobi, and of course everybody a bit.
Kwa hivyo ingefaa sana akuwe hapa leo ili pia ajibu haya maswali.
Tungemuitisha. Waziri says wangemuitisha hapa. Tungemuitisha hapa. But also, Christian, before you maybe you pass over to your colleague, it is also important to know that in the last regime, we had a moratorium that was put in place for the PPPs, and then after it was lifted by the executive. Now, the National Assembly came and imposed another one, which is putting us in quite a dangerous corner. And that's why we, the Committee of Energy in the Senate, I'll be tabling as the chair, a motion tomorrow to lift that moratorium, because we have to open this discussion so that we do not find ourselves come 2026, 2027, where we'll have to start doing load shedding because we have not done enough. Okay. So there's quite a number of things that we, as the Energy Committee, we are doing, and we are in constant talk with the ministry, with all the stakeholders, so that we can see the best approach. But having said that, I must also pass it to the citizens and tell them they have an obligation to protect the infrastructure that has been input in place, be it vandalism, be it people spoiling control centers. They must be proactively protect this, because at the end of the day, this is a national asset.
Okay. Kipto, you know, one of our residents who was speaking to us from Mombasa mentioned that some of our equipment were burnt and they should be compensated. And I'm looking at the Energy Act, Section 166. It actually says that electricity suppliers and compensation should compensate consumers for unwarranted power outages, for the provision of irregular or poor quality electricity, which leads to damage to consumers' property, financial losses, and even loss of life. Why is that so difficult to implement? And also at the same time, Sam Gituku showed us a model power bill, and I see there's WRA charge, which is the Water Resource Authority charge at 1.86. Then there's also REP charge, which is the Rural Electrification Program. Why should someone living in an urban area pay for the REP charge? Two questions.
Okay, I think maybe before I get there, maybe I can take a step back. And being this a big conversation, I've heard from the legislature, I've heard from the executive, I've heard from a different studio where our utilities, which we regulate, I've heard from the industry, I've heard from Kenyans. For us as a regulator, our mandate is to balance interests. And it's important that we appreciate some of the issues that have been raised. I think there's been an issue of how do you determine the tariff, issues of reliability and quality of service, issues of billing, issues of consumer complaints, and all those really fall down our alley as a regulator. When we talk about how do you determine a tariff, there is a tariff methodology applied by us as a regulator. Our last tariff review for a tariff control period between 2023 to 2026 was approved in March last year. How do we arrive at how much do you pay per unit? We first put together what the revenue requirements are. Sometimes you will see Kenya Power as the forward-leaning organization, but the revenues that Kenya Power collects, over 60% goes to generators. So how we then determine the tariff is we put together what is revenue requirements for power purchase. We then add on cost of transmission. And it's important to say for cost of transmission, we only allow for operation and maintenance. All the capital investment in transmission has been covered by government, either through funding to Ketraco as a transmission company or to KPLC, which still has some transmission lines, and there's also an issue there. But we only provide for operation and maintenance. Going forward, if as a country we were to invest in the infrastructure at the pace that is required to ensure that Kenyans get the reliability and the quality of service, we have to allow other players, particularly private sector, to play in transmission. And with that, there'll be an impact on the tariff because they have to get a return. The law requires that us as a regulator must ensure that there's a financial integrity of our utilities, that investors are compensated for the risks assumed. So even in the transmission segment, where, as the minister is saying, there has been a cabinet-level decision to transfer transmission assets from Kenya Power to Ketraco, so that then you can then have competition in distribution. We then come and provide for revenue requirements for distribution in terms of operation and maintenance. One of the questions that you may ask is, and has come, I think, from some of the experts on the other side, is what is the regulator doing to ensure that the revenue requirements we provide go and actually do the work in operation and maintenance to ensure that the lines are up to standard so that then there's reliability and quality of service. We are putting together regulations called regulatory accounts so that then we're able to audit that the money that Kenyans, through us, the regulator, have given to Kenya Power actually goes to the work that has been provided for. If it is for capital investment, that capital investment is actually done. Okay. If it is for operation and maintenance is actually done. So that is how the methodology of how we compute the tariff.
So let's not complicate this entire thing. Let's just bring up a model power bill.
Yes.
Okay? So there's the amount, which is 4,000 shillings.
Correct.
The units is 140. The token amount is 2,326. Rate of the token is 16.6. VAT is 465. Up to that point, Kenyans know what that is all about. Let's start from the fuel energy charge at 581. Why is that necessary?
Okay, I can explain the fuel energy charge.
One at a time.
And the fuel energy charge is not fuel in the. It's not only fuel in the normal sense that you know it. We have thermal generation plants which run on diesel and heavy fuel oil. We have geothermal plants where there's also have a fuel, and the fuel is steam. If you go to Olkaria today, if you go to Menengai, where GDC is operating, GDC sells the steam to an independent power producer. So as the MD of Kenya Power was saying, when you look at your energy mix, you have your geothermal, you have your hydro, you have your thermals, and your thermal costs are then, the fuel cost is then amortized across all our bills.
Okay.
So that is what the fuel cost is.
And then the EPRA charge, there's 11 shillings. What is that for?
Yes, that is 8 cents per kilowatt hour to allow us as the regulator to then regulate the sector to ensure that there's order.
So we are paying you for your services?
Yes, that is correct.
Bwana Kiptoo, tumeshuhudia mvua nyingi sana kipindi ambacho kimepita, na kwa hiyo inamaanisha kwamba maji ni mengi nchini, na tunajua kwamba maji yanatumika katika kuzalisha pia nguvu za umeme. Je, kwa maana hiyo tunatarajia kwamba bili zetu zitashuka?
Zimeshuka. Ukiangalia the last 3 months, bei ya stima imeenda chini on 2 factors. One, last month dispatch ya hydro ilikuwa 17%. This month it was 24%. Lakini pia kuna wind energy. There is a inverse relationship between rain and wind. Tuko na wind about 400 megawatts. Kule Loyangalani, Marsabit County, kuna 310 megawatts, a wind farm called Lake Turkana Wind Farm. When it rains, you lose all the wind.
Okay.
So when you lose all the wind, you have to then replace that capacity with a different technology, which in most cases is the thermal, which can kickstart the same way you start your car.
But it's not all the time.
It's not all the time.
So why do you pay all the time?
Why do we pay all the time for the thermal?
Yes.
Every time you run thermal plants, you run them for peaking, you'll pay for the fuel. Every month you'll pay for fuel because you use fuel. Today, as you speak today, it's 9:30. Between 7 and 9, what we call peak hours. Everybody's at home, everybody wants to watch Citizen TV, everybody wants to run their TV. There's a ramp up in power demand. The best technology to be able to meet that demand in a very short time period is thermal. And that is why we need that thermal power.
Kuna Wakenya wengi sana wanauliza kuhusu mambo ya billing, vile ambavyo mna charge mambo ya stima. Unapata kwamba kwa mfano kuna Mkenya ambaye kawaida bili yake ya stima ni 2,000 ama ikienda sana ni 3,000. Wakati mmoja anakuja anashtukia tu bili imekuja 60,000 na anashangaa kwamba imekuwaje hii bili karuka hivi mpaka ikafika 60,000 kutoka 3,000 kwa mfano. Sasa akienda kwenye afisi za Kenya Power kulalamika, anaambiwa tulia, lipa kwanza bill, alafu hilo tatizo tutashughulikia baadaye. Na ni wengi wenye malalamishi ya aina hiyo. Inakuwaje kwamba nilipe kwanza wakati ambapo kiukweli unaona hii tofauti ya bill ni kubwa sana, nitalipaje kama hamjasuluhisha?
As I have said, for us as a regulator, we have to balance interests and also educate the public. The law that Trevor has read enables us as a regulator to determine consumer complaints. And we receive a lot of consumer complaints, not only with respect to billing, but also with respect to way leave and encroachment of way leave. And we make determinations which are binding on Kenya Power because Kenya Power is our licensee. So when there is a dispute with respect to a bill, the first port of call is the utility Kenya Power if a customer is not satisfied.
Okay.
And I think Engineer Rosemary had spoken about estimation of bills. If they're not satisfied, they could come to us as a regulator. We'll be able to investigate the complaint and make a determination.
Wakati mwingine hiyo estimation inapelekwa mbali sana.
Njoo kwetu.
Alafu tarudisha pesa.
It has happened in the past and it will continue to happen.
WRA charge, the Water Resource Authority charge of 1.86. Why is that necessary?
This is under the Water Act. We have a water-specific regulator. We are an energy-specific regulator called the Water Resources Management Authority, whose mandate is to protect water catchment areas. Our hydro dams are in the water catchment areas which require conservation. So that charge is to go towards protecting those water catchment areas by our water-specific regulator, the Water Resources Management Authority, but is only for hydro plants. But is then amortized across our bills.
And the rural electrification program?
The rural electrification program is for what the minister and also Kenya Power was speaking to. Kenya Power ideally should be a commercially driven entity. But in the good story that I was talking about of expanding our customer base, it required government intervention. So the rural electrification program, and I think you have asked me this question, why should you living in Kilimani here pay to subsidize power for your cousin in the village? That's not a good question to ask.
Who sometimes doesn't have that power.
We need to be able to support, and that's the reason for the re-electrification levy, is to allow for extension of power in area that is not economically viable. It may not be necessarily only in the rural areas, also in informal settlements in the urban areas, that we're able to protect those at the lower social pyramid, as it were.
Christine, allow me to touch this. There's a question actually which touched on this informal settlement, and somebody did raise, we have not had power for 2 years. What are we doing about that? We are working on a new relationship with these settlements where Kenya Power needs to, are appointing a reseller of power within the informal settlement, because sometimes it's difficult to go in and read the meters. They are not allowed to go in and read the meters. So we can sell power at the transformer to a reseller, who will then work with KPLC, having been trained to manage a particular region within the informal settlement. And therefore, we bill the customer at the transformer, and the customer, the reseller collects the revenues from those they have connected. So we are going to go into partnership with a number of players in the informal settlement. It's unfortunate that when they did not pay Kenya Power, when a disconnection happened, the transformers were vandalized, then the conductors and the wires were vandalized, and we have to rebuild a whole network in Kibera, in Kurukwa, Njenga, and so on and so forth. I really want to appeal that as we come back to build the network, the citizens should really protect their network, because really it's about security, it's about business, it's about comfort of living, and it's unfortunate that this has had to happen. So we're going to be moving into some of this Viongojiduni informal settlement to really reestablish that new relationship and work with some of the resellers in those settlements.
All right.
Trevor,
yes.
You asked me 2 questions, which I haven't answered.
Very briefly.
I think the first one is, does the law allow or provide for consumers to be compensated for damaged equipment on account of an outage? Yes, Section 166 of the law allows that. Also, I think in the spirit of public education, also, when you talk to where it is a commercial connection also, Section 142 of the law requires where you have paid commercial rates for connection, and then another customer is connected by Kenya Power, you're actually entitled to a reimbursement where you've paid commercial rates, not under the government subsidized program. But lastly, Trevor, as the minister said, we've developed a regulation which will be a game changer in this industry. Because you've spoken about the single buyer model, and we are looking to go to power markets and power trade, is the principle of open access, where we have developed the open access regulation on bulk supply, which will allow, akin maybe for Kenyans to understand, to a highway. Not everybody can build their own highway. We want to allow the utilization of the highway, which is the transmission network of KETRACO and the distribution network of KETRACO, to allow for competition, where you can have other distributors, other retailers of power, and allow for a willing tariff, so that then you can be able to move power from point A to point B and introduce optionality and choice for consumers, and therefore also introduce competition, which will also lower cost.
All right, let's cross over now. Yes.
Na anaarifiwa kwamba Lincoln na Yvonne wako tayari kwenye
experts ni wataalam.
Ndio kwenye studio ya wataalam. Kwa hiyo tunawapa nafasi Lincoln na Yvonne.
Asante sana, Christine Ojiambo. You know, we've been following the conversation here, and we want to start looking at, you know, what lies ahead. We'll get to you, Professor Silva, on what you were saying were the 3 Ds, and, you know, one of those Ds I think that we've saved for last. But first, you know, Bernard, let's just quantify a little bit of, you know, what we've heard from the CS. You know, he talks about system losses and where it is at the moment at 23%, and that they are aiming to, you know, reduce it to 16%. But just help us understand what these system losses mean, and how that, you know, the quantifiable of that, and who pays for that system loss. So maybe you can give us the numbers and bring this picture home.
Thank you, Yvonne. And I think I should say thank you and congratulations to the CS for outlining the status of KPLC and what the government, as the largest shareholder, is planning to do, which is good. I think all the complaints we've had and the difficulties is because of the financial position of Kenya Power. According to their financial records for last year, which are public, what they owed their suppliers, that's everyone, was about 130 billion. shillings. Their asset base was about 80 billion, so it means they're operating in not a so good environment. But back to losses. If you look at the annual report, Kenya Power bought 12,425 gigawatt hours of power. They sold 9,567 gigawatt hours of power. That was a loss of 23%, which is 2,858. In money terms, if you take the average tariff, that's 57 billion.
That's 57 billion shillings of losses.
Correct. But the allowable losses, according to global standards and EPRA, is about 16%. So the loss that they were technically not allowed to have is about 22 billion.
But tell me, who pays for these losses? Who foots this bill?
I think that cost is paid by the customers who buy power, so it's shared among all those customers.
Ni kwa nini hiyo hasara mimi nilipe kama customer? Kwa nini nalazimishwa?
Jua wewe pia unatumia nishati. Sasa kwa wale wako kwenye hiyo group lazima tulipe.
Okay.
Ni vile tunasaidiana extend ile rural electrification. Because where else could they get it? The government doesn't offer any subsidy.
Indeed. And you know, the CS said it'll take $4 billion to fix the system losses. And he says that will come from private sector.
Correct.
You are all sitting in that private sector space. What's your reaction when you hear that?
I think there's nothing wrong with that. It's an investment opportunity and it's a way of addressing challenges that they have in the system.
Is it an investment you're willing to make as private sector?
Yes. I'll give you an example of Uganda. When UETCL, which is the KPLC equivalent of Uganda, was struggling, they brought in ESCOM and other investors to set up Umeme. And Umeme did a tremendous job until, I think, their term ended 2 years ago. But they improved the quality of service they invested. We could say that that's the sort of approach that the government is looking at, though it's not a concession like Umeme had, but they're looking at private sector to invest in strengthening the weak parts of the system. Remember, there's generation, transmission, distribution. And as the CS explained very well, there are challenges in the transmission and distribution system.
Right.
So if the government doesn't have the money, but they can invite investors through the PPP framework that is being developed, then that's an opportunity for investment. And the investors will, of course, want to have a return. How that is structured will determine whether it drives up the cost of power or not. But if it's going to reduce the losses, then it should actually reduce the cost of power.
Okay, yeah, that's
kabla tujatoka katika haya masuala ya hasara ambayo tuwapata katika uzalishaji na usambazaji wa kawi ama steam hapa nchini. Kuna wakati katika utawala uliopita kulikuwa na mjadala kuhusiana na IPPs, zile kampuni ambazo zatengeneza ama kuzalisha kawi kibinafsi, zauzia Kenya Power gali ama kawi hii kwa pesa ambazo ni za juu sana, na mikataba yenyewe ni mikataba ambayo hauwezi ukaifutilia mbali. Labda huenda hapa ndipo tupata hasara kwamba ile bei ambayo IPP zauzia Kenya Power ni ya juu zaidi, hivi kwamba hasara kama hii haiwezi kaepukika. Na ni swali ambalo naliweka kwako, na pia labda Bwana Riongo anaweza changia pale. Pia naye ni mhandisi katika haya masuala.
Yeah, I'll contribute about that one. The first one, let me say that what the CS has said is very important, that we strengthen the transmission system is important. And the private sector entering into that is going to relieve the government the burden of looking for funds to do it. But of course, it's not for free, they will be paid.
Yeah.
Because it will be like an IPP. It's only that there's an IPP, but they are not producing power, but they're transmitting power. I think we'll call them ITP or something like that, IPT. But the cost of a private sector entity coming in doesn't come cheaply.
Yeah.
And we must be prepared to pay for that, because that they need a return. Their capital is expensive to borrow, it's not a grant, and it's not a sort of the sort of loans that the government gets for their work. So that cost will be transferred, of course, to the customers. But having done that and saying the transmission system, that is a part of the losses. Now the thing is, there is the other losses, which is commercial.
What does that mean?
We call it theft, if you want to be polite.
Okay.
It's what people have really decided to bypass meters, for example, or tap in on unmetered supplies, and they continue consuming without paying KPLC or interfering with the meters themselves.
Is that a big problem?
It's quite a significant
cost? Okay.
So, it's quite a cost, and that actually, most of the utilities suffer from that more than anything else. Of course, technical losses are important. Now, transmission losses is about 4%. It probably can come lower. The distribution losses is probably, I think at this particular time, is probably near about 10 or so, 11%. The balance is actually commercial losses. So what the CS has not addressed is how do we overcome these commercial losses? Because we have to tackle the two losses together to be able to overcome this particular problem.
Unaamini kwamba kwa kweli Kenya Power inaweza kuwa na faida kama ilivyokuwa miaka ya zamani, kinyume na sasa ambapo yapata hasara? Unaamini yawezekana? Na ikiwa swali jibu lako ni ndio, vipi?
It can. Kenya Power can come back to profitability, but at the moment, as you can see, they're in a very big financial dip. To be operating on negative capital, working capital of 50 billion, is not anything easy. It's a lot of pressure on them. For them to maintain the system and to do what they need to do to make sure that the service comes to the level it was before, they require a lot of investment. What the CS has said is good, but how long will it take? Because there's something like an emergency. Funds must come into KPOC so that they can continue improving the system and trying to make profits. And I would like the CS to tell us what is their time frame for rescuing KPOC from going deeper. Because as we see from the results, they are digging, their losses are increasing every other year.
Okay.
And if this is around to continue, then we have got a problem.
All right, just hold on, because I would like you to address the CS himself, because he is here. Perhaps you can ask him that question directly you were talking about in terms of timelines. Just speak to the CS.
Yeah, but it's on a CS, we understood what you said about the rescue package for KPOC. But I think this is an urgent action, and KPOC require capital injection as a major requirement right now, so that they can be able to come up and start giving the service required. If you can share with us the time frame that you have in mind as a government to come to this rescue, I think that will assist our customers to understand what is going to happen in the next few years and probably expect a better service. Because without money, even the maintenance we are talking about, even the strengthening of the system we are talking about, it will not be easy. I really find it difficult to even understand how they're operating now in the way they are. Because if it was a private company, it would have been declared bankrupt by now. So it's a thing that the government needs to address very urgently, because it matters to all of us as Kenyans.
Indeed. Buenos dias.
Thank you, Kwara. I did indicate that, let me deal with commercial losses first, which is an area which I possibly didn't refer to Julius Riungu, but I did indicate that we will be billing most of the informal settlements at the transformer. And this is an aim to, if we are able to collect revenue at the transformer, beyond the transformer, then the partnership with the resellers of power in some of those settlements will know how they socialize the community, they protect the network, and reduce power theft. That is one of the initiatives I did mention, for example, in terms of reducing the power theft. And then so that's fairly advanced in terms of addressing some of the significant areas where a number of Kenyans live, and yet, because they are Kenyans, we need to protect, to provide power, they need security, they need street lighting, and to the extent that we'll be billing at the transformer, beyond the transformer, the megawatt or the kilowatt hours that are used must be paid. We'll be working with the resellers to train them so that we don't have this challenge of power losses because we cannot access the meters in the informal settlement, where sometimes there is rampant sale of power, which is not metered by KPLC. But more importantly, on the negative working capital, I did also say that we have got some $600 million facility under the restructuring of Kenya Power balance sheet, which adds on to reducing, if we can reduce the power losses and you know that you've worked out on how significant that is. The losses that we are not allowed to have totals to about 22 billion. So in 3 years, if we are able to work down the power losses, commercial, technical, and transmission losses, which can easily come from 4% to 2%, we are able to secure some of that fund at the $600 million US. It's a concerted effort between the government, who are working with the development partners to ensure that we bring back Kenya Power into profitability. Don't forget that we have infused the private sector management at governance level. When I mentioned that we have got 4 directors now representing the private sector to take care of your shares and my shares and make sure that the money in Kenya Power is working for us. So there is good initiative from government, from the development partners, working with the citizens. And that's why I appeal to the users of power to protect the network so that we're not spending so much power in rebuilding a network that has been pulled down by vandals or power theft. Thank you so much.
We can come to, let's have you for a moment. We'll be back to you, Professor Silva. Yes.
This idea of bringing private sector to do transmission lines, because it takes time now, and there are some areas where the CS has commented that there are constraints. Some new lines are required, but maybe Ketraco may not have the funds. So the sooner it is made possible for the private sector to come in, the PPP arrangements, either to partner with Ketraco or even be like do like the expressway, do it and own it. It could be, it could make even what we call the access, which we want to make it to 100% be achieved faster.
Lakini sio kwa faida ambayo ni ya juu sana, sio kwa faida ambayo kampuni hizi za kibinafsi zitajipatia, lakini mwananchi aumie zaidi.
Yeah, that could be discussed with the government about how much profit they can be making.
Okay, Prof.
Yeah.
Okay, I think we can take some example of good things that has happened and try to copy, because one thing I am sure, you can't solve problems by just throwing money at it. Mm-hmm. What I say is that I'm a Brazilian. Mm-hmm. There is a utility in Europe called Enel. It's very big. They can go to the moon and back twice with their transmission line, more than 1 million kilometers of it. So in 2019, they bought 19 million connections in Brazil. Rio de Janeiro, São Paulo, Fortaleza, and Goiás, where we have the capital, which is Brasilia. Now, what they did is they were down financially. They went in and say, let's change all the meters for smart meters, and let's put big data, and let's put analytics, and let's monitor each and every expenditure of Yvonne of Lincoln. So, second, let's create the digital twins. Each and every equipment in this power system has to be digitalized and has to be approached even from 10,000 kilometers away. And finally, they allow for competition. There is willing power. I buy power from this gentleman today. Tomorrow I do a better negotiation with this one and I buy power from him cheaper. And then the willing charges. Our provision in the Act is there to make it as cheap as possible so that people can profit. So I think that bringing in digitalization, bringing in the twins, bringing in the big data, bringing in the prosumers who are not victims of the utility, can do nothing, but say, tomorrow I will not buy power from you or buy from this one. Yeah. This is something that I believe can be done here. And Enel is still there, perhaps.
Indeed, yeah. Before we get to you, Bernard, in a moment, let's listen to the Director General of IPRA on this. When a Director General, you've heard what is being said here about digitalization, but also about competition and opening up the space. Is it time to open up this space as a regulator, to allow for competition within the spaces, to allow more players into the sector of, at least for KPLC. We know we already have that in the generation sector. But listen, shall we just open this up and avoid the monopoly that we've been having?
Yes, thanks, Yvonne. I think that journey began when the Energy Act of 2019 was passed. The principle of open access was put in place. As has been said, we have just finished the regulation, which I'm saying is a game changer, which will allow for private sector investment in transmission, which will also allow for open access also of Kenya Power's distribution system, which will allow for customers to have more optionality, will also allow for competition. As Professor Da Silva is saying, where we are going to is away from long-term contracts in terms of power purchase agreements to shorter-term PPAs and eventually power markets, where even the utilities, the distribution companies, will have optionality on who they buy power from a generation standpoint. This is a journey that we've started. It will give customers more flexibility in terms of who they buy power from, but also more importantly, give access to this highway. Because as I say, it's a highway. Not everybody can build their road. But it's really going to be very important that also Kenyans understand, because when we did a study as a regulator, when we were doing the tariff review, which we passed in March of last year, when you look at your customers who are below the line, the lifeline tariff, they actually spend more money on airtime than they do on power. There is a feeling that power is a social good. But as we look for better service, and I've heard during the first session where a consumer was saying, my business is hurting, I'm an SME, when I don't have power, I cannot operate, I have to use diesel generator, which is more expensive. They say, give me power as long, even if it's more expensive. From us as a regulator, our role will be to ensure that the tariff, whether it's a wheeling tariff, is just and reasonable, that the investor is compensated for risks assumed, because the reality is for private capital to come into transmission, for instance, which you are going into, they must have a reasonable rate of return. And today in transmission, the government has been covering all transmission costs, all the capex costs. When the private sector comes, they will need compensation. That compensation, we as a regulator, we must factor it into the tariff, but it must be reasonable, the rate of return must be reasonable. The import of that is that there will be an impact on the customer bill. That is a factual position. So we need to be able to socialize Kenyans so that then, if you're looking for reliability and quality of service, we must invest. A decision must be taken as to whether that investment will be made by the public sector through government, as it has been in the past, or we open it up to private sector who will require a reasonable rate of return, and therefore we then get the reliability and the quality of service that we require.
All right, an interesting one. Can we ask Engineer Siror from Kenya Power, are you ready for competition?
Oh yes, we are very ready for competition, and indeed we don't even see it as competition as such, because I think from the conversation, this big conversation, it is evident that there is still a segment of this country which have not been reached. So we really see any new entrant not so much as a competitor, but as a partner towards ensuring that there is no dark part of this country. And maybe, Yvonne, just as I know one of the key issues that was discussed there is the issue of losses, I would want to speak into that a bit. That whenever you have any current flowing in any conductor, you must have a loss. Because many other times when we have this discussion, the assumption that Kenyans can get is that the losses can be zero. Now, let me demystify that. That first of all, we are estimating that our commercial losses, which I think Engineer Riungu, and I really respect his credentials, for indeed, I think he sits in a panel and he chairs a panel which transits electrical engineers from graduate to professional engineers. Now, when you look at that, the 6% is commercial losses. Now, if you look at the distribution, it's about 12%. When you look at transmission, it's just about 5%. Now, the real challenge, and I am really glad to be in this conversation with experts, is that whenever you move power in a low voltage, you are always going to suffer a lot of losses. Whenever you double the voltage, using the same size of conductor, you actually reduce the losses to a quarter. And whenever again you double it, it reduces to 1/16. Now, let me just use an example, which is a typical example in the country. If you look at the line that goes to Maralal, this is from Exlanet, it is 220 kilometers at 33 kV. Now, if you look at that line with all its spars, it's about 1,500 kilometers. It is not allowed to really move power for those great lengths at that voltage level. The ideal situation, and that's actually why when we are even discussing the various roles of the various agencies, we did discuss about KETRACO being the one responsible for transmission. If you look at the percentage of transmission lines in Kenya, we are only dealing with about 8,000. If you look at the medium voltage, we are dealing with 82,000. If you look at the lowest voltage, it is 200,000 kilometers. I don't know if there is any other country that has an LV network that constitutes over 67%. Now, what is the solution to this? And I'm really glad that my boss did mention that there's going to be a lot of investment to reduce these losses. What are the solutions? Number one, there are a number of transmission projects which have not been completed. And their lack of completion means then that the medium voltage lines are the ones undertaking a transmission function. So if there was a line, say, of 132 kV, which is 4 times 33 kV, which was meant to move that power, but you've resorted to move it under 33 kV, then the losses are going to be 16 times more than if you're actually moving that power at 132. And there are many of them. If you look at the Tarko Rotum Kitale, you look at the Rabai Kilifi, we look at the line that CS did mention, Narek Bomet, we look at Sondu Oma Beawendo. There are quite a number of projects which ought to have already been completed. What is the other issue? There are a number of projects which also ought to have been completed to move the voltage levels. Like if you look at the line right now that is serving the country from Lake Turkana Wind Power, which the DG EPRA did mention, that is a generation of 310 megawatts. Right now, it's operating at 220 kV. That line is designed to operate at 400. That is to say, if we were to transition it today, or rather to move it, to migrate it from 220 kV to 400, we will almost reduce the losses to a quarter. And I did check from my SCADA system the other day, and when the generation that was 67 megawatts, what was arriving in Tuso was 162. That is to say, we had already lost about 5 megawatts, not because of any theft, but because of the characteristics, that is the size of the conductors, the length of the line, and the voltage you are operating on. So that if it had been migrated to 400 kV, we would have seen a reduction of that 6 or almost 6 megawatts to about 1.5. What are the others? Mariakani substation. The line between Isinya and Mariakani is meant to operate at 400. Right now, it's operating at 220. Mariakani substation needs to be completed so that the line is taken from operating at 220 to start operating at 400 kV. Now, when we complete all these transmission lines, it would then mean that the amount of power which was meant to be moving the transmission lines will go there. The losses at the distribution level reduced. Right now, I did say it is 12, but because it is serving transmission purposes, possibly part of that 12, I don't know what percentage. It could be, say, 5%. Now, if you move it to transmission, it will not be 5 because you've taken it to a much higher voltage. It will increase the transmission losses by 1%, but it will have reduced the overall losses by about 5%. So really, when we talk about losses, I think there is need for the public to really know what are these losses. Lest they think that possibly if it could be 0. Now, again, if you are dealing with any transformer, there are transformer losses. If you are dealing with meters, there are also however little they can be. Now, if you have the entire array of those losses, it is what takes us to 23%. Now, I did say 6% is commercial losses. These are people who have connected illegally. These are people who are direct tapping, and they are bypassing the meters. And the reason why we do have this big conversation today is there is a lot that the public can assist us in terms of dealing with this 6% that we are losing commercially. There are people, possibly your neighbors, you know, they are on direct connection. You have a neighbor and you know he has bypassed the meter. You have a neighbor and you know he's extending the line. And given the massive nature of the infrastructure that we have, which you did say is over 300,000 kilometers. For information, the speed of light is 96,000 kilometers per second. Light will have to take more than us just to cover our infrastructure. So really, this is a very good conversation, and I think the more we have these engagements, the more we can have a knowledgeable public so that we can work together towards dealing the entire array and all the issues that surround the losses. And that is why the key issue of reducing the technical losses is the more transmission lines we invest, the more lines we introduce. And of course, I know one of the issues that was mentioned is reliability. For reliability to be there, you must have what is called redundancy. What we mean by redundancy, you must have multiple sources of power supplying the same customer. What does that mean? More investment. Yes, we have a ring circuit around Nairobi. We do have some level of redundancy within the city, but the other parts of the country, they do not have it. They operate on what is called red lines. And that means once it fails, the whole line is lost. What does that mean for us to introduce reliability? We must invest to introduce redundancies so that a customer is not only served from one location.
All right,
now,
engineer.
Yes.
Engineer, well understood with that explanation. Lakini Lincoln...
Kuna swali bado,
yes.
engineer. Bado hujapata kujibu swali ambalo limekuwa likiulizwa sana na wengi wa Kenya. Na swali hili nilikuwa nimeliuliza hapo awali. Ukiangalia KenGen yauza megawati moja Kenya Power kwa pesa. Ikilinganishwa na pesa ambazo IPPs Kenya Power kiwango cha pesa ambazo zapata kama faida ni cha juu zaidi, na faida hii yote pamoja na hasara bado sisi wa Kenya ndio tuwalipia kwenye bili zetu.
Issue, and indeed this is why again we've been having several initiatives to increase the power uptake in this country. If we look at the transformation capacity in the country, it's about 10,000 megawatts. If you look at our maximum power or peak demand, it is 2177. That is to say then that the investment, and we really want to laud the government for the massive investment they have actually done in the entire energy sector. I think most of us know that about 10 years ago we had only 2.3 million connected customers. Right now we are heading to 9.6, we are 9.6, heading to about 10 million. Over this time there have been a lot of massive investment in this area. Now what is the issue from what you said? Number one, in terms of a number of KenGen assets, they are among the oldest in the country. So some or most of them are fully amortized. What we are stating there is that their capital investment has fully been recovered. So that is to say that when we are dispatching their power, it will actually be at the lowest cost. But now, what is the dispatch regime? I did say that Kenya Power is the system of backup. And the dispatch regime, first of all, is there are those which must dispatch. And these ones which are must dispatch are the intermittent sources. So all the solars, all the winds must get into the grid at whatever time because they are on what is called take-or-pay regime. After that is done, you must then bring us on a merit order. Now, the issue is this. When you look at after you've brought in all the cheap sources, when it comes to the peak demand, which happens in Kenya somewhere between 6 and 9 10 p.m., after you've all the cheap sources, you will still not have met the demand in the country. Now, one is left with one option. Either you stop there and you load share the rest so that you don't bring in the more expensive sources, or you bring in more expensive sources to answer the call to a Kenyan that we get electricity, whatever the cost. Now, I'm that you bring more expensive sources. But when it comes to the cost of power, maybe we need to look for like. What I mean to say, if you look at the cost in terms of hydros, and you compare, unless they are fully amortized, with other hydros, say from KTDA and the small hydros, you will notice that the cost of Kenya is similar to the one of IPPs. If you come to, you will again notice the same. And it was just until the other day that we've not brought on board the Moroni GT. And for information, and indeed for the entire Kenyan public, that was the most expensive source in the country. So it's not an issue of KenGen versus IPP. It's an issue of what source. Most of the IPPs are mortgage, and they are brought in mainly when you've exhausted all the cheaper sources. So if you look at how much by virtue of the units, you're only comparing what has been used for the thermal. But if you take the KenGen thermal and look at the number of units they sold to the grid, vis-a-vis what the IPP sold to the grid, you will really they actually do compare quite a lot. There are even others from KenGen which are more expensive than the IPPs. And indeed, in the country, even when we look at the various sources, the cheapest geothermal source in the country right now, unless the cheapest geothermal source is an IPP, it's Ocean Energy, which goes for 6.9 US cents. So it's not a question or an issue of IPP versus the other one. The best comparison, and I'm really welcoming even the Kenyans to do that comparison, is to look at when it comes to hydro. Now, what can sell at the IPP seller?
Indeed. Engineer, because I want us to, our guest here, Bernardo, has a question. And you can go, but and then I will add and then I will add mine as well.
Thank you, Engineer, for my question, which Lincoln asked at the beginning. IPP has accused unfair answering that. But two, you just pointed out the low-hanging fruit, which as much as 6%, that's still 15 billion. So we can start there and get moving. But Lincoln, as the MD has explained, PPA process, PPA negotiation process.
And for viewers, PPA?
Yes, power purchase agreement. Okay. Actually make sure that people get the price. So there is no way the IPP is going to put a price that is not acceptable. It's by Kenya Power, it's approved by the AG, it's approved by the ministry. You really conspire to get an exorbitant rate.
Okay, indeed. So the question I have for you, Engineer Siror, and I think this speaks to the heart of our ability to provide quality service to Kenyans that is affordable. How does a company that was profitable 5 to 10 years ago move into a loss-making territory? What happened from KPLC being a profitable company 5 to 10 years ago to now being in the red close to 50 billion shillings? And in what way does this affect your ability to be able to provide the services that you do to the consumers that also pay for the services from Kenya Power?
Thank you so much, Yvonne, for that question. Indeed, I think over that period, I did mention the number of customers which had been connected to the grid were quite low. And there was a time when there was a lot of heavy investment in investing in all this. But the challenge was that the investment was there, but there was no return. And maybe just for the general public, when we look at what our revenue comprises in terms of the customer base, only 1% of our customers, top customers, give us 50% of the revenue. 10,000 customers account for 50% of the revenue. If you look at the predominant majority, all 80% of our customers are actually on the lifeline. That is to say, if you are going to invest on them on a capital or rather on a commercial sense, you will just be drilling or rather digging your grave. And that is actually why the government did come, and we really do appreciate, because we don't see it so much. I mean, as a Kenyan, we really see the beauty and the benefit of it. Addresses insecurity. It even more than any other infrastructure in terms of those communities. If all was being done by a company, then of course that would explain why things are so negative. But let me assure the Kenyan public that the turnaround of Kenya Power is here. I think gone are the days when we were making losses. The strides that we have made, and we really want to appreciate our staff. I really want to laud the support that I've gotten from the staff. I'm 1 year and 1 month old in the company, and I think the support and the strides that we have made, it's all pointing in one direction, that gone are the days when Kenya Power was known for making losses. We are heading for profit, and it's the turnaround that we are going to see in Kenya Power. The best days of Kenya Power are not behind us. They are actually right ahead of us. So yes, it is true there are certain investments, but again, if you were to look at the next period, it has actually been coming down. It was 74 billion, it came around 50, it came to 40s. Right now, possibly, we could be adding at 30 billion people. So really, progressively, we are going around, and maybe again for our asset base is 8 billion. Our asset base actually is 329 billion. But we are using historical cost. Maybe to shock all of you listening today, the value of electricity house, which is in CBD, in our book is 1,000 shillings. Why is that the case? The reason is we only do valuation when we really need to dispose it. For as long as you have it, we go by the historical cost. So if you are even asset valuation for Kenya Power, the figure of 329 billion will be far exceeded. So again, you even look at what was put in some of our books as transmission assets. They say 20 billion. There are only 2 assets in Kenya Power, which is actually valued at 20 billion. So really, the whole issue of negative working capital is because of the side in terms of we have not valued our assets. So yes, gone are the days when we are making losses.
Kama anavyosema pale engineer, katika siku za hivi karibuni kuna kampuni ya Kenya Power ikipata faida zaidi. Tunasubiri kuona kama litafanyika, lakini kwanza kazi kwako Rashid.
Naam, shukran sana Lincoln na Yvonne. Nafikiri hapa ndio kwa wale ambao wanatumia umeme na tutakuwa wana mengi wa kuyazungumza. Hata kupoteza muda, Isaac Ndereva, tuanza na wewe tuweze kuzungumza kuhusiana yale uzungumzwa mengi, kuanzia masuala ya bili tunayopata paka kutafuta kampuni mbadala. Twende kwako.
Asante sana Rashid. Nafikiri wacha niongee na Kiingereza ndio I can have the time.
Naam.
Actually, there's a lot that has been talked about. I think let me the Director General of EPRA that there is not, even if we have a lot of rain, at no point would we not have this situation, because Mombasa is not served by any of the neighbors. Because if we want to take the steam from this side to the coast region, that would require a strong grid, and we don't have that. That's why we had 4 plants, but as a result of the contract, KIPEV 1 ended, and KIPEV 2. So we only have Rabai and KIPEV 3. And that is enough to sustain that region. And that's why we say we always complain that we have more than enough thermal generation. Even what we have in is actually not required. So that is one bit that is actually taking a lot of our money. But just even to say that even much as we have a lot of rains, I heard people say, it doesn't mean that we are always, a lot of rains are always associated with a low cost of power. We need to remember that the highest amount of hydro generation was in December of 2020, when we had 400 million. Right now, we only had 357. So I want to deconstruct that issue of that if we have more water, we have more we have more hydro generation, low cost. So again, that it's backed up by data, and then we would say that that is not true. The other bit is just for the public. We are waiting for a lot of people to counter-check about what Kenya Power is doing or things to do with power prices. Let me assure the public that, one, the Director General and EPRA at large, I don't think there is anything they are doing to assist the public, because they generally just gazette either what has been discussed in a boardroom or by the CS or something like that.
Isaac, utanipa nafasi kwa kamera uzungumze na wakilishi wa EPRA. Tafadhali kwa kamera ile mbele kumzungumzie moja kwa moja.
Yeah, I want to say that what has been calculated and what we have found as the formulas, that does not add up. And actually, we even went and we agreed with the Auditor General that even the prices on the fuel are actually not true. We also came to the EPRA offices, and I think we were given a meeting after they would be resolved, and we were told that we would have another meeting. After I think they found that the data is true and it is not going to be convincing, they have never engaged us again. That is why I'm saying we are expecting for oversight by the MPs in the Parliament and the Senate. We've even engaged them and told them where the problem is. But unfortunately, they even took some bill in the Parliament. They were discussing something about the cost of power. And I think Jane Kagiri did not even take it very far. They were given about 6 months to deliver or table the report of the findings. That just went down.
Now, okay, now let us do this. If you went to the EPRA offices,
yes,
you have been waiting till today.
Yes.
Can you address the minister? Maybe you can get the solution from the minister directly.
Yeah, we want to tell the minister that we found, and we found with the Auditor General, that EPRA has been billing consumers on fuel costs. Every time they are on the fuel cost, there is always about $1 billion every month that we are billing. And we were able to accumulate, and we found that we had been overbilled 70 billion from 2018, and there is 71 billion today, because they still continue billing. When they came up with the rebuttal after it was mentioned by a nation newspaper, they said that it's because of the plants that had come up and they were supposed to be adjusted. Their cost on is called fuel adjustment levy or something that is for new plants. So it was supposed to be adjusted in April of last year, 2023. And so we were not supposed to even have any money of fuel adjustment cost that goes to thermal or geothermal turbines. And so up to date, we still have some money that goes to Ore Carrier 1 and Ore Carrier 4, adding up to $500 million every month. So that is again something that has not been sorted out. Finally, we know that we had, from the previous government, we had some recovery you wanted to cover up of 26.3 billion. And we agree that you decided that the previous government had put that in place without any measures. But now, so far, we have already recovered 32 billion. How much was supposed to be recovered? Why have we recovered more than enough? And why are we continuing to recover even more? So I think basically those are the areas that we also need to look at. Remember, even in July of 2022, just before election, there was a contract for the supply of power from Ethiopia that was signed for 25 years at around 8 shillings. I still believe we would have gotten cheaper power from Kenya instead of tying ourselves for a whole 25 years at such a higher cost. So I still believe that is another area that we are still complaining. There are so many issues we need to sort out. It's not that we are complaining outside there. We've tried to book some appointment with the CS. We've taken round. We've tried to book appointment with the EPRA. They're not getting proper attention. We have tried to book attention with the IMF and where you're
upate majibu na kina Sam kabla utoke hapa studioni.
Yeah. And we have, as you rightly say, the issues of expansion and getting cheap from the city. But there are areas of expansion that we've talked about, and especially investors are in power to the Association of Manufacturers in Kenya. Is that a solution in the manufacturing industry, getting private investors in power?
I think that is a good solution, and good government is moving into that direction. Deregulating, and I think those are, and one of them is deregulating. I don't think at this stage the government would be looking to provide power to everybody. I think if the rules, and I've not looked at the exactly the provisions that are there now with the bill that is the CS, looking at how that regulation is done, but to generate our own capacity. I think we've got to the point where the technology is there to allow people to generate their own power. But of course, there are rules that if you want to do more than 1 megawatt today, you really have to go through a lot of members complain that they cannot get quick, approvals.
The bureaucracy.
The bureaucracy is inhibiting. So we would like to request that some of those bureaucracies are knocked out so that people can generate their own power. I think the business models are there now that people can be able to do that. But one of the questions that I want just to check as we do that, because we are looking for solutions to be more competitive, is the thing that is escalated all the way to the highest level is the type of use tariff. Tariff that you can use at night. And we promised 50%, that is going to be gazetted. So I just wanted to check with my friend, the DG, how far we are in gazetting that response from the president.
Na tukienda kwa Abi kuweza kutoa maoni maneno na tumeomeza kusikia kwa kama mahali pazuri. Kwa kuna sema kwa kama ile kwamba kuna mwangaza mbele.
Make it really clear and understandable for everyone. We as a company, getting the local our so the product we build. We are a very company building product for borders and the commuters. Electric vehicles are coming in to lower the cost of operation for these people. But now they highly rely on reliable electricity. So if the electricity is not reliable, it does not make sense for them to invest even in the asset itself. So what we are asking is now, how and what are they doing to ensure that there is reliability in the grid? Most of these charges that we place are three-phase charges. But whenever there is what we call an overvoltage or frequency deviation, it affects these charges. And these are very expensive assets So this also the cost of electricity, because we look at ourselves as dispensers of electricity to this end user. Okay, when we sell the product, we sell the charges, and those are also sensitive, same reasons. So what are they doing to ensure that the grid is actually reliable for this type of consumer, for our services to be offered? Some of the challenges that we would like to address. Secondly, is what plans they have to support the e-mobility sector, because these are people coming in to high on electricity. So what is the on response time? Because any down affecting a charging station means it's affecting somebody else's income. So what are we doing to ensure that that reliability aspect is actually trickle down even to the end user? So it's not just about these 50% they are talking about bringing the revenues, but we're also looking at somebody who has an electric boarder with a charger. What guarantees them that they'll have electricity today to charge their bike so that tomorrow they can wake up and do deliveries?
Yeah, exactly. So, Samuel, you do welding and you're 100% use of electricity. On reliability and the expansion plans, is it going to make your work to make it less, give the burden your electricity bills, is it going to make it for you?
Haitakuwa rahisi hivyo vile unafikiria, ama vile nimesikia hapa government the power wakisema. Manake ama jana tukilipa stima, nimesikia watu wanasema maybe bili chini. Kama jana nikiangalia lipa jana shilingi 200, okay, nikilewa ni 6 unit, ukikuleta by 200, hiyo token unit moja ni 30 ama 35. Na saizi Mr. C ni kuongea kwa TV ama ni kuongea kwa pale chini, mwananchi wa kawaida wana uzito wa kulipa. Katika jua kali, hapo ndipo kuna mama mboga, kuna bodaboda na kuna wengi. Jua kali imebeba watu wengi sana, tuna uzito hapo chini. So kama kweli CS angependa kusikiza wananchi, wangeweka mikakati ya kupunguza power ama mikakati ya kusaidia wanajua kali. Manake sisi hapa chini ndio tunaumia zaidi kuliko wengine. So kuna mpango ya kurudisha stima, sioni. Manake kama vile wenzangu wamesema, kukinyesha kuna maji, na maji tunajua ndio ina produce stima. Kumenyesha hapa, watu wengi wamepelekwa na maji imesomba watu, lakini bado stima gharama iko juu. Je, kuna kiangazi, itakuwaje chini?
Swali zito. Nafikiri mwanzo alisema kwamba kama wakati wa mvua hali ni hii, je, wakati wa kiangazi hali itakuwa? Tumpe nafasi waziri ili atake kujibu. Waziri Davis Chirchir yuko hapa na ni vyema tumpe nafasi ajibu kwa yale ambayo ameweza kuulizwa na waziri. Karibu.
I think as regarding the cost of power, Rosemary did articulate the tariff structure depending on the average 3-month consumption. And what basically happens, particularly for a welding machine, that it uses a significant amount of power, and you'll be in a structure that is not the tariff of the 2 shillings per kilowatt hour or per unit. So, but we are working on it. Like vile nimesema kwamba tunaelewa kwamba bei ya stima ikiwa juu haitasaidia sana katika industry penye tunaajiri watu kasi sana, na hivyo ni jukumu yetu sana kuhakikisha kwamba tufanye juhudi ya generation. Kenya Power to reduce power losses. Hivyo ndio tumesema kwamba ndio bei ya stima iendelee kwenda chini. We are really working on ensuring, like I said earlier, to place Kenya on a competitive platform and be able to offer competitive advantage to the global farm and offer to competition to wananchi wa chini wa kufanya kama mwenzangu hapo, kuhakikisha kwamba bidhaa yenye unafanya ili kwamba uziuze ili industry iendelee kwa juu. So we are going to work, we are working on that. The power losses, when you look at the global picture, is significant in the cost of energy in Kenya, and then we are working on that. The vandalism, major concern that we are working on, and we really need to work together as Kenyans to ensure that we bring vandalism. Allow me also to very quickly respond to the praise by from the association. That was where that Consumer Federation of Kenya, as regarding the price of fuel, which I would like to respond to. But more importantly, we are bringing all the fuels that we use this generation under an open tender purchasing system, standardized. These are pass-through costs, and it is in our interest to make sure that we do price recovery on these fuel, because it is consumed by Kenyans under the regulatory regime, and therefore there is no reason why every independent power generator is bringing their fuel at different prices. So we'll do price discovery through an open tender system, standardized specs, and we'll also get the advantage of bringing a big vessel, and therefore we get the advantage of shipping in terms of freight, and therefore fuel, I can assure you, can go down. Talking to Jan Shah, the Kenya Association of Manufacturers Gala dinner on Monday 20th, and we did talk about this gazettement of 50% tariff during off-peak. And I did indicate that we'll call for a meeting with the industry to understand this item, where we did, we'll talk more about it because it's a regulatory issue, but more importantly, the 50% was on an additional consumption on what you are already consuming, because we do not want to get into a situation where we do bring Kenya Power under more difficult situation, because you did already see, as articulated by one of us today, that if we are already operating on negative working capital and we discount that power, that Kenya Power will have to pay the generators, we run into a problem. So I have promised Rajan Shah, the chair of Kenya Association of Manufacturers, and the industry, that we'll sit down together and really understand what we need to do to be able to continue to bring the cost of power down. Kiptao, you want to touch on that quickly?
Yes, I think maybe I just want to respond to Engineer Ndebele. And I think, one, it is not fair to come on a national platform and really say that the regulator is not accessible, because we have accessible. We've had meetings with Engineer Ndebele and his special interest group, and I assume also he has his own interest, which I will not. But really going back to the facts, one, as a regulator, we're very transparent in what we do. We are guided by the law. We're guided by regulation. As I said earlier on, when he talks to a tariff methodology, and he speaks to an issue about pass-throughs and the fuel energy cost, and as I said, the calculation of the cost, as I said earlier, of this tariff, which is 3 years, then the pass-throughs is what I saw being put up there. Your fuel energy cost, your forex adjustment, your inflation adjustment, your taxes and levies. So when it comes to your fuel adjustment, maybe taking a step back, the last comprehensive tariff review was in 2018. The next review came in 2023 in March. Between 2018 and 2023, there are power plants that were decommissioned, but more importantly, there are power plants that were operational. But because the regulator had not adjusted the tariff, those independent power producers had to be paid. They they have been backstopped by a letter of support by government. How do we then provide for them to be paid because of a fixed base tariff over 3 years? The only mechanism to make good the commercial obligation for those IPPs is through a pass-through mechanism. So we speak to the fuel energy cost being what the computation is on account of the length of period it has taken to review a tariff and the importance of the regulator being independent and time review of the tariffs to ensure that as per the law, we ensure that the sector is financially sustainable. In that particular question, we had two components. One was the power plants that came on board between 2018 and 2023 March, which needed to be provided for revenue requirements to ensure that we paid as a sector through Kenya Power. Therefore, the country did not default. That is one. Two is talks to the other issue, which is linked to what the CEO of CAM has spoken to, the 50% reduction that was announced. I think it's important that our mandate in the law as a regulator is that we're independent in our decision making. Yeah. And again, going to the tariff is a computation of costs. Okay. And these costs are prudent. And we're able to say these are generation costs that go to the IPPs. Okay. This is the cost of transmission, this is the cost of distribution, this is the operational maintenance, this is the capital investment, these are the taxes and levies. We speak to another issue in terms of what Engineer Reba raised. In 2022, there was a reduction in tariffs. That 15% tariff meant that there was a hole in the revenue requirements because there's a build-up of costs. These are true costs. You naturally increase the tariff by 15%, you plan somewhere. So with the 15% reduction, 26 billion, 12% was raised internally by the government through the energy sector, 14 billion through a subsidy, the government through the National Treasury. Okay. When there was a change of administration, the policy changed and there were funds that the Treasury said they were going forward. Okay. The only mechanism to make good those costs again is the pass-through mechanism. Right. So when we look again to the conversation around a 50% reduction, we have done our computation as a regulator. That 50% reduction will mean another 20 billion in the revenue requirements from a Kenya Power standpoint. Okay. So when we talk to the issue of financial sustainability of the utility, it's important, again, we have the conversation as to whether we need to have cost-reflective tariffs as a country. And again, the conversation was whether power is a commercial good or is a public good, which social and I think it's really a conversation we need to have.
All right. Rashid?
Shukran sana ameweza kutoa maelezo ndugu yangu waweza kwa ndugu zetu wa PLC. Kuna issue moja ambayo kuweza kuwapelekea tu kwa sababu watu katika kijiji cha Kiunga ambapo wale 10 mwezi wa 4 umeme ukakata tarehe 10 mwezi. Leo imefika siku ya 43. Watu wa kijiji cha Kiunga hawana nguvu za umeme. Wamefanya walichofanya, ni kubakia ni kumwomba Mwenyezi Mungu. Wanaweza kusaidika vipi?
Nadhani hilo ni swali la Mwaura, maana masuala hayo. Labda unaweza kujibu kuhusiana na wakazi wa Kiunga.
Sana Mashirima, first apologies to the customers in Kiunga. Yes, it is true. Kiunga is an off-grid station. It is not connected to the grid. It's a generator, and actually it's an iron, it's a private generator. So it was true. We have 2 sets of generator. One failed that was end of April, and the other one also had a problem of overheating because of capacity. So we sent the team there, but they could not be able to manage repairs immediately. We took the spares back to Nairobi. Unfortunately, as now they were ready to go back, the road is impassable. Actually, as we speak right now, we have the generator ready. The generator is ready so that we to leave the 2 sets. We communicate to the Mombasa team. The road is still impassable towards the Kiunga. So we are ready to take back the generator once the road is passable. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, interesting. And of course, engineers, we've had a lot of issues being raised, both complaints, but also looking at the status of where we are. Probably we can begin by talking about how the future looks, because engineer, at the end of the day, as he says, as the MD said, it is a business. So what are your future prospects in as far as, I don't know what it is, because everyone talks about reducing but also how do you expand your coverage, but also the question of having consumption that you ensure that to have this talk that someone did.
I don't know if you would like me to assist on that one. I think even the government studio actually did answer to this, that the cost of power right now is determined by the PPS that we have already engaged. But going forward, one of the themes that we are entering into is what is called the energy auction. What we mean by the energy auction is that the generators, and indeed the regulator did mention it, the generators will announce the prices for their power, so that the dispatcher will now be looking at which is the cheapest. And if you overprice yourself, then it will actually mean you stand the risk of not selling. And maybe even as a more comfort even to the general public. Indeed, even regulated tariffs by year, so it's not the tariff for last year is not the same as this year. And again, it's not going to be the tariff for next year. But more importantly, let's come back to this issue of energy auction. We do have what is called an East African. If the East African power pool actually countries all the way from Egypt, Sudan, going all the way into Ethiopia, Djibouti, Eritrea, Kenya, Tanzania, Uganda, Rwanda, and Burundi, we all comprise what is called the East African power pool. And what is intended is that all that group would actually, one would be able to sell their power for dispatch. It will operate as one pool, and all the generation would actually be availed and they will be announcing their costs. So ultimately, what will then happen, Sam, is that as we go forward, and as the end of life for some of the PPS, as they come to the end of life, especially the thermos, we don't normally renew them. They expire, they just expire. That means, and going forward, the newer sources are cheaper. And they are cheaper for one reason. Number one is that the cost, even if you look at the cost of solar in the past, it was much higher than now. The cost of a number of these technologies are coming down. So as we get more sources coming on stream, and hiring the old ones, even if we were not of the energy auction regime, the prices would be coming down. But I think the most important thing, which is really, I know my boss have answered it better, is that if you look at our holistic cost power development plan, going forward, it's more of energy auction. So and in an energy auction environment, just like any other auction, the one who provides at the least price is actually the one going to be engaged. So it's not all grid. And maybe to add another factor which I didn't comment when I was mentioning, if you look at the investment which is already agreed, it's enough to send us, or rather to supply so much power. So already the investment has been done. Let's use the example of the link to Ethiopia. Now that link can carry up to 2,000 megawatts. Right now, we're only using it to carry 200. So that is to say, even if the demand was being, and suddenly we needed to take more in an regime, or even the way we are interconnected to Tanzania, connected to Uganda. So that would mean we can actually get power even from either Uganda or even our own and sell to our neighboring countries. So really looking forward, we do not see a regime where prices are going to go up, but they are continuously coming down. It may not
la miundo msingi ya Kenya Power, haswa wakati ambapo ulimwengu mzima unazungumzia masuala ya kutumia kawi safi katika kama bodaboda pamoja na magari.
Asante sana Mashirima. Ukiangalia mkondo ambao sasa umechukua ya kuna sehemu za nchi yetu ambazo haziko katika ili so that our country is allowed to ensure that we reduce on the carbon emissions. We are currently engaged in hybridizing a number of our off-grid stations. Hii ni kwamba tungependa kutumia solar wakati mchana, wakati wa usiku unaweza kwa muda kidogo. So we are actually focusing on hybridizing our network much grid. Yes. Additional to that, we're implementing a lot of solar projects to ensure that the areas of our country that aren't on the grid will be powered now through solar. And this to ensure that we align ourselves to the ongoings and the focus of the global market of decarbonization. So we're actually looking at this. And even if you look at, in terms of the we're looking at a situation where, if you look at our energy mix, almost 95% is green. And so, as we onboard e-mobility, out of the charging of the batteries be through the green of energy. And these aligns us very well with the movement across the globe in this.
Okay, all right. Maybe for you, Engineer Rosemary, you launched the new corporate strategy that will get you work for the next few years. Just highlight quickly on all that, but also more importantly on how that then impacts on your relationship with your clients moving into the future.
Yes, thank you very much. The new strategy, actually we've hyped it to call it Smarter for Better. We are focusing on smartening the grid, smartening the operations, digitalizing our way of work for better visibility and for faster service. I talked earlier about our USSD contact. I talked about our application where customers will be able to reach us better. We have a record of interaction with the customers and be able to understand their needs better, and they'll be able to understand our operations better. So we are on pillars of digitalizing. We are on pillars of financial stability. We are also focusing on our people. There has been mention severally on the people on the ground. We are focusing on building capacity of the people so that they're able to offer a better service, giving them empowering tools, digital tools of work, so that they are able to work better, and that way then we'll be able to grow our customer service in a better way. In addition to take up more electricity, we're interacting with our customers. We are encouraging them to go into e-mobility, encouraging them to go into e-cooking. I believe for many people that cooking is an expensive venture. E-cooking is cheaper than traditional cooking. When you compare cooking with dairy using an electric cooker compared to charcoal, it is much, much cheaper. It costs less than 1 unit of electricity to cook the dairy with an efficient electric cooker compared to a tin of charcoal that will cost you 100 shillings or thereabout.
What is that electric cooker you're talking about?
An electric cooker is a cooker that uses electricity to cook. We have pressure cookers. You plug it onto the electric socket, and you close it up, and it cooks your food and gives you very valuable and tasty food because the taste is not lost in the process of the cooking. We have smart pressure cookers, which you can cook your food as you sleep, do other things, and you come back and meal well done and ready. We have induction cookers who consume very little electricity to be able to do the open cooking, and these are items that we are popularizing with our customers to improve on their uptake of electricity, to improve on their livelihood, to improve on their health, even as we improve on the electricity uptake so that we don't have idle capacity in the network or in the generation that is paid for already.
So those are new appliances, not the electric plate that people are used to?
No, we are moving from the electric plate. It is not efficient in its way. The induction cooker is much more efficient. The electric pressure cooker is also very, very efficient. And they're now in the market with the standards already documented so that the items that we are receiving in the countries are of good standard, and they will be very, very efficient to use. We have our staff across the counties just educating our customers on how to use electricity better, more efficiently, and to get value for their money.
Okay, all right. About the future of electricity, and we see that there's also a plan to come up with the fiber optic business or network. How is that working?
Yeah, the way the grid works as a national system controller, it uses communication with all the substations to be able to dispatch, to operate, and on all our transmission assets, or most of them, we have what is called optical fiber ground wire. That is OBGW. The purpose is twofold. Number one is to provide grounding. And grounding means if there are any possibly discharges, it actually ensures that you can touch possibly the structure and you are not electrocuted. Now, on that OBGW are costs of fiber. They would vary between 24 and even up to 48, and I think hardly 96. The purpose of all that is to ensure that the person in the National Control Center is able to the state of all the infrastructure within the grid. That is at transmission level and at generation, and to at times even to the medium voltage level. So the National Control Center is the one actually that says, brings up a generation, disconnects this one, and that's all that. The other purpose of the same fiber, and I think Mwaura did allude to the same, is to protect the grid. What do you mean by protecting? Let me just use a very simple illustration. We have a line, say, between Suswa and Isinya. Now, you've set it and you know that the amount that will ever flow is this particular. When there is maybe a wire stuck or a tree has fallen on it, the magnitude of the current will be so high that it exceeds even the power that you would ever consume if power was flowing in the line. So what the protection do is the relay, which is Suswa, actually say, I am not seeing this kind of currents on this line. And it will communicate one and Isinya. And are you also seeing the same? Or by comparing the two, they will realize there is. So they must connect in milliseconds. The way they do it is that they operate the breakers on both ends. The same thing where if something was short, just closes it left. Now the one that you use in the grid is much more sophisticated. So all these fibers are used to protect the network. They operate on the breaker so that no current anymore flows on it and protect it. Now, what is the business aspect of it? If you look at all those costs, they are in excess of 4. What you only need to have complete visibility and protection of the grid may be at most 4 costs. So that is to say, even if it was 24, you have 20 costs which are available. And those are the ones Kenya Power has commercialized. So maybe for viewers, you actually need to know that there are a number of towns which Safaricom, which Airtel, which JTL, and many others are using to facilitate the communication. Indeed, I think one of the main communication to Uganda is actually riding on one of our old lines, which we call the UEB. So this fiber, it's the commercializing. So we are trying to lease out the excess. We are making revenue of almost $1 billion shillings. There is still a lot of for that expansion. And even as we go smart and grid, most of us are quite handy, and we're working together with the government, of course, with the Ministry of ICT, in terms of rolling out fiber digital superhighway. KPL poles are really to be the ones that will always reach on almost any doorstep of a person who is connected, and they want to harness on that instead of digging, which is going to be 4 to 5 or even more than 3 to 4 times the cost, other than just using our existing poles. So that is an area again that we can ride on, even to smarten the grid.
Naam, naarifiwa kwamba ni wakati ambapo pia tuwapatie fursa wale ambao kwenye studio ya consumers ili tuweze kupata kauli za mwisho. Rashid na Jaya.
Shukran sana Shirima Kapombe na Sam Gitu. Kwa kweli consumers wako hapo, walikuwa na mengi, lakini mbetuya radhi. Muda nao pia umesonga na tuko wengi, lakini tunashukuru kwa kile mlichokifanya. Kwa sekunde za kuhesabu kwa 30 hivi tupate kauli ya kila mmoja kwa yale ambayo mnayatarajia kuyaona katika siku za usoni, tukizungumzia swala zima la KPLC. Na tukianza.
Thank you, Rashid. And it's unfortunate we didn't have a lot of time to discuss about. This week was Sustainability Week. We've talked about generation of power. We've talked about transmission. We've talked about consumption. We did talk about how do we do more with less. This week, we'll be working with the Ministry of Energy through the CS and the whole team and to work on what we call energy management program, energy efficiency program. We have run as CAM that program on behalf of the government, on behalf of the Ministry of Energy for the last 20 years. We had Energy Management Awards on Monday, which culminated also to a global meeting that was held by IEA in Nairobi for the first time. So we are happy that energy efficiency is the first oil, and we must focus on doing more with less.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. And Hesbon, you've been mentioning especially issues of electric mobility future.
I think the future is, we can say KPLC's ICU at this point. The billions they're talking about, I cannot even comprehend how much that is. The key thing is in 2022, we used 348 billion to import fuel. To 2023, we used 638 billion to import fuel. That is a lot of money. So I think this year, in the next few months, they'll publish what they'll use to import fuel. And e-mobility is a solution to actually locally use our energy to actually in transportation and decarbonizing our transport system. So I think the president yesterday announced that they'll provide incentives for 100,000 EVs in the country. The question is, how long will it take us to adapt? I think the challenge that I'll give to the key stakeholders, which is KPLC, EPRA, is to look at how can we reduce the cost of the tariffs further so that actually the adaptation of EVs can be higher. So the value proposition today is about 30-40%. So the reduction of that tariff can actually reduce the value proposition so that actually the uptake is higher. So I think two key requests to the key stakeholders, looking at number one, reducing the tariff. Number two, there is of 15,000 kilowatts, basically removing the cap. So that's my request to the key stakeholders.
Great.
Thank you so much.
Yes, personally, I would like to remind the general public that and the government that Article 35 of the Constitution talks of that we need to lay bare all the data to the public. The generation and the consumption data by our various consumers and the various plants should be made public. It has been made public, but just partly because for us to use the computed formula and gazetted, there is a slight bit that has been left and has been used illegally to save on money that is not explainable. And that's why we are finding people trying to explain bits of information that this money was required for this and this and this, but they cannot quantify how much it was, how much is remaining to be recovered, and when we will go back to the actual computation. That has happened for the last 5 years. It will continue happening. The parliament is not going to help us because they don't know what we are talking about. So that is the bit that we have this around the
Yes, labda nikimalizia Rashid, nikiangalia saa katika mtaa wetu wa Kibra walikata stima. Sasa tuko kwa giza for the last 2 years, for the last 2 weeks. Sasa sijui kwangu nitaingiaje leo. Kwa watu wa Kenya Power, sijui ni kwa nini Kibra wamekuja kukata waya hivyo. Manake pia iliwekwa na government na ni government wanakata. So
waziri anakusikia, waziri anakusikia.
Yeah, waziri ananisikia, lakini labda
atalifanyia kazi.
Atatufanyia kazi. Naam. Labda nikimtuma, manake mimi siwezi nikafikia rais. So achukue hii ombi letu kama wanajua kali na mama mboga. Manake during the president's campaign period alisema bottom up. Tunataka kuona mmoja wetu katika serikali.
Yeah, thank you so much for the opportunity to be part of this conversation. And I have 3 points in relation to e-mobility and specifically on charging infrastructure. I'm happy that KPLC have already taken initiative to promote e-mobility. For the last 2 years, they have been organizing conference on educating the use of e-mobility, and it's just a matter of when. And my plea, or rather my suggestion would be for them to also prepare on how they can improve on their customer service in terms of response in support of this charging infrastructure. The adoption of the e-mobility or e-vehicles can only be propelled by proper infrastructure to support that. These are going to be the fewer suppliers for these vehicles. And secondly, to Waziri, is to help us find a way in which the government can support to lower cost of the installation of connectivity of the charging infrastructure. We, as a company, already invest in the infrastructure, but the connection fee is usually very high, because the moment you mention it's a charging station or whatever, you might be required to buy a transformer, which actually increases the cost of operations.
Yeah, great.
So for e-mobility to work, KPLC also has to be on board and support us.
Great. Thank you so much. Ma'am.
Asante sana Jael na Rashid. So vitu mbili, one on building trust and improving relationship between residents and KPLC. Ya pili ni on feedback mechanism. I serve an interesting constituency, so I'm very sure Waziri, who is here, is my customer as a resident of a certain neighborhood. You come to middle class, we serve, then you go to low end, where hustlers come from, like Kibra and Makongeni, that we call Michigan. We serve all this. How can we work with KPLC? I'm happy that we've started having a relationship. We are working to work with the resident associations to really handle some of these issues that we've talked about. One of them is theft, vandalism, accessibility. How do we come together with KPLC to deal with these issues? Secondly, on matters feedback mechanism, and this is to engineer Rosemary. I think you guys are doing a wonderful job in terms of, going digital, but the question is why that payment systems they've gone digital and they really work. Why is that on the other side, when it comes to complaints, when it comes to feedback, this system of going digital, they never work?
Thank you. Rashid, vile unasikiza kusema na kutenda, wanasema vitu kwa ground na vitu wanavyosema tofauti. We've had their concerns, their wants. This has been the consumer studio, and they're glad. Some questions answered. Some of them still say have been left pending, but still the conversation that still continues.
Na bila shaka na imani kwamba mmeweza kuwakilisha maoni ya wengi, na nipe nafasi pia vile vile Vono Kwara na wale wataalamu na watumie sekunde za kwa kumalizia.
Shukuru sana. Bila shaka kama mlivyosema pale kwamba baadaye ya matumizi kawi, tungependa pia kujua wataalamu wanasema gani hapa, tuone kama utaalamu wao ama kile ambacho wanakiona katika siku za usoni za matumizi ya kawi. Tukimaliza kipindi sekunde 30 kwa kila mmoja, tukianza naye mhandisi David Mwangi.
Yeah, I would like to have a bigger government approach to the issue, because it's affecting KPLC a lot, and of course the consumers who are affected by it. And when it happens, then it takes months before those consumers can be supplied again. So I know there was a time in Pakistan that they even involved the military because of such a problem. So that's why I'm proposing that maybe the government needs to look at what can be done by other ministries to assist the Ministry of Energy to fight this problem. The other thing I would like to ask EPRA is to see how best to expedite the bringing into force the various regulations that have gone through the processes of going through public participation, and probably just waiting for some funding or whatever it is that is holding them up, so that as many of them that are ready to come into force can come into force as soon as possible.
Nashukuru sana Engineer Riongo. Dunia nzima ya hamia katika masuala haya, matumizi ya magari ya stima, kama ni upishi ni stima, pikipiki ni stima. Mataifa mengine yameendelea sana, kina Japan, Ujerumani, Marekani. Kenya waiona vipi katika siku za usoni?
Thank you so much, Lincoln. I will answer that, and I will have 2 points to make after that. The first one is a map that we are adopting that sort of technology, because basically we have to decarbonize the transport industry, and that's the way to go. The only challenge we have, of course, is, as has been said, the infrastructure is wanting right now, so we need to work on that one. The reliability of power will be very important, because you can't imagine this being a particular time waiting for charging hours, so that will be there. And second, of course, the cost of the vehicles also must be able to be affordable by the people, because most of the people who are here are using these particular used cars, and therefore the prices might be able to match that for us to change. But it's a good move by the government, and I think this is the way to go, and I support that fully. Now, the things I would like to tell KPOC is this delay in connecting customers is costing them a lot of money. Two things. If they connect the customers early, the customers' businesses is going to thrive, and they are going to start their business earlier. They themselves will start getting revenues. And finally, if they don't, what is going to happen is that people go to the Kenya Power B. These are the contractors who are giving them power supply in a day. So I think they need to take very serious action to speed up response to customers' application if they are going to benefit. It's to consumers themselves. Energy consumption and efficiency to reduce our costs in our own various premises. And that will add to reducing the cost further. Right. Thank you very much.
Indeed. Professor Silva, we've the problem, we've looked at solutions. But what's the future in this country? What do you see as that? Innovation, what does the future hold?
There's a guy called Peter Drucker who says you have to do only two things in your life. Innovate, communicate. Innovate, communicate. It will be successful. I think we are one of these moments in history. Hezbollah is on the other side there. He's also a member of the Force for the E-Mobility. We have the issue of the green hydrogen that people from GIZ are supporting us to transform the hydrogen into a more affordable storage so that you can have more variable renewable energy like solar and wind. So I feel that there is a lot that can be done from the university. We are trying to make, like our Bachelor of Science, Electrical Electronic Engineering in Strathmore, the greenest degree in engineering ever. So that's, I think, puts hope in our heart. And I do believe that Kenya, South Africa, by being 19 years average old and being hungry for knowledge, will be the solution for, not for this continent, but for the planet.
Indeed. Bernard, what will it take as we look into the future to enable electricity to be more accessible, its supply more reliable, and at a price that Kenyans can afford? What is the future to ensuring that those three areas are achieved?
Okay. My response will be we are into the future. The open access regulations are actually a game changer. My only concern is, do we have the commitment? The letter is fine, but the spirit and the commitment need to be there, because that has been a very weak point in this country. The regulations, everything is perfect. The implementation becomes dodgy, and then we don't achieve what we want. So with that and the convergence from, driven by net zero and sustainability, we are on the right track. And as an investor in the power space, it gives us the opportunity to invest without the typical restrictions that you get from the direct PPA with one off-taker. So that's one. Two, with a bright future, we have a few roadblocks. And my urge, and I think the CS and the executive have been looking at it, we'd prefer minimum interference from the political class. I mean, Senate has handled the moratorium well. National Assembly is a disaster in my, and we'll end up in problems not going forward if we keep getting that interference. Investors prefer some predictability, and if there'll be interference at each stage, then it will not work. So even the FDI that the CS is talking about will not come, or it will come at a high price because of political uncertainty. So the future is bright, but we have to get our act together, and it also depends on how well the Ministry of Energy, who is the caretaker, handles the whole thing.
Yeah, and that's where we'll go to next. Gentlemen, thank you. And of course, let's take it now to government. Over to you, Trevor, Christine.
Asante sana Yvonne na Lincoln. Bila shaka mambo yote ambayo yamezungumziwa hapa katika huu mjadala mkuu ni mambo ambayo yakifuatiliziwa hapo mbele tunaona mambo yatakuwa sawa sawa. Sijui hapa maafisa wa upande wa serikali na seneta wa Matinga, tukianza na wewe, unaona hali ya baadaye ya Kenya Power iko vipi? Je, matumaini yapo?
Thank you very much for having us here, first of all. I would say that the future of this country lies in our hands, in working together in a more collaborative approach. We must stop seeing things as them versus us, and we must have a one people approach. And by that, I want to say that the solutions in the energy sector cannot be left to the Kenya Power alone. It cannot be left to the ministry alone. It must be a comprehensive solution by all of us, because at the end of the day, we have an obligation to the future generations to ensure, one, we get green energy, two, we get reliable energy, and three, that we get it to everybody, because development in any part of Kenya is development in Kenya. I want to say that, yes, we did file our report and we cannot go online. He can access that report and see what the Senate Committee on Energy did and the recommendations that it made. And we have opened for improvement, for inputs, if he thinks that he has some that he can offer us. Thank you very much for having us.
And Kipto, what does the future look like? How do we ensure that the tariffs will be cost effective going forward?
Yes,
just 30 seconds.
Yeah, I think in terms of the tariffs, as we said, the tariffs must be just and reasonable. They must compensate investors for risks assumed. The costs that we pass on to consumers must be prudent. We as a regulator will ensure that we are transparent in our processes. We'll also ensure that we also enforce, because one of the questions is, as a regulator, we operate a carrot and a stick. We give the carrot, but when they don't bite on the carrot, then we'll rip the stick. But I think the sector is looking up. In terms of the journey we started maybe in the late 90s with a single buyer, a vertical integrated company doing generation all the way to retail. It was unbundled, KenGen went out, Ketraco was formed, IPPs came in. Now we're looking to move transmission assets to Ketraco. We as a regulator have designated Ketraco as a systems operator. We are looking to move from long-term PPAs to power markets, as has been said. We're also looking at developing regulations which are very progressive. The open access regulation will bring competition, will give choice as well, and eventually will lower the cost of power. When we talk to some of the innovative issues that Professor Da Silva was talking about around digitization, technology, we have regulations such as the net metering regulation, which will allow customers to be able to generate, like for instance, with solar on their roofs, be able to give power to Kenya Power or any other utility, for that matter, when they don't require the power, and pull it back from the grid when they do require it. We are giving a commitment as a regulator that you're going to see a more committed regulator, more independent regulator. I think the private sector has spoken to an issue of predictability and the regulator being able to enforce, because as I said, the regulator is the arbiter. The regulator sits in between balancing interests of investors, of consumers, of the government. And we'll do that in a very transparent manner, which will ensure also one of our parting shot is really to thank you as the fourth estate, because part of our mandate as a regulator is public education, advocacy, and awareness. The regulator cannot be in every home, cannot be in every business. When you speak to matters vandalism and also issues of commercial losses, power theft, happens, your neighbor knows, your next business knows. So we want to educate the public so that then we can be able to ensure that the issues, for instance, of vandalism, we work with the state to ensure that that information comes out. We work with the community in terms of CBOs and community policing to ensure that that the public is armed, and once they're armed, then the work of us as a regulator becomes easier.
Thank you.
Asante. Waziri Chirchir, wewe umetajwa sana katika mjadala huu na wale watumizi wa stima, yani consumers, na kulingana na mazungumzo yao wanakutegemea kwamba wewe ukiwa pale juu katika wizara yako ambayo unaisimamia, wana matumaini na wewe. Na pia vile vile tusikisikiza mjadala ambao ulikuwa unaendelea katika ile studio ya Kenya Power. Wamezungumza vizuri sana wale wasimamizi wa Kenya Power. Nilikuwa nawasikiliza, naona haya mambo ambayo wanazungumzia kikweli wakiyatekeleza mambo yatakuwa mazuri kule mbele na Kenya Power itakuwa na ufanisi. Je, wewe kwa mtazamo wako unaionaje Kenya Power katika siku za baadaye?
Let me finish by thanking the studio for hosting this big conversation. I think, like I said, we need to recognize our economy in the competition space. We need to be competitive. It's not enough to set up the special economic zones, give fiscal and tax incentives, and when the cost of power is going to be expensive. So we need to work on that, and we are working on that. The issue of losses in power, the issue of energy conservation, which has been talked so much about, the issue of providing power very quickly, access to power very quickly is going to be very important, and we are working on that. And for a global firm to be able to set base in our special economic zone and take advantage of the competitiveness of a country, the issue of energy becomes paramount. The issue, we have a very young population. We have basically all the ingredients of a competitive, and we need to work on the cost of power. Having laid out the ingredients to fully unbundle the energy sector and ensure that that transmission network that we wondered for a long time, whether how can you compete, do you need to build another transmission network, is what the regulations today have to do in terms of allowing an open access. And anybody who generates power is able to will power to market, to industry, and be able to sell that power and offer competition to KPLC. Right. I think so much has been talked about e-mobility. What we need to hear is that e-mobility is going to double the power requirement in the country. When we see the growth profile of e-mobility today, we generate about 150 to 200 megawatts additional power into the grid on a growth of about 6 to 7% to GDP. And the e-mobility sector is going to double that to almost 10%. So issues of e-charging, reliability becomes paramount, and we are going to work on that, given the fact that this space is going to grow very fast, given the challenges of climate change, climate action, which is the way to go today. Right. You did recognize or realize that the one punchline coming out of White House in the state visit by our president to the U.S. is 100%, is 90% renewable. Okay. By the close of this decade, 2030, we have made a commitment under not so much the national determined contribution to go to 100%, because we also need to work on the mobility industry through the e-mobility. Yeah. And like somebody said, we export today some $400 million every month, approximately $5 billion to bring in fossil fuel. Working on this space of e-mobility is going to be very important, and I want to confirm that we are going to work on this. The fiber optic is going to be a big growth area in terms of the digital superhighway. We're going to see more of AI, artificial intelligence, and we are working with Kenya Power, who has got on every of the 76,000 transformers in the country, we want to terminate fiber optic on every transformer, which means transformer will be within reach of your household, and therefore get virtual and access to the world. All right. Let me confirm something which has not been talked much about, clean cooking. I think it's important to confirm that this will be the decade of clean cooking, and we are going to try and put every household on some form of cooking, reduce the biomass use of firewood and some kind of primitive way of cooking, health hazards, and ensure that most of our homes are either on LPG, on bioethanol, or the electric cooking, modern cooking that we have heard about.
Thank you. Thank you all for making time. Let's cross over now and wrap it up at the KPLC studio with Sam Gituku and Mashima Kapombe.
Naam, shukran Trevor na Christine Ojiambo. Tuko hapa kupata kauli za mwisho kutoka kwa Kenya Power, na ningependa kuanza na Engineer Charles Mwaura. Siku za usoni za Kenya Power ziko vipi haswa kuhusiana na swala la kuzimazima kwa umeme?
Thank you, Shirima. So I would just like to assure Kenyans that in terms of power quality and reliability, we take it very seriously. Maybe even recently with very heavy rains and flooding, you could see the infrastructure, energy infrastructure remained okay, while most roads were not impassable. So it shows that we are very serious in terms of ensuring we have very stable grid. Going forward, we have a very elaborate maintenance programs. One of the challenges we have is from tree planted under the lines, leaf trees, and I will urge our customers and Kenyans planting trees near the leaf trees. In future, as we develop and as we put more capital in it, we may convert those lines to insulated conductors. For now, we have to do with what we have, and one of the challenges which contributes about 60% of our blackouts is because of those trees. So going forward, we are going to ensure that we do much on that, but we also request the cooperation of the customers and other stakeholders. Otherwise, going forward, we are very clear on what we require to do, what reliability we require. We are very clear on the indices, reliability indices. As our dashboard, our eyes on it. So Kenyans expect a change in this area of getting reliable power as and when they require it. Thank you.
All right, Engineer Wino, you can talk to us about your closing remarks, especially when it comes to the access itself to power, what you should see changing.
Thank you so much, Sam. I want to appreciate the comments that we received from our customers. We take positively the comments on the delays in achieving connections. And I want to assure our customers that we have put measures in place. The delays had been as a result of procurement litigations, but solved a number of these issues. And that sustained our efforts on timely connections. We've been able to enter into framework agreements insofar as procurement of essential connectivity equipment are concerned. And this is going to give us a very steady focus towards reducing the timelines insofar as connectivity is concerned. And so we want to assure our customers that we shall be working very closely to support them towards achieving the objectives. Additionally, we are looking at a very key focus area for our nation. That is universal access to electricity. And we are focused to support the government achieve this by 2030. To this end, KPLC is a very key implementing entity for the government in the last mile connectivity program. We have on schedule last mile connectivity initiatives in place. We are soon going to be signing contracts for to connect about 280,000 customers to the grid through last mile connectivity, cutting across 32 counties. And we're going to see this scaling up towards achieving universal access. And further, just to support, to encourage equally our e-mobility customers, we take keenly the need to partner with them towards establishing the infrastructure. One of the things that we've done as a policy to support in meeting the connection cost is deferred payment approach, where if you're given a quotation, you don't have to fully upfront. You can pay a percentage and then spread the balance over a duration of time. And this is meant to support in the uptake of connections and easing the burden that may come with the initial investment in connectivity. And so we want to assure customers that we are ready to support and to walk the journey with them. Thank you.
Engineer Rosemary, labda katika kauli yako ya mwisho unaweza kuzungumzia hili swala la uhusiano wa Kenya Power na mteja, haswa kwa wale ambao wamepoteza bidhaa kutokana na hitilafu za umeme pamoja na kuharibikiwa na baadhi ya vifaa nyumbani kutokana na hitilafu kama hizo.
Thank you, and thank you for this very useful conversation that we have had this evening. Our starting point in any irregularity that a customer faces is in a complaint that the customer lodges. I want to ask our customers to make use of the facilities that we have. I mentioned our USSD code, *977#. When you experience an outage, when you experience an issue of billing that you want us to address, or any other issue, an issue of unsafe electricity, a broken wire in your neighborhood, please use the USSD code *977# to reach us. If you can't use USSD, then call us on 97771. That's our starting point of meeting. That helps us in the future to refer to any claims that would be made in the line of damage of equipment or in the line of any other damage that has been faced by the customer. Would look at that complaint, to look at the timing of that complaint, confirm there was an incident in the network, and then work with the customer in the area of redress, should there be need for redress. We now have very specific industry liaison staff in the regions. Please make use of them as industry, as SME. The liaison staff are there specifically for yourselves, for the e-mobility users, so that they have a closer, tighter relationship with yourselves, because we recognize that you have a higher level of need for electricity services. So we are there for you. We also have customer experience officers at every county. They will continually educate you on the safe use of electricity, on additional use of efficient use of electricity, and on our relationship with yourselves, including our products and our services. This way, we will collaborate together to grow our relationship, to help us serve you better. When you notify us of your issues through these channels that I have mentioned, we are also able then to carry out analytics because we have record of the complaints, we have record of the interactions. That way we are able then to work on improvement of our services and improvement of our products depending on how the analytics of these interactions look like. Thank you very much indeed.
All right, and Dr. Engineer, you have the opportunity to sum it up for all of us, especially looking at how better the organization can serve the Republic to improve even the metrics on the economy, because really it has to be powered for it to be as progressive as it should.
Yeah, you are very right, Sam, and I really want to take this opportunity to really loud and appreciate the support that we've gotten from the different sectors of the economy. I want to appreciate so much the support we've got from in terms of they have really assisted us in as much as we are making a rallying call, it's only to really improve what we already have. Many are the instances the public have told us that a group are vandalizing an asset here. Many other times the public have told us there's somebody who has a lot of vandalized items in a particular place. And through those leads and through that cooperation, we've actually been able to catch a number who have been involved in that particular vice. We also want to really appreciate the police. The police have really been very supportive in terms of some of these vandals or in terms of taking the necessary measures to ensure they are arrested and charged and, of course, sentenced. We also appreciate the judiciary because one of the things that's happening under the new Energy Act, it imposes a lot of fines and penalties on those who are involved to be destroying infrastructure. So we really want to appreciate the support we have also gotten from the police. And even this year in particular, they've been really assisting us and working together with us in nabbing all those who are involved in the process. Our rallying call is that, yes, you've assisted us in the past. You've assisted us to an extent. We do know, and we are so confident that if we increase the kind of support that we have, then we can better deal with our infrastructure. Because it will shock you, Sam, to know that last year alone, we exported copper worth 6.7 billion. And yet, this is not a country that manufactures, or rather that mines copper. So all that is mainly infrastructure from KPLC, not only from the transformers, it's from our substations. I think there was even a case very recently where one of our key substations, such as Kigati in Kisi, was actually vandalized. I mean, guys came in, tied the watchmen, and they vandalized the substation. And the impact of vandalizing at that level is actually quite massive. So really the support that we've got from all the, and even the media in this particular area, I really want to appreciate Citizen TV for the kind of setup they have done today in this big conversation. I do know the message has gone far and wide, and I know I did start by talking about that somebody can be honest or can be sincere, but at times they may be sincerely wrong in certain opinions. I do know that at the end of this process, we have learned more as Kenya Power, and listen even to that person from Lamu, Hali, Bunu, and Matubuti. Yes, we do know that really there is a challenge in that area. Mwaura really talk about Kiunga, but for the greater Lamu, we've had various incidences which we really do believe that the citizens and the inhabitants of those places can assist us. There was a case, one of the lines that serves Lamu was blown by terrorists about 2 or 3 years ago. When Ketraco had just completed repairing it, they blew another 3. And when they were now going to repair it, this is the time that it flooded the whole place, and it is impossible and it's not possible to reach there. But we do believe that working together with the inhabitants of those places, collaborating together, it might be possible that they know this particular neighbor who is fond of destroying them of this infrastructure. So the entire conversation starts. We need to have more of these conversations. Let us work together. Let us increase our means of collaboration. Because you might not know that possibly the information you are passing to Kenya Power is really what is going to assist your relative who is in an hospital somewhere, whose transformer has just been vandalized, and of course it's causing cost there. But now, finally, Sam, we are going to have another campaign very soon, which is called Update Token Meter Yako Now. The token meters that we have in the country, they need to be updated. And if they are not updated, you would have a challenge of operating them beyond a particular date. So we'll be engaging the public again on this matter so that we can ensure that come the deadline, each and every person will have updated their meters.
Yeah.
But all in all, thank you so much, citizen. Thank you so much, viewers, for being with us this evening. But we really appreciate it. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much, Engineer Dr. Joseph Sirol, the Managing Director of Kenya Power Lighting Company, Engineer Charles Maura with the GM Network Management, Engineer Rosemary Odor, the GM Commercial Services and Sales, as well as Engineer Kennedy Owino, GM Infrastructure Development from the Kenya Power.
Na bila shaka kwa wote ambao wamefanikisha kipindi hiki, mbali na wenzetu katika zile studio mbalimbali, tukianza na Consumers Studio ambayo iko na Abdalla pamoja na Jalieta, studio ya wataalam ambayo imeongozwa na Mara pamoja na Lincoln Jogu, studio ya serikali ambayo imeongozwa na Trevor Mbija na Christine Ojiambo, na bila shaka kuna wale ambao wako nyuma yetu, wale tunawasikiza kwenye masikio ambao hawakosi kusema kuhakikisha kwamba kipindi hiki kimeweza kufanikishwa.
Indeed, a very big production team that has made this possible. We want to thank you for sparing time to watch these through your favorite channels, Citizen TV, Ramogi TV, and Inoro TV, but also listening to us via Radio Citizen and Hot 96 and taking part on our different platforms on Citizen Digital as well as our social media handles. So much feedback that has come to us. We'll be sure to liaise with the affected agencies to be in a position to see what that means. My name is Sam Gitu.
Nami ni Mashirima Kapombe, na kutakia usiku mwema.